actually going for the end. Can TSM get back in time? I don't think they realize what's happening.
I cannot believe it.
This could be it.
One. Nexus falls. And Nori in the pit is healing up quite a bit. That's another kill. Phoenix 1 just gets her double kill. 3 people are dead. Bjergsen is zoned away. Hanser is dead. 4 members of TSM are gone.
After we won, we realized these guys are mortals, you know? We can actually beat them.
Biofrost is stalling out. The Nexus turret goes down. The Nexus is falling. Phoenix 1 have done it. They have defeated TSM. Welcome to Week 3, Day 3 of the North American League Championship Series. We're coming to you live for what is sure to be the most watched competitive event of the day. Am I right?
No, probably going to be the Puppy Bowl.
Oh, please. All right, well, here we have Dignitas arriving to the studio a little bit earlier today. Phoenix 1 themselves preparing for their battle against TSM. It's going to be a big one, the upset in 2016. There's Bjergsen and the rest of the crew making their way into the arena as well. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, back by popular demand, or really just to make Mark more comfortable.
I was freaking out yesterday. I was like, every time I looked to my right, I was like, right, Dash, and I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, no, I was at home watching. You guys did fabulously. I got to thank all the guys for stepping up in my stead as I'm gone. But joined on the desk today by Mark Zimmerman and Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. Kobe, how you doing today?
A-team, let's go.
Boom. A-team. A-team. I like it. All right, well, let's get into the business. Fun fact. Before we get into today's business, actually, yesterday's finale between Echo Fox and Liquid marked the 1,000th game of regular season NALCS. So thanks to the audience at home for being a part of the journey. And here's to many, 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 many more games. One can only hope. We've got some of those for you today. And as we get into it all, let's review how the teams are ranked. At 5-0, Cloud9 continues to hold on to first place. Then in second, we have Phoenix 1, FlyQuest, and TSM. Behind the middle of the pack teams are Dignitas, CLG tied in 8th, with Envy ending their week in 10th. Now, some of those ties are sure to snap with our matches scheduled today. First off, on NALCS 1, we'll see who drops out of second as Phoenix 1 goes against TSM. Then FlyQuest hopes to keep up with the winner of that match by defeating Immortals. Over on NALCS 2, Team Dignitas and CLG hope to leave the other behind at the bottom of the standings, after which Cloud9 takes on Echo Fox. Now, during those games, make sure you tweet at LOL Esports any questions from the weekend, and myself, Kobe, or Zyrene might be able to answer them later on NALCS tonight. But gentlemen, going into this weekend, we expected to see some changes with the patch coming through. Teams also managed to sneak in a few surprises as well.
Right. I mean, coming into the week was all about lethality and the popular picks that we were going to see with it. But there's also been a couple surprise picks that work out really well with it, most coming from FlyQuest with the Zed, the Misfortune, and then we've also seen something like the Graves being able to get a burst to your build, and it's going to be something to keep an eye on because the lethality buffs do affect more than just what we were expecting with the Varus and the Jhin and stuff like that. So there's a lot more assassins that are AD picks. Also, Jace is another one. We can see a lot more stuff keep popping up.
Yeah, and with the importance of lethality now, also rising in importance is a flat armor, right, and tanks. So we'll see where that does come from because a lot of teams have been trending towards these poke comps, and that gave rise to some new junglers, right? I really like Ivern, finally made its way over. Europe's been the sole region pretty much using that, but nowadays we got it as well. Really does complement poke comps very well because of the extra snare that you can send out to make it much easier to land that poke, as well as Nidalee has also made a good showing. Her heal buff in the recent patch helped out a lot. Plus, as usual, she can throw the spears. Here's some looks at how you can also use Ivern, though. The extra utility here, basically another support and half tank. You get Daisy, almost another free champion for team fights for your poke comp that doesn't want anyone to soak up the hits. Got Daisy out there. It doesn't matter that it's AI and not an actual another player because she's just taking a bunch of beatings.
You just need to throw something out there to absorb skill shots and stuff like that. And right now, the jungle pool doesn't have many tanks. You basically have Rek'Sai as like the primary one, and Ivern being able to be another option that can bring a lot of utility and a little bit of beef is really nice.
It was very interesting to see Nidalee pop up, though, by a couple different players, including Moon himself yesterday, just as the old school kind of poke jungler.
Yeah. Everyone got a little scared as soon as we see Nidalee come back to competitive. Like, please, not again.
I don't ever want that champion back in my solo queue games. It's annoying as heck, but it is a nice counter to Ivern as the primary kind of poke jungler that has shown up. Jat, the resident Ivern expert as well, pointing out some mechanics like the ganks there, showing up with your shield first.
The mechanics
then,
of walking at him?
Then the Q. You walk at him first, then you throw your Q. Too many players try and do it in the opposite direction. Now, while Cloud9 still hold the first place spot, we've got a battle for second with 3 different teams coming up. Obviously, Phoenix 1, TSM, first match of the day. They're 2 of our 3 teams.
And I think it is a really interesting matchup because when you look just at the performance of their players, Bjerg and Ryu are actually really close just in terms of stats.
Oh, yeah.
And even game impact. Like, Ryu has had some monster team fights and plays. And then the rest of the team kind of gets a little imbalanced where you can say TSM has an advantage on the top side with Hanser, and in the bot lane, P1 probably has it with Arrow.
Yeah, Arrow has been super impressive to me. In a world where AD carries right now haven't really been shining through a lot, and accuracy has been basically the best measure, for success for AD carries, right? And he's actually been one of the most. Plus, dealing out having a large uptime basically on AD carries is more difficult now that, yeah, you're bringing the utility. But he's also able to thread in so many auto attacks between all the skill shots that he's landing.
Now, following yesterday's win, though, for TSM, the two games that they won in pretty dominant fashion. How would Phoenix 1 be feeling coming into that? A TSM that's on the rise and improving week over week.
Well, I mean, P1's in the same boat, so both these guys have been winning a ton. P1, I think, was like 6-0 in their last games or something like that.
Right, 3 2-0s in a row.
Yeah, so they have they're also on this massive upward trajectory as well, and one of them is going to unfortunately have to drop off here.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the match that almost all people, plus all the teams, are really looking forward to see because it does kind of shake out the top of the standings.
Now, of course, we talked about how there are 3 teams in this discussion, FlyQuest being the 3rd. They'll, of course, be playing for a victory to tie up whoever wins in this matchup. How are we feeling about this roster and that kind of race for second place?
I'm definitely a big fan of the FlyQuest strategy right now, and people are kind of just laughing about it right now, and they're like, "Haha, it's so funny to see High and Lemon, winning again. They're back in the LCS. That's comical." Yet, it's so much about their flexibility in pick ban and the fact that they have one of the best, if not the best, all-time in-game leader that North America has ever provided to the scene in High. And you can see it in their playstyle, right? They're so decisive with all these roams that they're going for. They head into the game with a well-planned-out strategy. Due to Lemon as well as the coaching staff, and then they execute it really well because of High's, in-game direction.
And I think it's interesting to contrast that from the way that P1 and TSM kind of play, where they are struggling a little bit more in the mid-late game, where FlyQuest is really strong there, and they have more basic drafts, whereas FlyQuest is doing all this crazy stuff on red side, leaving OPs up and drafting not based off priority. So the way the teams all at the top play is actually very different.
Now, some important matchups here to close out week 3. The teams are about ready to go, so it's time to send it over to the casters to get us in the game.
Thanks, Dash. Hello, everyone. I'm Julian Pastry Time Car, and this genteel gent joining me for the cast is Aiden Zyrene Moon. We're loading up for our first series of the day as Phoenix 1 face off against TSM. For those who don't remember, the last time these two teams met in the 2016 Summer Split, TSM lost their only match of the regular split to Phoenix 1.
Yep, and Phoenix 1, that's really their claim to fame originally. They made a name for themselves off of upsetting a TSM that looked absolutely unstoppable. And that's when Inori, he got recognition as a jungler and on that Rengar that became his trademark. And since then, P1 has grown and they've become consistent. They've invested a lot into their infrastructure. They've picked up imports. They are hell-bent on being a top team. And Phoenix 1, they've proven that they could be giant killers. But can they be giants themselves?
Well, we'll have to find out. But one player that has proven already that he can be a giant is Ryu, which is why his clash against Bjergsen today is our featured matchup. These two players are just so good.
Oh, yeah, they are popping off. The player stats, they are neck and neck. Bjergsen, I mean, he's always been clutch for his team on TSM, but Ryu demonstrated earlier this week on Friday that he can save games too. So TSM, they've shown as well that Bjergsen, he can wrestle map control away from teams that have lower tier mid laners and are placed lower in the standings, but can TSM exert their game plan against an equal?
And I feel like that's just going to be the big question today because the teams are so close in the standings and in general play skill. Bjergsen, though, he has mentioned that among mid laners in the NALCS, only 2 are really on his radar.
I think Ryu up with Jensen just seems like my 2 biggest competitors now. Ryu is just an extremely solid player. He hardly ever really makes mistakes. He doesn't seem like he's nervous on stage. He seems like he thrives on stage. He's not afraid to make plays, but he also, like I said, he makes very few mistakes. I don't really often see him getting caught out or playing away from his jungler. He just plays really smart.
Yeah, Ryu's been incredibly consistent, but also very hard to read with the blank face. You can almost never tell what he's thinking. But Ryu himself also said that he's playing well, but he hasn't proven anything yet because he doesn't consider any of the mid laners he's gone against as top-tier mid laners. So today is the test for Ryu and Bjergsen both as they face off against each other.
Certainly is the test for this team. So let's go through their starting lineup. Starting off on the blue side, it's FlyQuest, a team that certainly is on the rise. In the top lane, Zig, jungle Inori, mid lane Ryu, bot laner Arrow, support Adrian, and of course, Coach Fly.
And on the red side, it's TSM. In the top lane, Hanser. In the jungle, we have Svenskeren pulling out the Ivern yesterday. Bjergsen is going to be going up against Ryu. In the bot lane, Wild Turtle, formerly with Adrian as support, but now has Biofrost as his support with Coach Parth.
And it's kind of fun to think about this game because there is a bit on the line here. P1, of course, upset them last year, so there's a little bit of revenge there for TSM. But you pointed this out to me, that these coaches have also played against each other recently.
That's right. Coach Fly was the coach of Royal Never Give Up back in Worlds. So the team that knocked TSM out of Worlds had Coach Fly. So FlyQuest, they have definitely kind of built up to possibly be the kryptonite of TSM. They have Inori, who showed that he has the guts to go up against Bjergsen and Svenskeren, and also they have Coach Fly, who doesn't seem to actually give up much in the draft.
I've certainly been very impressed with the drafts from that team, and we're going to have a champ select on the way shortly and see how the teams navigate for game number 1. P1 burning away Rise. To start things off, they will be on the blue side for this first exchange Rengar ban from TSM. I'm expecting Camille and LeBlanc to follow, but we'll see what happens here for FlyQuest. Blue side really is the side that gets to pick some more targeted bans. Maokai, a pretty good example of a strong champion that P1 decide to take away here.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. So they're trying to get rid of the tree SM here. TSM ran 2 trees yesterday with the Ivern in the jungle and the Maokai in the top lane. So yeah, you expect them to ban away those 3, but LeBlanc would be the one that you would want to leave up if you have a counter for it, and you also think that Ryu isn't all the way up there in that tier list.
Pretty bold perhaps, but TSM will be the bans here from FlyQuest, taking both the Maokai and Ivern is actually the last ban there. TSM maybe mulling over this last ban. Like you said, they could leave it open, but instead decide that it's just safer to ban it away. So LeBlanc taken there. What's left open for P1's first pick? Junglers immediately leaping out.
Kha'Zix, Varus, the 2 that you would think is first pick worthy here. The hover of the Gangplank. Gangplank is also the champion that Zig played in Game 3 against TSM, and he had a fantastic showing there, showing, Hanser, he can take him down in the top lane with that.
It's one of those things where Zig is such a stable, consistent player. You don't really associate him with carry champions, but it's not like he's incapable of doing it. Almost every top laner has at least a couple of picks that they can bring out and shine on. But first pick Kha'Zix here makes sense here for Inori, but actually Jace over to Haunter, speaking of those more carry-oriented top laners.
Yeah, carry-oriented for him in that top lane. The Jace, interesting because they usually run a tank top. This means that Svenskeren, if he is going to lock in the Graves, be unusual. Thank you. I expect him to go for something like the Jhin or the Varus. It's the Jhin that he locks in.
Actually, Varus dropping through here. That's been considered sort of the first pick AD carry now that the lethality changes have moved through. And even last week before those changes, Varus and Jhin were kind of getting their nod over Ashe.
That's true. But you got to think about the supports that are also left up. Because of FlyQuest's ban, Zyra on the table, Malzahar also on the table. Both great synergy alongside the Jhin. And the Corki picked up here, so picking a very stable mid laner is Bjergsen. Gives him an opportunity to possibly play an assassin or go with something like a Cassiopeia into it.
I like that because it does feel like, Rise LeBlanc, they're the obvious strong mid laners that often get banned away. Corki, to me, feels like one of the best and also one of the safest blind picks, but I agree that he does open up space for the enemy mid laner. Varus going to be picked here for Arrow. That's no surprise at all to TSM. Arrow's taken it almost every opportunity. Curious to see Turtle take Jhin instead of it. But it's kind of curious to see what TSM want to do with this final pick here, because they might want to pick a jungler. That Rek'Sai is kind of the obvious one, but support's also available. So TSM kind of in a funny spot here.
Yeah, if you don't pick your jungler here, you drop down and may have to play something that doesn't synergize well with the team composition. So the Rek'Sai, like you said, one of the tanks that's left.
I think
Ivern
have to.
Because you have the carry top laner. That's the thing. When you have the carry top laner, you typically want to have the Rek'Sai alongside it or a tank with Ivern. But Jace, we have seen flex to the mid lane even just yesterday.
I mean, that's the other thing. If they don't pick Rek'Sai, maybe they're saying, okay, we can take Lee if he drops through the draft. So I think this pick does signal that it's very likely to be a carry top laner, win the Jace there for Haunter. But we'll see what happens in the next phase of picks as we are into ban phase number 2. Tahm Kench actually banned by TSM, which has been picking up some popularity. There's a Syndra ban from FlyQuest, so it looks like Bjergsen not taking his mid laner early. Going to cost him a couple bans here as Phoenix One are going to try and target out champions that will be good into Ryu, but Bjergsen should have plenty left open as Misfortune actually banned away, maybe signaling that Zyra pick that you mentioned, or even the Malzahar pick as well.
Yeah, that's the thing, is now as Phoenix One, I don't think you actually ban Malzahar or Zyra unless you really consider one of those a much bigger threat than the others, because the Jhin synergizing with the Malzahar is just as scary. If you want one for yourself, or they could ban one if they're comfortable playing the Nami alongside the Varus like before. And that's really interesting that they ban away the Gangplank, because the top lane is what you would suppose is already locked in here, and it would be an all physical damage composition if they did go with the Gangplank for TSM.
I mean, kind of interesting, maybe expecting a switch, as there's the Zyra pickup for TSM, so deciding that they want what they think is the better of the two supports. I think that generally follows conventional logic. Zyra's been so strong.
Zyra is so strong, and even into Malzahar, she is considered quite strong as well. So it doesn't matter if you pick it up, that the enemy team would be able to pick the Zyra into it, but that's what I would assume is the Nami, which Adrian has been loving. He's been playing it alongside the Varus and just considering a great disengaged champion, as well as somebody who can sustain you for the lane.
Adrian having some fun, flashes a Thresh. We'll see what they want to do with their last pick here. It seems like top lane is missing, and they have a decent idea of what's happening. One of the nice features of this draft from TSM is they are technically hiding their last solo lane pick here, so Phoenix One don't have complete information. They have a very good idea that Jace is probably top lane, but they'll take Shen, which again, another very safe tank, particularly with Maokai banned away. Teams are trending more towards Shen than something like the Nautilus.
It's so interesting because Zig has honestly been a little bit of an innovator who's been overlooked, because every time there's something that was being played in another region, or even before sometimes, he is saying, you know, that's already a good champion. When I have conversations with him, he's like, yeah, Shen is really good. I don't know why people are playing it. You think back to last split, he was the first North American top laner to play Gnar when Europe was playing it. And then people didn't get on that train until near the end of the split. So it's really interesting. We'll see what he does here in the top lane, but I know that this matchup, Shen takes a beating. Eventually, though, the W helps out against the Jace a ton.
Yeah, well, last pick Cassiopeia for Bjergsen, so a pretty standard mid lane matchup to exhaust by the looks of things, which makes sense given the consistent and all burst damage from both of these champions. So they should be comfortable there in that matchup. Ryu is not going to try and outplay with something like a cleanse, at least this time around. But I think the top lane matchup is one to talk about here. We're starting to see a lot of Jace specifically be the big top lane pick. And almost always, there's no other carry people want to play into it just yet, so they are taking more of these tanks. And again, that seems like an interesting trade-off, because you feel like as a team you'd want one or the other. But like you said, Jace favored early, but the tanks tend to scale more towards the mid to late game and give you team fight ability where you get more split pushing ability with the Jace.
Yeah, Jace is kind of a stopper. When somebody picks Jace, the other team, if they play a top laner that's a carry as well, Jace has the range, starves out most top laners. Jace, just by picking the champion, has almost like a passive that's, hey, he will be about 30 CS up, come about 15 minutes. So if you pick a carry top laner that's gold reliant, Jace starves them a bit, delays when they come online. Tanks, doesn't matter, but they still take that beating.
Yep, certainly will. So we'll see how the early game works out here as Phoenix One and TSM are gearing up for game number 1. Pretty standard stuff in the draft. I think a lot of what we expected here. Anori, though, definitely going to be eyes on him for the Kha'Zix. We'll see if Svenskeren can keep him down. In the top side, we're going to see if Zig can kind of take the expected beating from Hauntzer. Bottom lane's likely going to be a wash, or maybe Arrow and Adrian can get something done. But a matchup that we do want to look at, Bjergsen versus Ryu, feels very close. So that's my favorite thing about this going into game 1. Bjergsen and Ryu have champions they can both make plays on, both carry on, and both win lane on. So we're going to have eyes on them.
And you see, speaking of Bjergsen, he has the cleanse now, so the double exhaust coming through for P1 may not be as effective, since it would remove the summoner spell and completely negate it. And Bjergsen also making sure he doesn't get caught by things like the Shen, as well as the Chain of Corruption from Arrow. And the bottom lane, as you were talking about, could be a little bit favored towards the AA combo of Arrow and Adrian. They have sustain, which is one of the weaknesses of Zyra, because she's more pokey as opposed to an all-in. So they could have a bit of an advantage there if they're able to play it right. And yeah, Fervor Rek'Sai, we're seeing way more of that since the first Colossus nerfs. But that's a little unusual, considering that he is the sole tank of the team.
Well, again, trying to get some stuff done early. Svenskeren loves to live in the enemy jungle as Ryu's going to cancel that recall. Nice ward. Svenskeren smartly walks away, but might have to start with reduced jungle health. He's going to try and recall once again, getting it back to his camp, but be a little tricky to start things off. Rek'Sai, though, tends to be safe on those early clears, despite the changes to the jungle.
Yeah. But, I mean, Svenskeren, I assume he will start on the top side still. He has enough time. If you back by 1 minute and 20 seconds, you usually get there okay, but or sorry, if your back completes by then and you get out of base. But nope. Start it up for him, and Hanser will bring it towards him. It won't be too much worse for wear.
Oh, Fensgaren actually uses the Blast Cone for a bit of extra movement efficiency, and this Hanser going to help out. We've seen quite a number of strong leashes.
Turtle got
chunked
at the beginning of the game.
It's a bit strange, given that we normally expect the Zyra plants to be doing work at level 1, but it's gonna, it is consumables. We do have that very popularized longsword 3-pot start for both AD carries, so he'll be able to eat some of that sustain. But like you mentioned, it feels like Adrian, once again, going back to things he really loves, but seemed very effective in a poke-heavy bot lane meta.
He's being very aggressive, and even there, Arrow got 2 auto attacks off the 1 of Wild Turtle, so the trading is actually just way better for Phoenix 1 right now. And Biofrost, you saw previously, he actually queued and missed the minion wave, which stopped a little bit of the push. He's using it for harass. Zig, like we said, you kind of have to just take the beating in the top lane, but if you do something like that and get chunked out, you definitely hurt your chances of actually being relevant a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, Jace, particularly good champion in those early stages of the game. So we'll keep track on that matchup.
And we saw that he had Thunderlords, and one of the interesting things about the lethality buff was the precision mastery in the middle of the cunning tree right before Thunderlords. Because we buffed lethality by 20% at level 1, Jace actually has 2 more armor penetration at level 1 than he did before. So that is something that, people are like, oh, Jace is really good. He's even better, even if you don't build any lethality items, just because the mastery helps you punish in the early game, which was his goal in the first place.
Yep, you can see 10 CS up already. Lane looking good there for Hanser. Turtle and Arrow still trading blows. Thunderlord's procs from the plant onto Adrian, but you can see that looks a little better right now for Arrow, who still hasn't used that first biscuit, so does have a consumable up. He's got Adrian in the back pocket as well to try and help heal him up. So again, that looks to be helping out nicely, and so far so good on an early CS lead there. Turtle and Biofrost going to have to make sure they play the lane carefully, because if they have any attention as well from junglers, things will get real messy down here.
Yeah, very messy. They also have Inori playing to the side right now. He'll probably back Ryu, taking a lot of damage. Yeah, Cassiopeia is just so abusive in the early game. She'll run out of mana and possibly back and try to pick up another Dorns or a Tier and start scaling.
Looks like Tier now for Bjergsen. He's actually going to go back. Just get the wave push in first. There's that Tier you expected, and a control ward as well. So Bjergsen going to keep the vision up nice and early. Once again, Adrian snared up, but Turtle's just firing away, and Arrow knows he can win these trades. Biofrost doesn't have a root, so Arrow not feeling the pain too much there. And now Turtle's officially out of consumables, and Arrow still has 2 left if I'm reading those tiny numbers correctly. So
he has 2 left. Doesn't have to spend them, like you said, because he has the Nami healing him up and sustaining him. Hanser taking a lot of damage here.
Ooh.
Minion aggro as well.
Yeah, that hurt a lot. That cannon creep's working overtime.
Yeah, but Svenskeren is up on this side of the map. And when you have a Jace top lane, he's just providing vision for him. He's providing cover. You get the Scuttle Crab, you ward for him, you make sure that you are at least taking care of that lane. Because if you don't, he gets ganked, the Jace is completely behind because he wants to play that far up. The fact that the Jace is all the way up there means that he's just a gankable lane and Inori could make his way and punish.
And we have seen that when you can get some sort of leverage in these carry versus tank top lane matchups, you can potentially blow their flash, revisit it as a jungler, and then look to tip the matchup in your favor. It's not easy, but good coverage there from TSM to make sure Hanser's okay.
Yeah, and I will say, though, that Hanser is actually not destroying this matchup in the way that you would expect. He's only 3 CS up at the moment, and he was forced to back, ran out of mana, a little bit down in levels, and I believe the wave is actually pushing towards Zig in the top lane. Okay, it'll slowly push back the other way. So Hanser does have some CS to pick up here, but Zig will be level 6 a little bit sooner.
Yeah, Hanser again. Both top laners actually going to blow their teleports, so everyone back to safety. Double Doran's longsword there for Hanser, refillable control ward, and pretty much a lot of early armor and health for Zig. He knows exactly what he has to do in this matchup, which is just keep getting shot and hope he lives through it.
Yeah, and Zig loves Jace. It's a champion that he was playing before pretty much anybody else was in the top lane. He's been playing it for years. Even when he was trying out for Team Liquid, he's like, his pocket Jace is just so good. So he knows how to play against this champion, and he knows the timings of the abilities. So you saw when he used his dodge zone there, and he was able to, make sure, I heard the W from Jace. All right, time to dodge, make sure he doesn't get anything from it.
Certainly want to line those ones up correctly, as it looks like Inori's going for a bit of an adventure into the enemy jungle. Usually Svenskeren is the one we expect to see getting work done there, as Arrow and Adrian is going to push this lane in. It seems like TSM kind of playing on the back foot, push up towards this turret. And Nami working out once again as that strong lane support. Zenori is done with his journey into the enemy jungle. Hanser again onto Zig, but Spirit's Refuge Gonna keep Zig safe. He's got plenty of charges on the potion, so should be okay as the wave pushes back towards him. Hornster has been able to wrestle back that CS lead, but Zig will now start playing catch up with this wave.
And the level 6 coming through as well. And the ward control, just looking across the map, control wards are very sparse right now. They've been cleared out, except for that one in the top lane that was put down, I believe, by Svenskeren to help out rather early on by Svenskeren or Honster to cover the Jace, make sure there aren't any flank routes.
Yeah, got the Tribush Ward there. So again, kind of early game plan going well for TSM. Bjergsen's actually up CS as well. Looking at 10 versus Ryu, who's about to get his blue buff. That'll help tremendously in the matchup, but Ryu hasn't got the early back, has got his back in yet. I mean, Bjergsen only got a tier and a control ward, so he didn't get a huge spike off it either, but Ryu has been farming up. He's going to catch this wave and then probably look to recall and get a buy-in. Otherwise, he might get strong on by Bjergsen, who was thinking about going back, but instead going to stay around to catch his next wave.
Yeah, and Ryu actually hasn't been punished too much. He used 2, and yeah, this is actually tricky. Wow, okay. That was a good reaction there, making sure that he dodged it. Ryu was trying to fast shove the wave, which is what you're supposed to do, because if you back there, then Bjergsen can match backs, or he shoves it up and gets you a worse recall and you lose CS. But hold on, top lane.
Yeah, looks like something's
Zig.
happening here. Zig, big beating.
Yep, and now he's just going to play defensive anyway. Svenskaren's kind of wasting his time up here unless he's really going to force something. Because of the fact that Honster actually chunked him out, gave Zig a sense of danger, just because of his low HP in the first place. Under turret.
Good taunt. Honster eating 2 shots for his trouble. Seems like he's just got caught a little too far forward on the Jace. Been taunted twice now, that's led to some unfavorable trades.
Yeah, that's actually, Zig is playing this really well. He's getting the Jace lower, and he's making sure that he's damaging his mana in a way, because you'll use the energy to put down the Spirit's Refuge in the dodge zone when the Jace spent mana to actually deal damage. So he's actually doing 0 damage for the mana that he spent, and you're just spending energy. So that's the big thing there. Zig is actually slowly attacking his mana, and since Jaces don't build tier anymore, it definitely helps out.
We can see Phage now for Haunter, who has gone back for a few extra items at mid lane. Things could be brewing here. Blue buff's up for both of them now. Ryu's going to drop off a little earlier, but Phage Sheen up for him, looking towards that Trinity Force and the Lost Chapter, plus a Null Magic Mantle early for Bjergsen. And he's also got kind of his first strong component. So look for Ryu to maybe get out of the lane and influence something else with the package while he's got it for about a minute longer.
Yeah, and he's playing up, even though he doesn't have any control of the river on left or right side, because he has the package, and he has a way to escape if he's fast enough just by hitting the Valkyrie. So Ryu feels safe here, actually contesting Bjergsen past the midway point.
And that was Ryu's thing at Worlds last year. He was constantly shoving up and applying pressure, and now it's kind of an obvious roam, but Ryu's just going to make sure he's going to find that control ward. Zig again is going to take some damage here from Haunter,
who already backed, and now Haunter is really low on mana again, so he's not being very efficient. So Ryu went to go contest the pink ward, or the control ward. He cleared it out and used his package there.
Just fine, getting a little bit of vision. Doesn't, not a big roam, but not too troublesome. And Svenskeren forced the tunnel out to safety.
And if you're Svenskeren in this game, it's very hard to find a target that you can actually go on, because this Shen is just going to use his ultimate to get down there, and then you have a numbers disadvantage, because Haunter had to use the TP, of course, earlier, so you don't have a way to equalize the numbers if you do make a play. Now that the TP is coming back up for Haunter, we might be seeing a play come through.
Shen's got Stench United as well, and Inori will sneak his way into the first brush, but not the second. Spotted by
Adrian has Sweeper, and he hasn't swept yet. So, yeah, now they know it's warded because of the fact that the minions went over there. But they are poking them out. So Inori's just showing in this lane because they've been poking so much. There's no sustain for the Zyra. There's no potions that you can actually get control of the river. Bjergsen is roaming down right now. They know this. And this is dangerous from Inori. He's picking up the honey fruit, but he knows to back off because the scuttle.
Yeah, TSM have so much coverage in the river. Actually, 3 different wards. Oh, I guess 2 wards plus the scuttle. Making sure they have all that vision. Svenskeren's going to take the rest of the fruit that Inori didn't want. And Bjergsen's going to return back to lane. Does land the poison onto Ryu. Miasma's going to follow. Ulti. Going to force Ryu to Valk out of the way.
Interesting that he would go for that. Ryu doesn't have Valkyrie. What is he doing?
Oh,
way too far forward.
Now Svenskeren's going to gank him. He's going to flash, but Sven's going to follow. First blood goes to Rek'Sai.
What was Ryu doing there? He's way too far forward. He's trying to get a ward in that right side bush, but he had just used Valkyrie. At that point, you just seed that. You just back up, and you just don't go for that.
Well, he saw Svenskeren, so a misstep there from Ryu could cost him it. Inori wants Bjergsen. He's going to try and isolate him, but Svenskaren's still there. Stand United going to run him in, but they're going to go for it. They're going to try and kill him before it completes it, but he can't. Miasma's causing problems, so Zig now going to have to run away. He's going to get knocked up as well. Taunt through. There's the flash. Bjergsen flashes in, gets himself the kill.
And that's 2 going over to Bjergsen. 1 kill, 1 assist with the help of Svenskeren. That combo turned online, and that top lane turret is now taking a ton of damage because Zig had to go down there.
Can't leave Jace alone with structures, that's for sure. Haunter gonna pull this wave away, let the caster creeps do some additional work, and we'll just watch this again. Inori, he really wanted it.
Yeah, he knew that the ultimate was down from Bjergsen, but the fact that Inori wasn't able to stick to him, doesn't have boots yet, the Cassiopeia was able to just move away, throw down the miasma, and Zig comes out. If Zig comes out and is able to get a taunt across 2 members, then he's in a really good spot. But the miasma actually prevented that, and they weren't able to turn it around.
Haunter also got that first turret gold, so a big surge of money into his pockets as he's finished a Black Cleaver, and that's the sort of CS lead we would expect in a matchup. Yes, Zig is going back to collect the waves, but free time for Haunter, got him additional turret gold, got him a 30 CS lead, and he's finished his Black Cleaver. Bjergsen's already started to go off with help for Svenskeren. Now the top lane's going off for TSM as well.
Yep, and you would expect if that earlier play from Ryu, if maybe an ultimate from Shen had come out then that was the opportunity for them to wait for Inori to get there. But then they just trickle in, they do this, the standard mistake that we see all the time of the guy doesn't have ultimate, let's try it, but the jungler is still there, still camping for him. Infernal Drake does go over to P1, so they get something back, but this almost 3,000 gold lead means that TSM, they get to take the blue. They get to do the classic TSM from last split, where they just go after the blue buff after getting control of mid and the jungle.
Yep, this is the control that they exerted time and time again in summer last year. Arrow's lining something up while Turtle into the chain of corruption, and Ori's on top of him, and that was a misstep.
Doesn't even get a chance to flash there, so Wild Turtle gets killed. This gives pressure down to the bottom side. Ryu is now coming down here and looking for that blue buff, or at least getting around the area because he knows that it's going to be up soon.
Stealing TSM's plants, which doesn't feel great. Bjergsen's like, yep, got your blue buff. What do you want to do about it? Ryu's going to dodge out from the queue. That's a good start. 3-man push here for P1, though. Could get themselves their first outer turret. They won't get the bonus gold, but they'll be happy to take some gold away instead.
Yeah, but they're camping Ryu in the mid lane. They know he doesn't have flash. Giving gold over. Zig now here as well. Turret damage.
This can go down, yeah, and this actually should, I think, with Haunter here. Extra armor's going to kick in. They needed to wait for another minion wave, so won't be able to take the turret, but great damage done to it. And Nori is going to steal away the blue, but Ryu's relatively far away, and I'm not sure he can get to it, so sure, they'll just trade blue buff, but denying it from the mid lane is still a win for TSM.
Yeah, both the experience and the fact that this is a Cassiopeia. He just needs that mana. We saw him almost go out of mana in the previous fight. The Lost Chapter kicks in and helps out a ton.
And now they're going to go in for the turret, and Bjergsen's actually trying to zone him off with him, but he took the tower hits, cleanses out of the way, and Nori snared up on the other side, and TSM, a risky take, but they'll get the turret. P1 looking for something, but Arrow with no ulti just can't find the snipes.
Bjergsen gets away by the skin of his teeth there, just barely. The cleanse coming through as well, making sure that he's able to just slither off there, but that gives a little bit more control to the mid lane. Zig gets a little bit of a breather in the top side, and Haunter will pick up these minions that are in mid.
Yeah, he's more than capable of defending any potential push, so TSM assigning the right people for the job here. Haunter's just going to clear this out, then he'll scurry back to the top lane to deal with Zig once again, as Haunter continuing to hold a pretty good lead in CS.
Yeah, and now that TSM have the top turret, lost the bottom turret, looks like they're going to set up Wild Turtle in the mid lane here. Provide him a little bit more safety. He does need to farm a bit. He is down in CS. He is down in levels as well. Looks like Bjergsen will be on the side lane because it's hard to 1v1 that Cassiopeia with anybody that you have right now. But Trinity Force has been completed for Ryu.
Yeah, going to move that coverage probably down to that right-hand side as well and make sure Bjergsen is safe without cleanse and flash. It's a little tricky to try and get away as Cassiopeia, but I kind of like the spirit of the play. TSM have actually created a situation where starting to see more and more with, you know, a tower going down in bot and then the dual lane rotating to pick up safe farm in mid. The difference here is that TSM's aggression actually forced down the mid turret early, which means that one of these lanes is safe and one of them is unsafe. So Turtle has so much room to get free farm here, and every time P1 walks to mid to try and collect what should be easy farm, it's actually way less safe than it should be because the turret's gone.
Yeah, they're actually not looking for a turret right now. They would most likely put Jace into the bottom lane if they were looking for that turret, but it's just safe farm, like you said. Bjergsen will pick up the wave on bottom. They don't have control of this jungle side yet. And so now, I actually think Phoenix 1 have a little bit more tempo here with bot and mid.
one.
That is so risky to do.
Base check. Oh, no.
He's got him in there,
well.
too.
That's going to be Bjergsen dead. The taunt lands in. Miasma not this time. Zig able to take him out.
And you can see Bjergsen like, oh man, I thought it was a safe area. That's the combo they're looking for. Inori with the ultimate comes out with the Shen. It's that extra surprise, the submarine coming through.
Needed a bit more coverage, but there was even a control ward in that push that Bjergsen face checks. So smart setup there for P1. TSM don't kind of do their homework correctly, and we'll get the mid laner killed. However, Haunter and Biofrost are looking for a tier 2 turret, and the rest of TSM's coming through. Phoenix One are trying to respond to this. Instead of pushing mid, Ryu's pushing bottom lane.
Yeah, he's got the Trinity Force, so he does a lot of damage to these turrets. So he'll be able to pick this one up before there is an answer for it. So they will just equalize the turrets, and they'll have to push in mid. So Phoenix One, once again, a little bit more tempo here. I actually think they're playing the map a little bit better.
Good assignments here as Zig and Haunter are doing battle. Haunter out of mana, gonna have to leave the area. The rest of TSM will back off and try and defend this push.
Yep.
That P1 also had set up. TSM are cut off, and Svenskeren might face check a couple P1 members.
Ooh, what? Oh, Adrian was predicting the
bubble.
E. Okay. Predicted the E instead of reactionary to when it starts. I think you have enough time to throw the bubble and catch them as soon as you see the tunnels start spawning.
Instead, tries to get cute. But Svenskeren pretty tanky. Likely relatively safe there as well. TSM will hold onto their mid lane outer turret for now, but Bjergsen has an even longer lane to try and get this farm in. So we'll see if TSM, they want to change up the lane assignments, or if they're happy to kind of cover Bjergsen a bit better in that right-hand side and make sure he doesn't get ganked again.
The issue for TSM, though, is putting Bjergsen in that bottom lane means it's such a gigantic, long lane that they're not really actually threatening that turret. And this is the side of the map, of course, where Drake comes up. So if they get shoved in, they'll lose Drake control. It's much easier for Phoenix One to start getting wards down here and down in the blue buff area of TSM, that they would be able to contest it and pick it up.
TSM, you can see they've got a big open space, but trying to slowly navigate down towards this bottom lane.
Okay.
Get the wards down.
And now they're posturing like they really want to take this turret and starting to get control of this area. And it's just awkward that Inori's on the top side of the map right now. Because Phoenix One, Drake is about to come up. They're saying that this is Cloud Drake. They actually don't care about this Drake, that they're willing to sacrifice it to get a kill onto Haunter and also to get this turret if possible.
We're going to try and take this one. Haunter, I think, knows what's up.
Yeah.
He's playing very far back.
Because his team is on the other side of the map. It's the right play to make. And now you can see the pinging on the bottom. Ryu is backing off the bottom turret because that's the counter play there, is TSM would go 3-man bottom. Now it's about who gets there faster, who gets the turret faster. You're seeing what are the bottom lanes doing? The bottom lane and support. They're just trying to fight each other in mid.
Yeah, TSM might have brought a few too many people to the bottom lane party because Arrow was actually continuing to push up and threaten that turret. Bjergsen and Sven, should be able to finish this off. They're going to need another wave.
Well, Zig has ultimate as well, so if Ryu is able to push them off, there is always the possibility of Zig ulting and then they don't get anything out of this, but I think Bjergsen will continue to push, and because there isn't ward control on the bottom side, like we can look at it with God Vision and say, oh, there's only Svenskeren there, but they don't really have 100% idea of who's in this jungle on the bottom side for Ryu.
They're actually dark, as you can see, all along this right-hand side. So
I love that we did that.
they'll leave TSM to go take the Drake. There were pings onto it, so this is kind of the natural play. TSM knew they had to plan a little further ahead given how long the bottom lane was, but successfully take the Drake. They have to trade for it, which isn't ideal, but they're still up almost 2,000 gold. So they've got a lead. It's not a huge lead, but TSM will take it. Both teams have done a really good job, both being proactive and also reacting to a lot of these mid-game macro situations.
Yeah, they're actually playing very similarly in the terms of how they set up their movements and then the movements that they make. So you can tell that both of these teams are top of the league because of the way that they're moving around the map, and it's just systematic. Even when if we were to go back and look at how they were taking those outer turrets, the one P1 getting the top one and TSM getting the bottom one with Bjergsen, the way that the mid was going on in mid, the way that the bottom lanes were posturing, the supports and the AD carries were posturing towards their sides of the map, just barely. And it's enough to make it so like, okay, if something happens, we are ready to go.
Ooh, well, Turtle looking for something. Edge of Night there as well. Really nice from Turtle. Actually just decided not to shoot any more bullets. I think the team wasn't quite in range to follow up, but that's one of those things that we haven't really talked about yet on Jing. We know how good the lethality portion is, but the blocking CC part's pretty nice as well.
Oh yeah, first time that I saw Edge of Night, I was like, oh, I'll try this item out. Bottom on Misfortune, you pop it and then you pop the ultimate. You can't be stopped unless they throw 2 CC spells at you, or a spell and a CC. It's so strong to actually just prevent people from interrupting your ultimate. And one of the counters to Jhin. So it covers a weakness of his, and it's such an absurd item right now.
Yeah, really strong, and good use of Turtle, kind of showing it off. No pick for TSM though in the mid lane. They are playing around kind of the one imbalance as far as map control goes, because they still have an outer turret for a little while longer. The longer they can protect that, the better, because that's direct central control of the map. And you can see they're setting up a Turtle, trying to find a pick around the area, because if they get something, they can translate straight to another objective.
But they don't really have momentum in any of the lanes. Zig has momentum bottom. Ryu has a little pressure top past the halfway point. Inori,
not going to get caught. Blastcone should save him if he needs it. He's going to just use it to deny it from TSM and use the ulti to get out of the way. And Zig is now the huge problem in bottom.
They saw all five members there, so Zig will just push this down, get a little bit of damage on it. You know, he just nibbles at the turret, chips it a little bit. Swords aren't really effective against structures.
Well, he's doing what he can. Wants to see it to clean up the mess, though. Tower not going to take too much damage and will regenerate over time.
This also gives Zig inside track to mid, so he could actually flank and come around if they did want to make a play. Phoenix One have a control ward right here on the right side of mid, so you have to abandon this if you're TSM, because you don't have the members who Pearson has to hold top. And when we talk about momentum, and I'm talking about wave pressure, it's because it's like Phoenix One have a wave slowly pushing top lane. They have one pushing bottom. You have to answer those waves, or that's just lost gold, slowly gets chipped away. And so you have to give up that middle turret.
Ooh, good poke!
Top of Arrow
gets chunked low, but ultimate not used there from Wild Turtle.
Yeah, they have to get him back to healthy, because this is still the threat of a Baron on the table.
Gonna chase down, but TSM just kind of have poke and don't have too much engage. I mean, no hard engage for a team fight, plenty of long range engage for a pick.
It's like catch, yeah. They can catch somebody out with Desira, with the Jhin, and that's really what they're looking for. And that's why the map is so open, because the teams are just okay with giving up turrets, because they want a really big open map. They don't want a lot of places for you to hide. And they want a lot of fog of war so that they can pick people off.
Yeah, and that imbalance has been corrected with P1, evening up the turret score now. You can see that gold still up by under 1,000 or so for TSM, but this game is awfully close at 23 minutes in, and we've now corrected in some ways all the advantages that did exist before. I mean, it's one Drake apiece. You can argue that Infernal Drake's probably a bit better than Cloud Drake, especially as the game goes later, but we'll have another Drake in a little bit, and right now the teams are just setting up on what is a very scary open map.
Yeah, and it's only about a 400 gold difference, and this is kind of the Jace tax, where he's up about 30 CS. Mid lane, though, even in CS, bottom lane, Wild Turtle is actually getting a little bit destroyed there, with Arrow being over 10 per minute, and the highest CS in the game at the moment on this Varus.
I can't help but feel like some of these lane assignments maybe didn't work out the way they wanted to. Haunter probably needed to be tagging Zig in the 1v1 versus Shen, but P1 did a good job pressuring the correct side lanes and split pushing better, and that is the other thing to talk about. Sure, Rek'Sai is pretty mobile around the map with their ultimate, but it's nothing compared to the global presence of Stand United.
Yeah. And there's just a lot of things here that P1 have going for them that cut off options from TSM and can make P1 a little bit braver, where they have the Shen ultimate that can always back them up from Zig. And Inori, second item, sometimes we see Black Cleaver, which used to be the hotness on Kha'Zix. Now we're seeing the Edge of Night second. He will pop it, he can sit and brush, he can actually open up on somebody like Bjergsen. Now Bjergsen has to E before he ulties to actually get the stun off, instead of the knee-jerk reaction of ulting, which most people will have. So if he's able to just recognize that in that quarter second where Inori opens up that he has the veil on him, then he'd be able to break it. But it takes a lot of training and a lot of presence of mind to do that.
Yeah, I mean, he's got both the reactions and the knowledge to be able to do that, but I just love that Kaz kind of had his two items melded into one. Before, as you said, Black Cleaver Hexbreaker was usually the buy. Now just put them together in Edge of Night as Haunter and Zig doing battle, but that one wears off pretty quickly.
Yeah. It makes him quite squishy because he doesn't have the HP, but I will say that the CDR is missed.
That hurts on the Wild Turtle. You can see both these early lethality builds from AD carries. It's kind of all about who hits those skill shots. We heard at the top of the day that Arrow is certainly known for his accuracy. It's not a stat we can measure that accurately yet, but he's such a strong player. Like, he's been known for his Ashe, his Varus, these types of champions already. He's very good at sniping on the utility champion.
And that's one of the reasons, like, I was so hyped for Arrow coming into the NALCS, because the meta looked like it was going to suit him. Ashe, Jhin, great champions for him. Varus then popped into the meta, and once again, Arrow just having the accuracy, it blows me away. I would love to see an accuracy stat if we were ever to have one. Technology, not quite there yet.
One day. As both teams still jostling for position. Again, gold lead very thin. Inori going to look to take this Drake away, so P1 actually getting ahead on Drake, kind of evening that particular one up between the sides. Svenskeren going to steal another blue for TSM, and they're in position to do something around Baron. Haunter is in bottom lane now, which I think makes sense, and Zig is going to join him in that 1v1. But again, with the map being nice and open, you have to stick together. Can't afford to get picked off or blown up, but you also have to manage the map correctly and not give away a big objective. We're going to get towards Elder, and even the next Mountain Drake will be important. And of course, Baron is always on the table as that big objective that every team wants at this point.
And this is the type of game that you would expect from teams that are jockeying for second place. And Phoenix 1, I mean, they are a far cry from the beginning of the summer split Phoenix 1, where they were jumbling their roster around, trying to figure out, oh, how can we get a lot of these guys into the country? Now, Phoenix 1, I know the organization has invested so much into them. Translator, having Fly come in as the coach, having imports, constantly just trying to upgrade, and they are very, very invested in this team being a top-of-the-table team.
And it makes sense. You know, the boot camp they did in Korea before the season started, getting the roster together early, getting everyone practicing together early, building synergy, getting all their players in the country like early on, doing all that legwork first. Like, you're right, the investment in the organization behind the scenes has been huge for this team. And it makes sense. We saw in week 1, if you think back a couple weeks now, how every team just looked a little scattered. TSM included. P1 have looked consistent from the get-go, and you can tell the investment's paying off.
Yep. Very, very invested. P1 mean business, and they want to be able to take down TSM, prove that they themselves are giants, like we had said earlier.
Out.
And that's the poke right there. Just does so much damage. And it made us a little bit surprised in Champions like that the Varus wasn't picked up, but we'll see. Try to go on Turtle!
Turtle for a play. He's a little caught out. Inori able to get it. Flashes for the kill. And now it's 4v5 in favor of P1.
And Turtle cannot catch a break. He can't farm these waves safely at all. Inori comes in from the right. Ryu straight down, straight up the gut. They're going to get this turret with the Trinity Force.
This is now a little opening created. Once again, we have some uneven objectives here as Svenskeren trying something.
Now, they're actually stopping Jace from backing. Here comes Inori down to the bottom lane. He's going to try to punish Haunter, and Zig is here as well. Can his HP hold out?
I don't know. Zig's still tanking. Haunter, yeah, he can't do it. Not enough. Inori, just another easy kill.
That's big momentum there for Phoenix 1. Now they have that tier 2 down in the mid lane. They have the tier 2 down in bottom lane. They can start making plays for that top side of the map, which is where they want to be in the first place with having that Baron.
Still a gradual increase, though. 1,500 gold ahead for P1. They couldn't convert a big enough fight to try and take an objective, so instead they'll take their extra gold, they'll take their extra turret. Turtle will go to now the next safe spot on the map as this top wave is pushing towards the tier 2 turret. But TSM, they'll cut their losses. They'll say they didn't get Baron. That's the big thing that the teams are looking for as we approach the 30-minute mark. And teams are still getting stronger and stronger. I mean, you can tell that both these teams are well practiced in moving around the map together, and they know that as it gets later, the fights and the margins you can win or lose by increase, or I guess narrow by in that sense.
Your margin of error becomes smaller. You can't make any mistakes.
Can't make too many. Misstep there from TSM is going to cost them a couple.
Can't make any pastry. I want to see a clean game.
Well, all right. Here's the Baron from P1.
Got rid of the blast cone. Rek'Sai on the opposite side of the map. Tunnel, closest one is right there.
Doesn't take long. Arrow, though, in there, and the damage is huge from everyone.
Svenskeren, he does have the opportunity to get in.
He's going to go in for it. He's going to try and get some kills, but he doesn't have enough. He's dead instantly. And now Haunter going to try and snipe it off P1. They get the Baron, but can they get out? Bjergsen going to try it tied up. Inori tagged by the Rylai's Q from Cassio. But P1, they just feel confident now. Turtle going to open up. He tags Adrian there. Zig tanking the shots. Fourth one coming. Shock Blast almost gets him. Stranglethorns is there.
Oh, Inori's going around the Turtle.
The snipe, and now Inori look for another assassination. The flank is good. Inori makes the play and gets the double. Haunter now getting torn apart as a special. Now keeps him alive. Bjergsen going to try and make it happen, but looks to be the Quadra. Not quite, but that's an ace for P1.
And P1 take over the game. They have all 5 members up, and TSM are down. They're going to start shoving these waves.
Caught slipping. This recall time has cost TSM any advantage around the Baron area. And now Shen's pushing bottom side. Zig's going to stay there. P1's going to shove 2 different lanes and try and knock down some turrets.
And P1 just seemed to understand wave manipulation and what it makes your opponent do. Zig made the bottom wave come out to him, so Haunter wanted to shove it a little bit harder, and he played as if, okay, you know what, I'm not that safe. And then Inori came down, got that. Haunter's back in the base. Then they start making a play for Baron. Svenskeren has to come back, and he's not able to get it away. Ryu actually covers the smite with that last 50 damage.
I mean, even then, Sven died before he could even try and smite it, so we'll watch this one again. He goes in at 3,000 health.
Well, he doesn't really have vision of it, the control wards, and that's the point where you're just like, all right, are they either going to keep hitting it, I have about, 3,000 health. It's a DPS that I can take off. Also buys time for them to get in here. But Inori going all the way around. He already prepares the Veil as he's walking with the Edge of Night, jumps over. Bjergsen actually gets hit as he goes over, takes a ton of damage, and now he's basically out of the fight too. Bjergsen wanted to re-engage that because he still had ultimate. Bjergsen wanted to make a play where he blast cone, ulties, and gets multiple people, but I think he got hit by an arrow right before he got over with the blast cone.
Yeah, play does not work out there, and P1 win a pretty convincing team fight around the Baron and break in 2 crucial places. We've been talking so much about these teams and their macro game, and the thing about playing the map like this is mid lane inhibitor, usually not that bad if it's the only one you lose, but losing a side lane creates such a big map imbalance.
Yep.
TSM going to try and make it up here with this play, but
Nori's on
Inori's
Turtle.
back again.
Oh, what?
Goodbye, Biofrost! As Turtle's dead as well. Inori 1v2 for another double. Might make it a couple there for Sven as he goes down, and Bjergsen, he's going to try and fight. He jumps over the ultimate, outplays Bjergsen. There's the taunt, and P1 just have it all.
They just slaughtered TSM. They're going to take this turret. They have the Baron. They're going to end the game here, Pastry.
I mean, the minions are there. They're going to try and just run in for it. Zig going to tank up the shots. P1 not interested in the last inhibitor. They're going to claim the game instead. Nexus turret demolished by the super minions, and Phoenix One clean up TSM in game number 1.
As clean as it gets, Inori 7-0-6 on the Kazakhs. Great positioning, 100% kill participation at the end.
And a delicate game for a long time now. It felt like back and forth for 20, 25 minutes. We were talking about what was happening, how both teams are playing it so close. Usually intense games like that, you have one defining moment that opens up the game. It was that Baron. And it wasn't like TSM went in for a 50-50 and tried to make a risky play. P1 made the standard Baron call, took the Baron because TSM were not in position, and won the ensuing team fight, which is the one place you think they might fall down to. That's literally everything right.
Yep. Like, the only thing in that P1 really did wrong that game was that mid lane skirmish that cost Ryu and Zig their lives, because Ryu, he went up after he had used his Valkyrie, he got caught. And then Zig came in to help Inori, saves Inori, but those are the 2 kills that TSM got in the entire game. And then Phoenix One were able to get 2 back, and then they won the next few team fights and got the next few picks that ended up winning them the game.
And it did seem like TSM, their aggression is still there, which is nice for them, but they just kind of couldn't get the rest of it going. They broke mid, and I thought, okay, we've seen them play aggressive like this in summer last year. Maybe they can snowball the map advantage, but P1 just kept very calm, traded intelligently, and then continued to play the map a bit better.
Yeah, and that's the thing is shot calling. I mean, it's kind of a dead horse at this point, but we talk about Doublelift leaving the roster, and now Bjergsen has to focus on who's picking up those side waves. Am I picking up the side waves? Who's actually going to collapse? Because that felt like TSM. They had momentum a few times. They had advantages, but then they never actually did anything with them. They waited for a point where Phoenix One go, oh, Turtle's out of position. Time to catch him.
Yeah, and
right?
That was a good catch. It caught the recalls, and it actually led to the replay that we're going to have a look at. That big Baron fight that really just defined the game.
Yep.
I mean, TSM are already not in position, and Sven, he just has to go in blind.
Now, the TP has to come through. Sven Skaren has to come through as well with Control Ward down on his own. And Adrian actually flashes out there of the redemption too. Arrow has heal, so he's still safe. And this, Bjergsen now is going around to try and make a play. And see there, he ate 1 arrow. Let's see what hits him again here, because he's going to go over. Yeah, he actually did get hit there by another. And Inori goes over for Turtle. Big pickup there. And then the triple for himself. And he didn't even want it. He's like, this scuttle crab is worth more than Bjergsen. He's like, let's go. Like, there's 0 reason to actually attack the scuttle crab there, except BM.
And you can see the game here, very close for a little while. Kind of back and forth as TSM had a slim lead, kind of moving in. And then just look at the snowball. That's the game ending in, I don't know what, 5-ish minutes, maybe 7. My math's off.
Yeah, that's literally P1 has 2 kills. They get a catch on Turtle, leads to the Baron. Then they win next 2 team fights, and that's those 13 kills after they had picked up 2 at the beginning. So look at that damage, though. Kazakh's damage being 19K, 100 behind a Varus that is poking the whole time. Sure, the Kazakhs has the Evolved W and the Spike Racks, and he's able to just, poke a little bit, but it's not on that level. It's not that absurd. That's Inori getting in there and getting in the thick of the fight. He's out-damaging a Corki.
And you can see why they picked the Kazakhs so early in that game. He went off in every team fight. They only needed 2-ish to really make anything happen in the game, but that's all the work that he did.
Yeah, Inori, and I think that also, the entire team composition, allowed him to thrive because he could make those daring plays with the Shen backing him up, picks up the edge of night, and then he's able to just dive in. And I think that Inori, he's establishing himself a little bit as the kryptonite of TSM.
Maybe a very clean game there for P1. We are going to take a quick break, but when we return, we'll see if TSM can bounce back in Game 2. Don't touch the browser. You're watching the North American LCS.
Yeah, he will come in our jungle, start some
blue time.
Yeah, he want to start something in our jungle, you know? And we gotta teach him whose jungle it is.
Teach him.
He come in my jungle, I pick him out.
Yeah.
Jungle Thoughts is there.
Oh, Nori's going around the turtle.
The snipe, and now Inori look for another assassination. The flank is good. Inori makes the play and gets the double haunter. Now getting torn apart as a stand down. Keeps him alive. Bjergsen gonna try and make it happen, but it looks to be the Quadra. Not quite, but that's an ace for V1.
And P1 take over the game.
Welcome back to the North American LCS Freak here with the one and only Azael in the flesh. I can't believe he's even here. It's amazing. We're going to talk about Varus and how he's gotten better in 7.2. It's actually pretty interesting watching him sort of flourish. He's like the most picked bottom laner right now. He's banned sometimes, but he's very often first pick worthy.
I mean, even in 7.1, this guy was extremely popular. In 7.2, we're seeing people ban out Kha'Zix on blue side because they're not willing to give that up, but they also want to first pick Varus, and his priority really has risen.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And of course, you can talk about what else he can do with the lineups as well. He's sometimes a flex pick. Haven't seen it much this year, but we know he used to be a successful mid laner back in the day. Good counter picks to maybe things like Azir, can handle against the Cassio and Ryze as well. So maybe you see some of that, but he's just a nice long-range poke mage essentially in the bot lane.
Exactly, and we're seeing Jace go mid sometimes now, and I do think they fulfill kind of similar roles coming out of the mid lane, so I wouldn't be surprised to see teams starting to flex him more.
Yeah, so of course Varus very, very strong, and it's worth pointing out that really as of 7.2, every pro is going for the full lethality build. Youmuu's Ghost Blade into usually Edge of Night, but a straight Dirk in the mid game, and just lethality got stronger, and we're gonna in a second have a graphic of just how much more lethality build actually does for you when you're playing in pro. You can see that lethality is based on your target, really, and so when you're against a squishy champion like an Ashe, you're getting like 20% more damage on your spells, 26% more damage on your spells, compared to buying crit.
Exactly, and a key thing to remember here is while tanks may be in your face, you can shoot piercing arrows at the squishies through the tanks, and that has kind of become the optimal Varus strategy. Even with Maokai's up in the Varus' face, they're often aiming at those kind of optimal targets in the backline, trying to poke out the ADs, trying to poke out the mid laners, and allow their frontliners to take them down.
And exactly, in a pro play, so many times you'll see, ooh, Ashe got chunked to half, they have to give up the Drake. Sorry, Piglet can't team fight anymore. Chunk too low, one piercing arrow topped him out. So gonna see back in, gonna look at this a little bit later. And there's compositional situations as well. You often see high damage mid laners kind of help out with that you're seeing Cassiopeia or Ryze or Corki supplement Varus because he's not gonna kill a tank in a 5-on-5 very well, but a Cassio sure can.
Yeah, and the Corki Varus, to speak a little bit about that, is a composition that is working very well together. Obviously, Corki brings some magic damage, double ADs can help to punch through the tanks, and it's also, Corki's ultimates in combination with the piercing arrows from Varus makes a lot of backline threat for the other team. They have to be very careful about that poke. You get hit by a big one plus a piercing arrow, you're essentially out of a fight.
Yep, totally agree. I do think, though, as far as you playing games at home, playing ranked games, I actually think it's still better to go for a crit-focused build. If you're just playing solo queue and silver, plat, whatever, I think you still want to go Essence Reaver Hurricane because it's just more team fight focused. Pro play, poking one guy out will actually secure you an objective. That's not what happens when people are running around being monkeys and stuff. I actually recommend you just get that 80%, 70% crit chance, get an IE on the top of it, and that's what you should do at home, but that's, of course, a special scenario. But overall, yeah, he's been obviously very effective. The extra utility he brings in with the ulti, obviously really valuable for team fights and picking people off.
Now, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
Speaking of monkeys, who isn't a monkey? Who is the best Varus in North America?
Best Varus, before the season started, I would have said Sneaky because he's playing a lot in solo queue coming in, but Sneaky's actually not playing a lot of that champion. From what I've seen, he's just been better at playing things like Ashe. He's actually just a better auto attacker. So I think Arrow's actually been super consistent. He's constantly winning lane. He's constantly getting ahead, constantly getting the push, and he's just got the skill set accuracy. He's actually landing the Qs from really long range, and so he to me is the best Varus in NA right now. That can change in the course of time, but right now he's the guy I give the nod to as far as best bot lane Varus in North America is Arrow, and of course, why wouldn't it be? It's in his name. That's going to do it for us talking about this awesome bot laner. Be sure to tweet us at LOL Esports if you want any more breakdowns on specific meta picks, but for now, let's send it back to the casters to get us into game.
Thanks, Freak. Welcome back for Game 2 of TSM versus Phoenix 1. A small touch of housekeeping before we continue. Player of the game does in fact go to Inori for a pretty epic Kha'Zix game.
Yeah, absolutely epic. I think that the play that he tried to make to get them back into the game against Bjergsen ended up costing Zig his life, but that was one of the only failures I really saw from Phoenix 1, whereas there were a ton of successes where he picked off Bjergsen in a side lane, he played the fights correctly instead of disengaging, walked all the way around to become a backline threat, and I will say that that is actually really ballsy to do when he doesn't have evolved wings. He did that when he had Spike Racks and Q, and just a lot of damage trying to blow people up, so he knows the limits of that champion.
Yeah, and that's been quite common. Taking the wings very late, so impressive play there from Inori. As far as adjustments for TSM, though, last game they were definitely a little behind overall on map play. So either I think they need to tighten that up, realize the mistakes in macro, and be like, okay, how can we fix those? Or do the opposite, play more aggressive, pick more of a team fighting comp, or maybe just more of a pick comp and try and brute force their way through. So P1 have demonstrated they can play a pretty full range as far as that goes, and in a slower game, maybe they're favored. So we'll see if TSM either want to speed things up or slow them down even more, and they have to prove one way. They can either outthink or outfight them.
Yeah, and like you said, outthinking, it does take a lot of time to actually get your macro game down and figure out, okay, who's pushing, when do we back off? But to go for more of a team fighting composition, it might be the way that TSM would want to gravitate towards, because that Jace in the top lane, Zig saw that Shen as a good counter to it because he just is able to hold his own in the lane. He eventually gets tanky enough to stall, to bait him in, and that's what they ended up doing against Hauntzer, because this Jace is supposed to be able to push that person in, force them out of the entire lane, and have to group with their team to force team fights. That's the strength of Jace, is he will usually get that tank out of the lane, so they have to go 5v4, and your 4 just backs off, and Jace gets tier 2 turrets. We only saw him on about 1 tier 2 turret that entire game.
Yeah, I mean, the early game of the game was very clean for both teams. They really were even up until about 22 minutes, but a couple of late calls, some strong wave manipulation. I think even the global presence of Shen ulti really hurt them.
It did. It really did. Having those double globals against a split pusher means that even if he leaves, he still has a way to come back and maybe meet Jace before he gets to a turret, if Jace decided not to get into that fight.
But we're going to swap sides, I believe. So curious to see if we do have adjustments in draft. Kha'Zix seems like an obvious one for either jungler here. Inori obviously went off of it in game number 1, so maybe Sven takes it first on the blue side.
Yeah, and now Phoenix One, now that they're on red side, the Rengar, Camille, LeBlanc seem to be what you would ban on the red side more often than not, which means that Phoenix One don't have the luxury of banning out Ryze, Maokai, and Ivern.
That's true. We'll see if what gets left open here for either of these teams. TSM Phoenix One back into Champion Select for game number 2. And this is kind of the interesting thing about this portion of the draft, at least. The blue side usually informs more of what they want to be doing as far as target bans. Yes, some strong champions are usually taken away, but, you know, Maokai's a decent champion. A lot of teams are playing it, but it's, you know, not a specifically standard ban that we'd see on the red side. So TSM have a little more to play with here.
Yeah, we just saw Phoenix One actually ban Maokai on blue side before, showing that they don't really want to pick it. They don't want to have to, you know, deal with that in Hauntzer's hands, and TSM are actually doing the same.
Yeah, we saw Ryze again. That's another common sort of blue side ban. You don't always want to first pick it, but you don't usually want to give it away. This is the kind of ban I was talking about, though. Taking Varus away from Arrow.
Yeah, and like Freak was saying, best Varus in the league at the moment. I would agree with him that Arrow is definitely right now showing that he's the best with that skill shot accuracy, the chain of corruption, hitting that time and time again, and then just the consistency in which he's able to land the piercing arrow on one person, let alone sometimes 2, and chunk them out of the lane. Gives them a lot of room in the lane.
Well, TSM, where are they going for this next ban here? Taking their time with it, certainly. Actually, I'm going to go with Jay, so want to keep that out of Phoenix One's hands. This leaves kind of Ryze as the ban that was on Phoenix One side that isn't taken away here. But Phoenix One also kind of know that we probably should ban Rengar. So if Phoenix One ban Rengar, I'm curious to see if TSM want Kha'Zix or they want Ryze, because they will not get both, depending on what happens here in the last one.
Some people are okay with giving up Ryze because of the fact that they can play Cassiopeia into it and have an okay time. But the Realm Warps that Bjergsen was able to pull off, you either leave both up and you get Kha'Zix in return for the Rengar, and there you go.
Yeah, and that's the trade they're going to make here. I kind of like these bans from TSM. Phoenix One waited a long time to kind of make their bans happen. I think they were debating what to do here, but this is an obvious first pick Rengar for TSM. Phoenix One don't have either Camille or LeBlanc to take, but they can do some other things here as well.
I think it's an interesting trade for Phoenix One because of the fact that if Rengar is banned, they take Kha'Zix, and then you're left with things like Rek'Sai and a little bit down the tier list, Lee Sin, etc. So what Phoenix One are saying is, you know, we at least want a jungler that Inori can hard carry on, build damage, where Lee Sin, he'll build tanky halfway through his build, right? Where Rek'Sai is pretty much tanky from the get-go.
Yeah, and Phoenix One, kind of knowing this, might look to take the jungler third pick here in this phase. Jhin and Corki will be the lock-ins for Phoenix One, so another blind pick. Corki for Ryu. Ryze, of course, not available, but Cassio looked just fine, at least in the lane for Bjergsen. Maybe the map mobility isn't really as there. It's a little unsafer to go into those side lanes, so we'll see if Bjergsen wants to adjust his pick, but he's got pretty deep pockets as far as champions go, and TSM do have some more picks to make here. Seen a little bit of this. We'll see if Shen is the next pick for Hauntzer.
This could be a TSM teamfight composition with an Orianna coming through as well as the Ashe. I think the Orianna would be what they would want to gravitate towards in that mid lane. It does okay into Corki, and then you have the ball composition with the Rengar jumping in.
Well, hand seems pretty forced here for Phoenix One, though. I like what TSM are doing. Again, mid laners, particularly Bjergsen, and the role in general right now has a lot of champions you can fall to. They take the Kha'Zix, which they kind of have to, because TSM will 100% use a ban on it if they don't take it.
Yeah, very much so. Definitely in that top tier, that top echelon of junglers. And now the bans begin towards that mid lane here in Phoenix One. What do they predict is coming out? Because they don't have to ban supports if they're first picking their support.
10 seconds. Phoenix One, I mean, Adrian's also been playing lots of Nami, which is pretty different. So maybe he doesn't care that much about the support echelon. Syndra's going to be banned here, at least for the first one.
So I think what they do is you ban mid laners if you're Phoenix One, then you first pick, or first round, in your second phase your top laner because you see the Shen, and then you pick your support knowing what you're going up against. Could be the Zyra. Expect another mid lane ban to come through here.
Yeah, Phoenix1 probably going to keep picking on Bjergsen for a little while longer. And TSM, they banned the Tahm Kench again. It's good into the Ashe. Does look good with her, but
yeah, all right.
predicting them to play. And there's
They
that
smelled
expected
it.
Orianna ban.
They were able to smell it there. Figure out, okay, they want to play the Orianna. They want that ball delivery system with the Rengar.
And there's Gangplank banned again, so...
Good into Shen.
Yep, that makes sense. Taking that one away from Zeke, who, like you mentioned, did have that in their Game 3 win last year versus TSM when they played that series. But what's the pick here for Phoenix1?
If you want to go really hard, you pick Fiora, or you pick Nautilus if you're just going to be, tank top. You could pick Poppy to try and stop the Shadow Dash and also the Rengar jumping in, but the Nautilus just has more lane priority.
Hurts the immobile AD carry as well, so Zeke going to take tank, be tank this time, as far as the matchup goes. And TSM banning one support at least, kind of leaving this pick pretty late. Of course, they have to round out their team comp here, so they'll finish off the draft. But kind of interesting to see what Bifrost wants to do on support. And then, of course, how we finish off that mid laner as well. So where is TSM going? Looks like Karma for this pick. Just going to run down the clock. Make sure they have maximum time to let the draft fall in. And then what's Bjergsen's pick here? He knows his mid lane matchup pretty much assuredly. It's going to be that Corki for Ryu. Does he go back to Cassio? Like you said, he probably wanted Orianna, but it's not going to get it. So
I think Cassio would be great here. You have movement speed increase. Oh, okay. So double teleport. So what TSM are saying is you guys actually out-roamed us, out-pressured us, had more 1-3-1 pressure. So now TSM are saying we're going to have the Shen split push with the two globals. We're going to have the Rengar go between the two lanes. We're going to have the Ashe for picking. And we're going to have another teleport for Bjergsen in the mid lane. And the Assassin definitely is something you don't want to 1v1 in that bottom side of the map or on the top side.
And I think it explains the support pick as well. More defensive, more mobility-oriented instead of teamfight-oriented.
Yeah, so when we say 1-3-1, that 3 has to have some type of disengage to get away if a larger number of enemies actually come in on them. So the Karma with the Mantra and the Shield, able to get everybody away, speed them up as they try to run out.
Yeah, and Zyra, the last pick for Phoenix1, so okay. Pretty obvious what the plan is there. I mean, they can't see the summoner spell, so they've got a pretty good idea of what's going on. And Adrian will take the teamfight support Zyra this time. So kind of interesting. We're going to see an even more polarizing clash of styles. Last game, pretty similar comps for both teams, and it played out in a similar way for a while. TSM going to over-index on map mobility and macro play. This time on P1, the response sort of has to be to out-teamfight them now. So we're going to get to see something we've seen for quite a while, pretty much through the history of League of Legends, is one team wants to split push, the other team wants to force as many fights as possible because they expect to have a map advantage at almost every time.
Yep, and almost everybody on the team from Phoenix1, almost every champion there can pick or force a team fight to begin with an ability that catches somebody out. So when you're 1-3-1ing, getting caught is a big problem, but they do have the Shen to back that up and the Ashe Arrow that's global. So you do have to actually be worried. For both teams, nobody really comes out of this draft being like, all right, we got a way better composition to play to in terms of win condition. But I think TSM's angle is a little bit easier to actually execute on. Normally, I don't say that about 1-3-1s, but 2 teleports, an Ashe Arrow, and another global that gets you in definitely makes that quite easy.
Yeah,
so Phoenix1 has pressure.
Yeah, certainly do. And if TSM felt tested last game, kind of being run around the map, they're going to feel that even more so. So interesting comps. I think junglers, as always, going to have a look in. A little more pacifist fence Garrett on the Rex side in game 1. Honori runs it back with the Kha'Zix. But Rengar is a champion that is not often let through. They certainly aren't going to give it to Honori. Honori has played against it a number of times. So P1 say, we've won game 1. Maybe feel comfortable giving you this one. And if Sven can have a big Rengar game, that's huge. Because that's the reason it's almost always banned on red side.
And Rengar has some great comeback as well. If he's able to, get off the ground, that's great. He can snowball. But if he gets behind, I mean, he's not completely out of the game at almost any point.
Certainly not. Svenskaren, we'll see what he can get done here. Lots of farming in the early stages of level 1, so I don't expect the early game to be filled with too much action, but we'll see if either team changes their tune. Bjergsen's just having some fun, dancing around. Everyone's just hiding in bushes right now for TSM. Both teams fanned out, making sure they can see whatever's going on. No. And looks like Adrian's not too far forward either, so seeds won't spawn in that further part of the lane. Bifrost camping that bottom bush for now. Sven and Honori got into a scuffle last game. Looks like they'll just chill out this time.
Yeah, I mean, if you get into a scuffle against a Rengar who can just constantly gap close on you as you're running away, it feels bad. So he'd be able to charge up the Q quite quickly, especially since now when Rengar gets an auto attack or a leap on somebody and he has 0 ferocity, he actually gains a stack for free.
See what happens with the lane matchup in mid lane, but we'll get to that in a second. Biofrost getting hit. Tried to step on a seed. Adrian's going to make him pay. That plant will wear out. And there's another one again.
Yo.
Feels bad, man. Get your garden stepped on.
Oh, man. Ruined my day. Speaking of gardens, oh, poor Blasco. Still, the top side, we see it typically leashed because of the fact that you want to posture in the bottom lane like that, rush level 2. And with the jungle spawning a little bit later at 140 instead of 137 in patch 7.2, we will almost never see bottom side leashed unless there's a special occasion of an invade or you have an Ivern.
Biofrost winning the early trades, though. And actually do have a Doran's Blade here for Wild Turtle. Longsword for Arrow, which is to be expected, but it was into Ash. Is the reason people started doing it. Ooh, plants everywhere, Turtle. Maybe not thinking those would both be in range, but he actually ate a Thunderlord's proc and the plant damage there. So early trading was interesting last game. Arrow and Adrian certainly seem to have the lane advantage. We'll see if that continues now that TSM bottom lane has, you know, pretty stable, pretty safe and strong bottom lane for themselves.
And stable, it has that ability to just shove, but trade very heavily. They do have more potions for Arrow, and this is kind of the debate between the Longsword 3 potion and the Doran's Blade 1 potion. If you have access to the minion wave, then Doran's Blade could be better because you don't make anything of lifesteal if you're zoned off, but with supports like Zyra that have the range to just zone you off of the minion wave, then 3 potions is usually what people want to go for, because the fact they don't actually have to have control of the wave. Oh my god, he wants to fight it with his half.
Doesn't have red buff though, and Nori's just going to leave.
He dipped out of vision, he's going to try to get the slow.
Bjergsen zoning away, but that's a flash from Svenskeren. Ryu now fighting it in, and he's flash over Svenskeren. W is enough healing, needs a little more. There's the auto attack for Ryu, and first blood as Bjergsen dives back in, but Ryu stays alive. Biofrost here though, good little roam, but Adrian's also come up. This could be a disaster early for TSM, but Biofrost backs away.
Ryu makes it out, and he has the blue buff on top of it. Bjergsen still has priority here though, because he has the fact that he has the flash, and he also has the TP, so he'll be able to come back. But Svenskeren, oh boy.
Didn't have a red buff and wanted to fight for Scuttle.
And that's the thing, he didn't have red buff. So now Inori knows, hey, he didn't do bottom side of the jungle. We're ready to go here.
Biofrost snap up, no good flashes. Turtle now the target, and Nori just lets it rip.
Yep, just trying to get damage on him. Knows he doesn't have those 3 potions. Gonna have to pop that 1, and there isn't a Nami to sustain here. Look at that though.
I mean, he's trying for it. No, he's like, yeah, I'm taking this Scuttle Crab. What are you doing about it?
Oh, he saw the ferocity fall off. That's what made him turn. He saw the 4 ferocity in the stacks of Svenskeren, where Rengar is his most powerful, actually just fall off, and he's like, all right, I'm going in. No fear. Inori against Svenskeren and Bjergsen as a combo, he does not care. He's just going to play the game the way he likes to play it.
And like we said, he's a known Rengar player, was playing it last year, and now Rengar's completely in vogue. If there's ever a player that's going to notice the little things like that in those skirmish situations, it's going to be Inori. So Sven, he thought he was out, I think, with the W heal, but not this time. And that's a pretty big advantage early on for P1. They get the first blood. They're about 500 gold ahead, and Turtle and Biofrost are still dealing with Zyra plants.
Yeah, constantly having to deal with them. Mid lane, though, Ryu, it comes back with a Hex Drinker. So making sure that he's just got a good matchup up against Bjergsen and Inori. Ducking in and out of the brush, just pushing him away. This is the weird thing. He doesn't even have priority mid lane. Ryu is at the turret, and Bjergsen's like halfway up the lane. He's still pushing up. That is actually crazy, because you could be punished very heavily for that, but he doesn't care.
Yeah,
it's the right move.
Well, not quite level 6 yet. Bjergsen be a lot harder to catch once he does have his ultimate ready. But it's been landing nicely. A little bit of a CS lead there. Couldn't quite turn around the exchange that happened. So instead, again, Bjergsen's going to play safe, use the Echo Q to farm up wherever he can, and looks like Toto went back for a Warhammer, interestingly.
Yeah, Essence Reaver,
yeah.
Which then begs the question of why wasn't the longsword start, but he does just want to sustain off of the minion wave. Svenskeren top, though, actually didn't.
Malta could make it happen. Okay. Red buff's in, going to leap forward, flash from Zig.
Yeah, Svenskeren, normally if you're in combat and you can use your ferocity and you use your Q, even if you don't hit anything, it'll generate a stack. It looked like he was just either trying to close the gap or use the cooldown there to try and get a ferocity stack, but it didn't work out for him there because he was out of combat. But he does get the flash out of the top laner.
Level 6 for both these mid laners as well. Inori looking around. It looks like he just wants to steal away the jungle, so we'll try and take the Raptor camp away from Svenskeren, who we just saw on that top lane. Smart stuff again from Inori. Taking a lot of damage here from these Raptors, but kind of knows that his mid lane is there to protect him just in case.
Him. Leaves one up.
What a jerk.
Maybe 2. All right. And leaves him up, so that's only 20 gold to pick up, very low experience. And that means he also doesn't really plan to re-jungle that quadrant later. Doesn't have the jungle dominance just yet, especially against a Rengar. It becomes risky, so it's an opportunistic instead of one that he plans to repeat.
Level 3 Zyra, though, sneaking into the red buff. Gets a control ward down. That was quite a journey from Adrian, but does manage to slip in there. Good control ward, little trio from P1, controlling that right-hand side. In the meantime, Bjergsen still pushing in. Has himself a nice little laning CS lead, but Ryu, not too bothered, just going to take what he can.
Huh?
TSM going to need to collapse for a play, perhaps, although they have evened up the gold for now.
Yeah, 4 people kind of gathered around mid lane. Wild Turtle's going to go back down bottom. He's actually by himself right now. So let's play it safe. It looks like it might be a Tri-Brush ward that they want to get out here. They find the control ward. So everybody just kind of runs mid, provides some wards. Zig, no, he's gonna have to slow.
I didn't see what happened, but guess who got 200 into a turret?
Yep.
It was Zig.
It might just be just the fact that the Shen does so much damage with the grasp and the percent HP of the Q. And if you're able to interrupt the Q, then Nautilus just kind of has a long, slow, sluggish journey back to the turret. So if he gets pushed out of lane again, no teleport. The last 2 times that's happened to Zig.
It's kind of the some of the things about Shen that feels a bit strange, but I think if you play a lot of him, and Zig, you know, we saw game 1, very experienced top laner on the champion. He's actually surprisingly good in lane.
Yeah, he's actually quite good in lane on these tanks, but this is a matchup that's not working out for him. And Inori counter jungling the blue when his top laner doesn't have priority and his back and his mid laner doesn't either. This is just...
And evolving right there.
Yeah, I can't tell if this is just like he saw Svenskeren on the other side of the map or if that's just he has the instinct of he's going to be on that side. It's just the timing.
I saw an exclamation mark ping from TSM.
Like,
clearly a little unhappy. Svenskaren's like, come on, man, this guy's in my jungle. That's my job.
I'm the Rengar. This isn't supposed to happen.
Happening right now, Inori just had such kind of a good flurry of jungle performances. Maybe recently against Dardoch wasn't too happy with himself, but this game certainly against Svenskeren, who arguably was the best jungler coming into the split.
They're trying to get him back now. They're trying to say, hey, you took our blue buff on top side. We're getting control of yours on the bottom side here.
Rengar ulti, who they want. It's actually Bjergsen leaping onto Inori. That's going to force the flash. Arrow goes wide, but good attempt from Turtle, forcing out the summoner.
Yep, but they also got Bjergsen's summoner for that as well. So he flashed to try and get the stun, and Inori had to flash the wall. Does the open up.
Snared again, they need to block the shots here. We're going to get burnt.
Ryu's coming from the other side, though. They're actually flanking Turtle.
Here's Inori. Bjergsen needs to cover for his teammates. Last bullet lands on a Bifrost. Turtle forced to flash. Svenskeren still there. Inori leaps in, but it's just more poke from P1.
So close to taking out Turtle there. Almost gets him. But now they have to back, and that's their blue buff. I believe it's still safe. It's still up, and they'll be able to hand that to Ryu.
Nice little play there from P1. TSM overreach for the pick, knowing that it's secured on the buff, and instead don't quite lose anyone, but won't counter jungle the blue. Ryu gonna get it at pretty much 0 mana.
Yep. Oh, dive possibly coming in top here. Zig, no mana, barely any HP.
Gives it up. Wave wasn't pushed up.
Yep, wave wasn't pushed up, you're right.
But this is good from Bjergsen. We kind of expected him to be more roam heavy on the Echo and try and influence the other lanes. His lane matchup is just fine. Echo doesn't really win that many matchups 1v1, but if he can get lane priority, push out, and then influence other areas of the map, Bjergsen thinks maybe that's the best way to push our team to a win this game.
Yeah, and last time that Bjergsen had actually played the Echo in competitive play was summer of 2015. So it's been a long time since he's actually touched that champion and played it in this setting. Oh, it's like riding a bike, though. You get right back on. He's definitely practiced on this as well.
Again, talking about deep pockets, Bjergsen is one of the players with very deep mid lane pockets.
Well, you can't do a pocket pick with him because he's like, it's all the champions. But I do think that this teleport will be coming into play more frequently as the game progresses, of course. He hasn't really used it for gigantic trades with Ryu and then teleporting back to lane just to get a good buy. He's just kind of holding on to it.
I think sort of reinforcing the amount of map mobility and presence he wants to show. In the meantime, Haunter getting his lanes pushed in, but Shen does last it well into Torah, and kind of troublesome for Zig because he's falling pretty far behind in CS. He's actually 25, approaching 30 CS behind right now.
Yeah, and looks like he's like roaming mid to just get some vision down. And I talked about like the pick versus the Poppy for the Nautilus. Having the Nautilus instead of it means that he has priority in the lane, and another catch on the Wild Turtle. But yeah, he has priority in the lane because of his wave clear. So the Shen, every time we look up there and Zig is getting chunked out, it's from Shen's part of the map onward. He's just getting pushed under turret, but Shen is actually picking up those CS. So good on Hanser there, whereas Zig struggling a little bit in that lane to actually finish off those minions.
Plants don't give it away. Biofrost sweeps. Gonna step. Oh, he doesn't want to step over them. Oh no, he
got gold though, so yep.
All right, Svenskeren gets mad, kills the plants. Wild Animal ravages Adrian's beautiful garden. Caught in top lane. Also, still winning these trades with Zig. Zig gonna try and make it back happen. Caster Creep's doing work. Inori coming up as well. And maybe looking for a dive, actually.
It would be hard to dive the Shen.
I agree.
But it would
Especially with a teleport Echo.
Exactly. I would say it's easier to do than dive pretty much anybody else on this map, though. If you dive the Echo, he snaps back. The Shen uses the ultimate. But Inori going for the invade has jungle item completed, Hunter's Potion. Doesn't have the boots that the Rengar does, so this is actually quite risky that Inori's here. TP from Bjergsen. I believe, no, yes it is. TP from Bjergsen. They're trying to collapse on Inori because he's spotted from the Rengar ult.
I like this play a lot. Inori getting chunked already. They can't still see him though, and now Ryu's actually running with the package. Bjergsen gonna get Stand United in. Haunter gonna join him. Ulti's away, and actually gets a kill fade away onto Inori.
Yeah, and I said it earlier. What is Inori doing? He's invading when they don't have priority in their lanes, and when they don't have the proper positioning either. Like, before, it was risky, and I was like, is that right or not? And now that's definitely wrong. He's definitely being a little bit too greedy.
Yeah, greed is the right word for it here. As Bjergsen had 3 people in his lane briefly, but he'll collect the CS as Arrow and Adrian were moving in to respond to the play, while Turtle...
Oh, TP from behind. He's actually running towards the other side, away from the Nautilus.
Doesn't have too much else to do. Biofrost's going to try and get away, but Depth Chart's going to be committed. That should be a kill for Adrian. Flashes in for the snare. Biofrost down. Where's Turtle? Oh, he has to dodge away. Execute. Well done, Wild Turtle.
The only time that you can actually say kill yourself and it's not Flame. He got away with it. Make sure that he dies to the turret. Doesn't give away gold, but he does actually give away a death timer because of the positioning. And now it's a race for that first turret. Inori on the top side. Can't really protect this Zig on the bottom. Rengar will come up and try to assist in the turret taking here. I think P1 does actually have momentum. They are a little bit ahead.
Should win the race here. 3 versus 1 or 2. Numbers advantage looking good. So first turret is going to go over. Arrow. Yep, commits for the last auto. And they'll share some gold. This top turret will be traded, though. It's actually not very unhealthy.
Yeah, it will go down, though. It'll take a little bit longer, but it will go down. And that's the thing, is the option for P1 would be to continue pushing. Ryu, though.
Ooh. That was a proto belt there from Bjergsen, so a prime position for an all-in. Inori looking to cover his mid laner, though, and Bjergsen kind of knowing all that, just going to play back safe. Couldn't land the stun, so he doesn't go all in for that kill. And there's that top turret we expected. So equal in turrets. P1 will go up slightly in gold as a result, but 400 gold is not really too much.
Yep. Oh, Inori goes over. He's actually going to see Svenskeren here. And hello, level 9. He's definitely happy to fight
I don't want this. Svenskeren going to flash away. Blast code. Oh!
He clay pigeoned him. He got him in the air.
With the claws. Inori now going to look to counter jungle with a blue buff again. Svenskeren's Rengar just hasn't been able to find too much here. Inori, I mean, Kha'Zix is the big 1v1 jungler. We know there's a rivalry between the champions, but Inori's won every exchange.
Yeah, he's like, oh, level 8, I got this. Jumps in, so much damage, and is forced to actually use it. And the way that works is the Q actually just registers and starts no matter what. That's why he can actually do some things like Q and jump away and do a double jump. There's some double jump mechanics with Kha'Zix with like really experienced players in one tricks where you can start the Q as you're jumping away, he'll turn around, end it, and then he can leap again because it resets. It's pretty sick.
Again, auto attacks, unless you move out of vision, are going to complete. So Inori gets the fadeaway blast cone. It's kind of like a dunk, actually.
It's that, the Taste of Fear, it's the Q.
Yeah.
That'll start like that. It's kind of coded that way, you're right.
Svenskeren, not too much right now. In fact, Ryu and Bjergsen, as is now tradition, I suppose, moving down to their respective side lanes. Much better setup for a side lane mid laner this time for Bjergsen. I joked, I think on Friday, about side lane Cassio from Ryu, which did work out for P1. But Bjergsen just feels comfy here. Maybe look for a dive. Actually, Haunter's going to join him. Flash forward, Stand United ready. There's the taunt. And there's the exhaust is down as well, but that should be enough for the kill. And there's Svenskeren to clean it up.
Yeah, the Rengar comes through. They're going to try to get this turret and actually get an advantage here for TSM, but they're just going to push it out. There's a deep dive, but no punish.
Good response there from P1, but TSM are grouped together for the Ocean Drake that's up now. Might have to take that objective instead of the turret they may have wanted, but P1 going to be down a man for 15 seconds.
Okay, so Turtle actually comes through. It looked like Jin Arrow was possibly thinking about opening up on him. This may be a full-on.
Ooh, Inori's going to be the taunt. That's a kill for Haunter. Stranglethorn's committed, only knocks up 2. That should be Drake TSM.
Yep, and there's no chance of a smite steal there, so they actually just back off. All 5 members of TSM able to actually make a great macro play there. Turtle shoved up the mid, The bottom was an engage from Bjergsen onto Ryu, but he had people collapsing. The stand united. This Shen, we're seeing it more and more. It is so popular now because of the fact that those double globals, it's so funny whenever Shen is out of the meta, you're just like, why? The macro potential of him is just so good. He covers options like no other top laner.
Well, it's looking good in both the games we've seen it so far. And it's good to see TSM being more proactive on the plays. Bjergsen calling for the dive mid lane with the help from Haunter. These are the sorts of plays they can make.
You're right, exactly. You were talking about how, be a little bit more aggressive. And that's what he does here. Pushes the wave up. Ryu already chunked to half because he had eaten the Time Winder previously. Now Bjergsen makes connection with the E, flashes forward just to extend Haunter forward. And Ryu doesn't have anything left there.
Since Garen secures the kill.
Extra stab there. It's like, I actually think that's the right person to give it over to. Bjergsen already has a kill. He already has an advantage. We saw that he can destroy Ryu in a one-on-one. But you want to give it to the person who's been getting a little bit clobbered in his one-on-one matchup in the jungle. I think that the Rengar are now a little bit more even with the Kazakhs.
And 2-on-1 might be okay, but Inori was in the lane briefly, and I said, I don't think you want to fight the level 12 Echo, even as Kha'Zix, who's very good 1v1. So he gives that up. He's going to give the lane back to Ryu, but Ryu is behind in CS by about 20, and Bjergsen's actually going to extend that lead as he starts to push this wave towards the top tier 2 turret. So lane assignments seem good for TSM this time around. They've kind of got that tank v tank matchup that I think they missed last time around with Haunter not being able to get the lead on Jace. And that's going to cover Sven's Garen. He's had a bit of a rough early game. But looking at that gold, pretty much even. So it's going to be once again about the map play. Very close game first 20 minutes, much like the first one.
And Inori's just such a bold player when he plays, and we're seeing the hubris sometimes of his actions that it's hard to get a read on him. You're like, okay, this what a jungler would do is they would do this. They would do this. Okay, he counter jungle that side. Now he will be on this side of the map. Inori doesn't actually abide by most junglers' rules. It's a little erratic and hard to predict where he's going to be. And the fact that TSM were able to catch him out was great when they were able to find him on the other side. But you can see he's up in levels right now.
Might fight. Uh-oh, didn't go well. So Garen going to get sharp strangled on. Not enough. Inori's blown up though. Bjergsen going all into the backline, but has to ulti back. Doesn't get over the wall, and now Zig's going to cut him off. Bjergsen
Sven looking for Inori.
Bjergsen's still getting taken down, but Inori goes down to Sven on the flank. Haunter looks for the flash torn, doesn't quite connect onto Arrow, but Sven has some brushes to start leaping forward, and Bjergsen resets up the W as Haunter is tanking all the damage. TSM, they only got one kill, but they'll take it.
And Inori, he went back in for that. He actually could have just walked all the way away, but he was spotted by the Rengar ultimate, and it will crit you when he comes out of it. It'll also give him vision. Inori tried to outplay it. That would have been really interesting if he was able to do so. And we'll watch it again, because he has his ultimate up, he has a charge left, and what he tries to do is he tries to actually cloak himself afterwards. So you can be spotted even when you're invisible by the Rengar ultimate. But what he does, if we do it in slow motion here, is he jumps in, he cloaks, but the crit still hits him. Remove vision, and then he's killed by the Q on the side. So the Q hits side, and it's an arc forward. And he got just clipped by it, just barely.
And P1, boys, a couple summoners get themselves out again. Couldn't lose anything else there. Turret's actually staying the same, so only lost a kill, which is the minimum for P1. The TSM starting to play up, get that vision out, and play more aggressive. They know they've got the tools to initiate a fight, and the pressure with the Shen in that side lane. So making stuff happen here in this game. It's funny. I said either outthink them or outfight them. They're kind of doing both with this draft.
Yeah, they're doing both for sure. They have the ability to move around the map a little bit better. The double teleport and the multiple globals of TSM give them that map mobility. They're also outthinking them too. They're contesting their buffs when they're stronger. And Inori there, like I said, he's kind of erratic and no idea why he went back in.
I mean, aggressively minded player, very strong-headed. Inori.
Do it for the highlight reel.
And that was kind of the play he talked about. Trying to outplay Rengar, gets himself killed instead. The only death in that fight. I mean, certainly calculated aggression. He is a good thinking player as well, but he will always favor the aggressive play rather than the defensive play.
Yeah, he can be a hero, right? That's the thing about him is he's clutch. Right? Inori is a clutch player. He can come up big, and sometimes you need them to open up the game for you to actually just allow your team to have the lead. Otherwise, you just sit on your hands. Inori's not the type of player that sits down.
Oh, Stranglethorn's not enough. Good little outplay there from the ulti by Echo. Gets some healing out as well. Turret, though, will stay up for Phoenix 1. Haunter, though, working on a bit of extra gold advantage. Dancing around the turret, but it goes down somehow.
Yeah, the Tiamat helps him clear out those waves, and then the fact that he has both globals up, Zig doesn't have a single one. This is the worst situation to be in as a top laner versus Shen, because Shen just keeps pushing bottom, and then now you have to push up, and this bait could be from TSM, where if they have Svenskeren ulti, could be a backline threat here.
Oh,
And they're
arrow
going to
into
engage.
Zig, stun follows as well. And now Svenskeren's looking for a squishy. Who does he want? Eats a Jin Trap at Zig. He's going to get caught down and killed. Sven still looking. Good snare from Adrian. Nice follow-up from Arrow. But TSM, they make the play.
Now, exactly what I was talking about. Like, this is a bait because Zig, you know, because he doesn't have globals, he has to force something as a 5-man unit, or else Haunter goes to your tier 2, and he claims your tier 2 turret. You at least got the Stand United out of him. Now he has the TP still, so now he can go back to split pushing, he can go back to doing what he just did. And Zig will be able to match him, though, and hold on.
Good flash Sven. Didn't get tagged by anything else, so Snare not connecting there for Jin. TSM might have to give up this outer turret, so P1 looking to stay around longer. It's aggressive, but it could give them a trade.
Yeah, Ocean Drake also coming up in 5 seconds here, so this will give them priority on Ocean. They're already there. Kha'Zix with the Q involved, and the fact that he'll be able to reset it quite quickly.
Don't have vision, unfortunately. They might actually look for something, but I forgot they had 2 teleports. Bjergsen actually has his as well, but it looks like with...
I think when you have the lead, you're okay with giving up that Ocean Drake. It's just an Ocean Drake. It's not going to allow them to like sneak a Baron faster with a Mountain or anything like that. You aren't really too worried about regen because you're a dive comp, not a poke comp. So TSM are okay with giving that up.
Yep, and they do. P1 will take it. That's actually their second Drake of the game, but Mountain will be the next one on the table, so both teams probably looking with eyes wide open at that one. Lichbane finished for Bjergsen as well, so that damage is going to increase while Toto getting jumped on by Ryu. Bifrost going to protect him. Arrow is good. Fast bullet there. Coming in. Bifrost gets sniped. And Turtle still trying to fight Ryu, but Adrian's going to flash forward. Turtle gets himself out. Now Sven going to turn it around. Proto Bomb pump. Adrian is in trouble. Haunter coming down, gets the kill. Bjergsen exits with the ulti. Sven goes down. And a Haunter trying to tank it up. Zig joins in as well. Committed the teleport to continue the play. Ryu is so low. He can't really rejoin the fight.
Haunter's just going to... Ooh, nice dodge from Zig there.
Bjergsen still wants it though, gonna dive.
Inori's coming in.
Ulted. That's a mistake. Arrow gets one. Haunter locked up. That should be 2 there. Inori stays alive and shuts down the top laner.
Like you said, when presented with an option, if it's safe or if it's going to be aggressive but could get you killed, FlyQuest are going to take the aggressive option. They're not going to sit on their hands. They're going to try to make the game theirs and wrest it away from TSM and trying to do a Baron.
Yeah, Ryu again just stuck around and now going to look for this Baron. Inori takes out the crab. Zig's very tanky, able to make sure that happens, and Bio has to try something. Hook misses. Bifrost with good poke, but Arrow flashes in. Adrian's going to cut him off with a pass. Arrow now on a rampage as Bifrost, the only one really on this P1, a forced off Baron, but TSM keep getting killed.
Exactly. They have to get off the Baron, though, because Svenskeren came back up. Svenskeren has ultimate, and so if he would be able to get there quite quickly with the extra movement speed. Ryu, it doesn't matter who he's going after. He doesn't care. He gets arrowed in the face. That arrow's just accuracy. Biofrost is on the backside of the turret because that's where he was forced to go, and so he doesn't have much room to actually operate. Adrian goes down here, but Arrow in the middle of the fight has the crit up, hits Svenskeren, finishes him off, reloads, and he's actually just right up in front of everybody. Zig provides the peel with the movement speed slows.
Bjergsen tried to chase Ryu at the back end of the fight. Haunter also looked for the tank, missed that taunt, and it continues.
But this is awkward because they had the Ashe E go through, so it may have given them a false sense of security that they could kill them, but Zig's ultimate there, the knock-up, hitting both members is what allowed them to have the CC to turn. It looks like Svenskeren almost got caught there by, I believe, the Jin ultimate, as Arrow has that on cooldown.
Yeah, Haunter helping him out though, manages to commit his ulti to shield him and ward away the rest of P1. P1 though, didn't get the Baron, but they are going to continue to try and push down this mid lane and even up that turret situation and the gold situation. I don't think TSM can really do much here.
Exactly. P1, they're making these bold moves and they're getting a bit off of it, getting back into the game, but they're still down in turrets because of the composition. Echo now on the top turret. He has the Lichbane. He'll do a lot of damage to it, and it's hard to answer him with a Corki. So now they're trying to get multiple people here. He may have to TP away if they keep going up there.
Baron also a threat. You can see the pings for TSM. Wondering if they're there, maybe looking to take it. Haunter will move his way back down here, blast himself over and get lanes pushing. I mean, this is kind of where TSM's comp can come alive. P1 needs to play them carefully around the map because Shen, he pushes waves well with the tier map. It doesn't take turrets that well. Echo does both.
Yeah. Well, I will say now that he has the Titanic Hydra, he's doing a lot of damage to these minion waves, clearing them out. That Titanic Hydra active will actually clear out caster minions. When you hit a melee minion, it'll go through and actually just obliterate the wave instantaneously. And it's an auto attack reset for the turret too. So there's a little bit more threat now coming out of that Shen, who you can see is 2 levels up because of the fact that he just gets to split push the whole game. He gets to be a little bit more fed and have these And the CS falling into his pocket. He's almost 100 up, too.
Bjergsen, you can see, just demolishes that wave. 2 Qs in an E. Able to take that down. He'll recall, though, and leave Ryu with the wave that's coming towards that tier 2 turret. Mountain Drake up in a minute 55, so another tension point about to open back up, and some pretty big objectives on the table. P1, again, sticking arrow mid, clearing up whatever farm they can find that's safe, and there's still a turret behind, but the gold is even between these two teams.
And when we look at where that gold is, a lot of it is on that Shen. So he's got a lot of armor now. He's got a lot of, he's very fed. You can see Hanser, most gold in the entire game. He's doing really well for himself, but that's not the damage. That's not the people who are going to be obliterating the back line. Whereas Arrow has a decent amount of the gold for Phoenix 1, sitting at 4-0-1 himself. Down in CS, but he's been making those picks. He's making them worth it too.
Yeah, and you can see, Haunter now pushing in towards that tier 2. Bjergsen is stuck around to really continue to push that wave forward. TSM are forcing a lot of pressure in the longest possible pass on these side waves. In fact, Bjergsen looking for an all-in here.
Yep. You gotta split them up.
Yep.
Split them up, 1-3-1, and then collapse. And it actually opens up great opportunities for the team fight that comes in afterwards, because the Echo wants to enter and have that backline fight.
So the disadvantage, though, is that with the 3, you don't really have enough people to go in wards safely. So you can see P1 actually have complete vision on that left-hand side. It looks like Rengar's trying to chase someone down. Ryu's got the package. Arrow pops the edge of night, and no arrow forthcoming from Wild Turtle. Svenskeren hunting, but does not find prey.
So that was for seeing if there's anybody on the right side between Zig and where the mid lane is, because the Drake is about to come up. It's a Mountain Drake, and this is the one that people really want to fight for. If your 1-3-1 gets a Mountain Drake, that's a huge boost in the power that they have in just continuing to 1-3-1. Even if somebody dies, they'll take the turret much faster. They'll be able to actually pick it up. And we'll see what Phoenix 1 decide to do with this, because this is a bit of a situation where you could really make a misstep here, and it could cost you the Drake, cost you the Baron. They have wards all over Baron. They decide to go after Hanser here, who's actually been pushing a little bit too far forward.
No vision, and Inori's going to find him. There's the knockup, there's the snare. Arrow ulti hits Inori, that's nice. And now Bjergsen's down as well. They turn it around. Very impressive collapse from TSM.
And that arrow is what they needed there. Wild Turtle coming up big with that shot.
Ryu looking for Sven. Sven heals back up.
Yep. And now with the jungler down, TSM say, screw the Mountain Drake. They want to actually blow the game wide open, try to go for a Baron here.
Side of control in their favor also, but Ryu's being a nuisance poking them as they move towards the Baron. TSM gonna have to do this pretty decisively.
Arrow doesn't have the ultimate either, so he'd have to get up close. Adrian's gonna walk up, try to get access to the pit.
Turtle, no, he might get 1v1, 1v2. Zig Dash Dash United could help him out. TSM have to turn around. Adrian's going down for Arrow, who's getting launched on by Svenskeren. TSM pull up the Baron at the last minute and take out Ryu. Wants a shut down Arrow as well. Zig gonna fall. TSM might get it all.
And TSM, they're low, but they take down 3 members plus an Oi from before. Adrian is now one of the members of Phoenix 1. Who's in range to try and do something here, but it is going down swiftly. It's about 500 DPS though, so we have about 10 more seconds before this goes down. That's enough for Inori to get in there.
Oh, Arrow hits one!
He's in the pit!
It's a pit! Trying to steal, they need to stop DPS, they do! That's Baron TSM!
They stop the DPS like you said. He's the only one hitting it. Inori cannot get it, and it goes over to TSM.
We talked about big breaking points. This is the breaking point of the game.
Yep, Adrian had used the ultimate previously. Arrow had used the ultimate. They have to walk up. They can't snipe people like Svenskeren out. Arrow has to flash away there. And Hanser, I said maybe he's not the guy doing backline DPS, but right there he definitely was. Big points there for TSM. And you can see that catch really put them in a bind. And that arrow from Wild Turtle came up big.
Smart force from TSM. Kind of got everything. Got the jungler, went to Baron, forced the fight, and got the fight and the Baron. That's maximum for TSM, and now they're in such a strong position. They have a lead that P1 kind of had in Game 1. They won their big Baron fight. They're going to take the Mountain Drake as well. And now in position to look to close out the game. They're not there yet, but 5,000 gold ahead with this lead. Looks good. Is Arrow just 2 shots and that's it.
Yeah.
Knows the pick wasn't coming.
A bit of a frustration ultimate there as well. Looking for something, because you can see the timer on the top side, bottom side. 1-3-1, best composition to have with the Baron buff, because even if you lose 2 members, you still have people on the flanks. You still have people on the sides getting you turrets, which will ultimately open up the game, push the enemy back, gives you gold, etc. And it's definitely worth more than kills. So all TSM kind of had to do is just brainlessly 1-3-1 and collapse into occasional 4-1s, and then they'll be able to get these outer turrets.
Well, if it should be simple, let's see how good it looks. TSM in a position to move the game forward and force another third. They've had an awful lot of 2-1 victories, despite how good their records
All of their victories are 2-1.
That's correct, actually. Their only loss is an 0-2.
Yep. TSM, all 2-1 victories. Phoenix One, on the other hand, though, all 2-0s.
Been looking good. Turtle shoving the wave out, and looks like the team is going to stick together maybe a little more. And Nori, he's a prime candidate for an Ash Arrow. None forthcoming just yet. Bjergsen did take the top lane tier 2, so 4 turrets to 2 right now with mid lane being worked on, and even Haunter on the Shang with a lot of help from Baron is also a threat on the structures. So TSM doing exactly what you said, collapsing in all 3 lanes.
I also said brainless, too. Really, they just have to push up, and you'll get objectives here. And it's one of the best compositions for it because you just constantly buff up all of the minion waves. And sure, you could do that with any composition to split up 1-3-1, but the fact that it is a normal 1-3-1 composition with teleports, with ways to reinforce and collapse if you want to do that. So you get to kind of run the other team around the map, get chip damage here, run to the bottom, get the chip damage there. So you get to keep all 3 waves in your favor.
Bjergsen actually went for the turret, gets himself hooked, but the parallel convergence is there, rolls his way out of it and gets healed as well by the redemption arrow. Finds Zig, that's not the target they really want, but Arrow, he's out of bullets and he didn't do that much damage.
Yeah, and you can see the whole time, Haunter's pushing waves into the bottom side of the map. Is that scaring?
That's something. Put it on top of a ward.
Back to mid.
Yep, and back
them around.
Just keep rotating. That's all they need to do. Bjergsen now pressure topside. The 3 have to be careful. TSM though back away. And this is exactly how TSM want to execute on it. Baron buff, not too much left. They need to do a bit more damage, but yeah, Haunter's doing work. And this is the problem. Just pulled apart across the map. Even in your base, which is a very tight space for you to walk through, you still struggle to defend all 3 lanes.
Yep. And Phoenix One, they now stare at TSM with a 10,000, almost 10,000 gold lead here. About 8 for themselves. The Baron buff is gone, so a little bit of a sigh of relief for Phoenix One. But the pressure is still on. They can't let up that much.
No, they can't. But all things considered, not losing an inhibitor turret is really good when you play against a Baron out team that's 1-3-1ing you with a comp meant to do it. So good defense there from Phoenix One. I will say, still behind pretty dramatically, but TSM need an additional step now to end the game. Usually, you break an inhib in one of the inbounce waves, you take the next big objective, and then you just push in and win the game, either from the fight or just having the Baron empowerment or the Elder Dragon empowerment helping you. Now TSM need another break in the game to push themselves into that final step. So a little further away than maybe they'd like, but still in a very strong position.
Yeah, the minions will definitely not be as tanky for them to actually continue to push up, but they definitely have the waves and they have the levels. So they have the 1v1 potential where Nautilus is never going to kill the Shen. The Echo is never going to get killed by that Corki unless something goes really wrong for him. Especially since he has Zhonya's now on top of it. Bjergsen's just been having a wonderful game, and so is Haunter. Like this reminds me a lot of like the way that Cloud9 have been playing recently, with Impact having 100 CS leads and split pushing, and Jensen in the mid lane also being on Assassins, diving in, and being able to split the enemy team apart. It's one of the best ways to play League of Legends right now. We talk about poke comps with Corki and Varus. This is the other way. Split them up, play them like a fool. Go for turrets over and over. Bjergsen.
Aggressive, doesn't pop any cooldown though. Feels comfortable-ish.
Oh, it's been scaring though.
He's got a flash, does do so. The rest of TSM going to run away. It's Haunter working on Zig, but...
Yeah, Zig has to take damage there or else the minions get to the turret and then Haunter just hits the turret and ignores him. So it's a right to stand that far forward and take a little bit of a beating.
TSM can't get anything done though. They're going to recall, heal back up, and kind of put their eyes to the next major objective. Elder Dragon 115, Baron 126, so 10 seconds or so behind them. Teams are going to have another big choice to make. Which objective do they want? Whereas the vision and what happens on the execution of taking the buff.
And they have Mountain Drake, so TSM will be able to take it a little bit sooner. And they have the luxury of continuing to 1-3-1 with their globals and then collapse on whichever objective they really want to. So Phoenix One could actually be the ones to start an objective to try to get back in the game. But I think it's going to come down to TSM will be there first, and Phoenix One, if somebody missteps from TSM's side, they will try to make a pick, but making a pick against the Shen is becoming more and more close to impossible here.
And I think it feels the same way for the Echo. And the other side is that Bjergsen can kill you if you try and challenge him. Shen's going to annoy you, but Bjergsen's actually going to take you down with the Echo. So again, they picked for it. They're now going to reinstate the 3-lane pressure. They've got vision around the Baron. They're going to get a little bit around the Elder Dragon just to not get caught off guard. And Ryu's going to have to go answer. Top side, Haunter is already doing work versus Zig, getting that wave pushing. And again, TSM kind of need one thing to go right here. Whether it's a big fight that gets the objective, a pick that lets them push into a base, or simply a turret take, TSM don't need much more.
Yeah, TSM, they'll have priority here on the Elder Dragon. Ryu top lane, trying to shove it out so he doesn't have to worry about that wave. And it may just be a Baron for Elder Dragon trade, but there's a 5-second difference in these timers here. And you can see TSM, how quickly will they get out of this hit and try to fight, because that could be the make or break moment. And then Scarin pops the ultimate. He's going to try to rush in here. The DPS, does Phoenix 1 have it?
Kind of caught Zig here, and they do have the DPS, but the arrow finds Adrian. Big amount of damage, but P1 took the Baron. They need to get out, but Bjergsen, he's arrived. Adrian is dead. And now Spencer is hunting onto Arrow. Brushes there, the exhaust is down. Gonna turn it on as Ryu does good damage there to the Rengar. And Ori gonna get up scot-free as well. Oh no, Bjergsen committed his teleport. P1 are caught at all angles. And Ori gonna be chased down here. Biofrost gonna help out. Arrow in the brush. Do they dare to check it? He's gonna make it back with the empowered recall. It's a bit of madness here. It's Biofrost and Bjergsen try and chase down Zig, but Ryu's there to defend. Maybe more?
Didn't quite hit it there. They don't have anybody flanking.
What's up? Blocks for his teammates.
Wild Turtle in the mid lane pushing up, and Inori's trying to get that top lane. Yeah, 1-3-1 this. He just keeps pushing up.
Crux pushing.
I mean, everybody else on TSM was just past him, so he's like, this is my escape route, is to push. This is how he lives.
Doesn't keep going though, because he knows TSM are looking to break open the base. They may have Baron, but P1 could lose more here. Bjergsen back in. Just break that mid in here, but now they're going to look for the fight. Hansa finds it onto Zig. Spenskaren's getting chunked though, and actually the ulti's down onto him. Bjergsen pulled there as well. Hansa goes in, but Arrow goes down to Span. Now Bjerg popping that, has the ultimate, has to use it there, but it's not quite enough damage. Can he zip out of this one? Close. Not sure he can. The last Q's enough. Ryu with the missile actually finishes it off. And TSM, they don't get an inhib and they lose a couple.
But those are 50-second death timers. P1 now have wave priority in mid, top, and they could get into bottom if they wanted, but I don't think they do. You want to get this middle inhibitor, that's our tier 2 turret, sorry. I'm so flustered by that, because it's just the turnaround there. Spenskaren is just playing so aggressive when they can see him. You'll usually use the ultimate of Rengar to zone in that situation because you're going to get the turret. You don't have to kill them there, but the Elder Dragon also is close to wearing off for TSM. And this is going to be P1 pushing all the way down and trying to get this inhibitor before the respawns come through.
Yeah, Baron giving over is actually a huge mess for TSM. And keep in mind, that Elder Dragon take was not intended to be a trade. The TSM instead kind of mess up the portion of their next push. They get a couple picked off and they lose mid inhibitor, whereas that was TSM's plan in that last push down mid lane.
It's a bold call as well from Phoenix 1 to just recognize, okay, the timer is just off enough that we would be able to get the Baron. And TSM, instead of pulling some people off of Elder Dragon early, they decide, okay, leave everybody there to DPS it down as fast as possible.
It's just funny to me how many carries are on a lot of these teams now. You mean we see damage from supports. Look at Adrian there in the Zyra. We've seen like multiple marksmen on a lot of teams in the poke comp. Seen full damage or close to junglers as well. It almost feels like in some ways teams are relearning the average Baron timers for taking, because Barons are melting left, right, and center. We've seen like Snuck Barons, Trader Barons. They're just falling so fast. I think teams are still adjusting to that change.
Yeah, and you saw that Adrian just barely got caught, and everybody else had to kind of use their gap closers, get over the wall, flash over the wall, and get out. Where that DPS was a little bit deceptive because Ryu also had package, and he just packaged over the Baron, so the Baron was taking the intense amount of damage. It actually is a large amount of damage that the package does when you're on top of it. The ratios are pretty crazy.
Comparable to Rumble ult, certainly. So,
oh yes,
good usage there for Ryu. TSM, though, have managed to push their way back up towards this left side of the map, and Zig could be the target. They're going to ping on the wave they've got going, but Baron up for a smidgen longer. Actually just drops there for P1. Arrow finds Adrian. Rengar wants the pick. Bjergsen wants in as well, but he gets stunned up. Now they're staying united. They have to pull it away with the ultimate. And here comes Arrow, going to look for Wild Turtle. Hansa needs to be body blocking. There's the second shot.
Yeah, but Svenskaren off on the right side, going to go after the turret, try to take it down, try to get access to the inhibitor here.
No luck for Knife Cat. That turret's still standing, but the rest of TSM are coming. Sven gets to be out from under that first CC with the W, and now Hansa is going to frontline it. TSM going to look to break here. They get it. Bjergsen
on
wants
Ryu.
it. He's going for Ryu. Damage is good,
He
but
doesn't have
Bjergsen
ulti.
doesn't have anything left to get blown apart by Arrow. Zig loses his GA, but it's 4v4 right now. No, 5v4.
Yeah.
They only killed the fake part of Zig.
Yep. Bjergsen ended up going down there with 1,000 damage crit there from Arrow from what I saw.
That was a lot.
Just a ton of damage from that lethality build. That's the thing, you don't have to build that crit on Jhin. He's got that 4th crit. Just treat it like he has 25%, right? And it does missing HP on top of it. That's an insane amount of damage there when he's ignoring so much armor from Svenskeren.
Let's find out, because that looked pretty messy.
He's like 1,100 from what I had seen. Well, we'll see it again here. Bjergsen jumps in. Damage onto Ryu gets exhausted.
Yep.
I don't even know if Inori got an assist on that. I don't.
11:25. He died before Nautilus Ultimate had the chance to CC him. Oh, man.
Oh, sorry. Ignores the armor of Bjergsen. I said Svenskeren, but it was Bjergsen.
Yep, well, that hurt.
Insane. Insane amount of damage there.
Bjergsen back in 5 seconds, though. TSM did not get an inhibitor either. They've got 2 ones ready and open, but unfortunately they're the only one with an inhib down right now. That will be respawning in a minute or 2. Yeah, the TSM have to start worrying about the next Baron buff, and Elder Dragon 5-6 minutes after that as well. P1 have kind of pulled the game to a point where even though TSM are up in gold, as always, as the game gets later, that gold lead starts to diminish in importance and how much it matters. So that value's going down, and P1 feel like they're in enough control that they might actually win this game.
Yeah, P1, we're approaching 6 items for a lot of members. And looking at the items as well, Zig, I like that he went for the locket. He went for the instantaneous shield to make sure that nobody gets blown up by Svenskeren or Bjergsen. And I think that's the right choice here, because you don't want the Kha'Zix building it.
You don't want this to happen either. Zig lost his GA, might lose his real life this time around. Zig still getting snared up, but P1 in to defend. Adrian going to try and turn it on with the Stranglethorn's big ult. He's not going to find anyone. No, Adrian getting jumped over to Nori. Around the other side, it's going to find Ryu. Bjergsen trying to stay alive as Svenskeren. Awfully low, goes down. Bjergsen lives with Haunter, still fighting 1v5. Redemption trying to come in to heal him. Spirit's Refuge just big heal there as well. Haunter, how are you alive? Gets himself slowed down, but he's out of the cone for Jhin ultimate, and everyone on TSM and P1 magically live.
Haunter is just being a brick wall right now versus Phoenix 1. That looked like it was going to go so sour for TSM, where Bjergsen got caught and Svenskeren got chunked out. Bjergsen didn't really have the ultimate available afterwards and just barely got out.
All right, TSM, they keep a lot of their summoners in that exchange, so they'll have that advantage if a fight's going to break out again. I thought maybe they were going to go back for a double TP re-engage, but have to deal with the side waves instead. Baron is up in 15 seconds, though. The teams will need to be prepared for that objective.
And there isn't an Elder Dragon to pull TSM away from this one, so Phoenix 1 are ready to fight it and looking to fight it.
Oh no.
But Bjergsen, this is the move that Inori likes to make.
He's gonna try and win this 1v1. Bjergsen with a big shield's gonna get himself away. Still has teleport ready. And actually Sven's gonna find himself caught out. He tried to pick off Arrow, but Arrow just does too much damage, and Turtle is caught. Zig, I say that in air quotes, as Byron is absolutely caught by the rest of P1. Bjergsen needs to make a big TP play. Haunter is trying to fend them off for as long as possible. Bjerg, where does he go? He joins his team for the Baron.
Yeah, he doesn't have a good TP ward.
Haunter just forcing them away from the area, though. He's so tanky.
Yeah, he's actually ridiculously tanky. He's basically a raid boss now.
But P1, they're not panicking too hard. Svenskaren's dead for 30 seconds, so realistically, they're not going to be able to take the objective. Baron is alive, and TSM might set up vision for it, but they have to wait a while for Sven to come back. So P1 pull away, defend their waves that are pushing in. It's just top lane for now, as Inori wanted to be a hero once again.
Yep. A lot of damage comes through there, but flashes away and then collapses on Svenskeren. Oh my god, Arrow just... Okay, Arrow with the blast cone to, I believe, get a little bit out of range there. And then Biofrost out of position as well, and no GA left. And back of the pit, Ryu and Inori both in there. You know the Valkyrie has a long
Oh, Arrow killed them. They're actually going to see them, but I think the Baron's going to die. They're not in there in time, and that's a Baron over. Very sneaky from Phoenix.
They're fast, though. They're very fast. Bjergsen has extra movement speed, and Svenskeren is tracking them.
Not going to find them, though. They'll make it back safely. They'll be spotted by the wave, and now Adrian going to get jumped on stage and added in. Haunter needs to make it happen. That's a good route. Adrian could be taken down. He does, commits his ultimate and loses his life. Haunter and the rest of TSM can now push in for some turrets of their own.
Yeah, and inhibitors. This will be that last inhibitor turret, and all 3 inhibs are now exposed. The drop portal up, but also access to that. Trying to just take it down and trying to get out.
Redemption, good heal. TSM get one. They've got an opportunity if they can find another fight to maybe win the game, but that would be so risky.
Yeah, but Elder Dragon up in 40 seconds. If you're TSM, hey, we got top inhib. Adrian is down for 25 seconds. We have time to siege a little bit more, maybe get another inhibitor before he's back up with a numbers advantage, and then we have the ability to get that Drake. But now they're just zoning from the top, and Ori knows where Svenskeren is, and he's providing pressure onto Arrow.
All right, that's the only other inhib TSM can take. P1 have done a good job shoving down the bottom lane minions, so TSM will have to back quickly to get to the Elder. Do they just maybe stick around, try and find a pick, and then take it?
I think you stick around and go there, because if you back, you give up control and they can walk straight to it, and now you actually just contest them actually getting vision of the area in the first place.
It's getting risky for TSM though. Haunter doesn't have teleport at least. He doesn't even have ulti right now, so he can't join if he wants to go back. And TSM are kind of scattered around the objective area. Bjergsen hit the B button. That's not the right one.
Yeah, this is where TSM, you just sit around for a bit and you wait for those minion waves to crash into the base. You get mid priority. Play to the left side of Elder Dragon. The Zerat portal top is actually providing a bit of pressure on that wave so it doesn't completely collapse, and that's going to be P1 starting up. Are they going to go 50-50?
They might. Sven's tracking in Norway, so they know the flank's not there.
But Sven is also on the bottom side, so he's looking for possibly Arrow here. That backline access, trying to deliver!
Haunter's going in, they're walking back. Arrow lands in. Sven looking for a Bjergsen, dives in on the team fight, and Adrian is getting torn apart by Turtle. Haunter still living for so long as Bjergsen trying to take out the carries. Adrian finally falls down, and Haunter's going to lose his GA, but Bjergsen needs to kill the carries. Arrow firing away as Sven slays an Ori. TSM up in the team fight, looking to chase it down. Haunter flash on onto Ryu's going to take him down. The double for Sven. The wipe is there. P1 going to fall to TSM.
And a hard-fought game between both of them, but TSM are going to come up big in that last fight, and they're going to end the game.
Showed a little more gusto in the last few moments. TSM said, no, we are not going to make this safe play. We're going to make a bit more of an aggressive one, and it pays off big. P1 had to do something about the Elder Dragon, and now they're going to lose it all. They're actually going to dive in, try and finish off the ace, but Nexus turrets are melting, and TSM, one more time, going to force a third game, this time versus Phoenix 1.
And the last time that they played against each other, that was a 3-game series. TSM, they want revenge. They want to be able to bring it back. Crazy game.
Fun series so far. P1 looked real clean, closing that out after that one big moment. A little harder this time around. TSM, I like the adaptation in draft, picking that really pure 1-3-1 comp, but also having some teamfight elements. They did need to do more than just a split push. We said that they were one step away, and P1 fought well to push them further and further back to the game where it was almost a coin flip. But TSM, they stayed calm, they played the map well, and when the moment came to find the big fight, they clutched it out.
Yeah, I think Shen was a big part of the entire composition of TSM. If you're looking at anything in this series, it's whoever gets Shen, you have a lot more priority in your lanes, you win most of those tank matchups, and even in the time that he was played against Jace, he just has more global pressure. So these teams looking at Shen and what's going to happen in the pick ban phase with that champion, because it is quite annoying. And we saw it wasn't just global pressure there as well. He was able to just dive the back line, deal a lot of damage, and I think Haunter played that incredibly well all throughout.
He did, and it's so funny to look at tank players and be like, oh, they're playing really well, because it seems like your job is so simple, and in some ways it is, but you need to be disrupting the right targets, landing CC when it matters, and like, it sounds dumb, but it is a skill to absorb damage.
I actually thought if you look at that very last team fight, that Zig was playing the best he could in that situation with the Nautilus. Bjergsen actually phase dove onto Ryu, and he turns, hooks him, makes sure that he's taking care of everybody on the front line of the enemy team, but also peeling for his Corki and for his Jhin. And I think that's one, if you're a tank player, you go back and watch what Zig was doing there. Even if he loses the fight, I think he's doing the right thing.
Certainly good-looking game for both the top laners, but for more on how TSM fought to bring this match to a game number 3, we're going to pass it over to Dash and Mark Z.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. TSM extending it here to a third game. Fun fact right off the bat here, TSM has always gone to 3 games so far this split. So very different, stark contrast to last split where they were super dominant.
They had the 1-0-2 to start their season off against C9, but since then, all 2-1s.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
But yeah, I mean, starting off with the draft, I liked P1's idea of going with leaving the Rengar up. We saw that TSM had that strategy versus Team Liquid where they got the Rengar or they banned out a ton of stuff, so they ended up with a Rengar. And honestly, Sven has never looked super impressive on it. It's still Rengar, so it does stuff in the game, but it's not a dominant Rengar performance like we've seen out of some other players.
Right.
And the way the draft played out was kind of weird because there was the Varus blue side ban, which means Jin's the next priority AD carry, and it wasn't like the traditional OP trading that you see when you leave a Rengar up.
Right.
But ultimately, I wouldn't say like it was a horrible decision.
No, absolutely. And both of these team comps definitely have multiple ways to win. We've got the tanks up front and whatnot. But the gold graph here is really what interests me and kind of the story that it tells for the entire game. TSM, if you look here, being blue, obviously, they have a small gold leads leading up to this 20-minute mark, built entirely out of CS differentials across all 3 lanes.
Right, I mean, if you look, especially Haunter in particular on your screen now, he had like a 50 CS lead. There's about a 21 mid and a 20 CS in the bot lane. So all over the map, TSM is clearly superior laners at least, and they're able to get a lot of advantages, but they don't quite convert well.
Right.
And we've seen this in multiple series. It was similar against TL, and that's why it feels like they always go to 3 games, is because when they do get small mid-game leads, they're really bad at expanding it to larger leads, unless they get a game-breaking fight.
Yeah, I mean, right there, I mean, that's insane right there. 46, 31, 20. That's, you know, you're 100 CS across the board.
You tell me those are the CS differentials, I think this game's a blowout. I'm like, what happened? Someone got dove, they're like dead, but it was just laning.
Right, but yet on that gold graph, we saw that the gold differential itself was honestly not that big. Of course, there was a small spike for P1 around this 23-minute mark. They pick up a 3-for-1 here on the back of a TSM kind of overextend, maybe a little bit too much of a...
Right, so basically P1 starts this fight out, and it's not the cleanest thing. They're going to be able to pick off Biofrost because Turtle's, you know, kind of juking around with the Ryu there. But then TSM collapses with this 1-3-1 comp that they have. Svenskeren closes in, Bjergsen closes in. We see the TPs coming in as well. And it looks like that this is going to be a decent fight for them. They're getting people low. Unfortunately, Haunter misses the taunt there. Ryu's almost dead. Inori's super low. And instead of, you know, knowing exactly what to do in this situation, they just say, well, let's keep fighting. Let's keep chasing into it. And P1, they're great team fighters. I think they might be one of the best team fighting teams in the league right now. And you see this turn perfectly executed onto Bjergsen. They get him. They follow up onto Haunter. And off the back of this, it looks like, you know, P1's back in the game. They might have control.
Poor Bjergsen was the target of the 4th shot by Jin on multiple occasions, zeroing him out with some pretty big crits there. But once again, back to this gold graph. Let's look at it because we see a big spike here around that 23-minute mark. Exactly what we were talking about. A Baron off the back end of that from Phoenix 1. They get right back into the game around that 23 to 25-minute mark, and yet the game swings one more time into TSM's favor, picking up a couple more Barons before they close it out. Phoenix 1 on your screens here talking about their 3rd game and strategies leading up to it. 48 minutes into the game, though, let's take a look at this final fight here for TSM around the Elder Dragon.
Right, and this is kind of how you expect the fight to start. Kind of the submarine Rengar delivers the Shen on top, but ultimately Ryu is able to get out in arrows as well, and then from there, it's really about the fact that Bjergsen does a great job putting threat on the back line while Turtle's able to sit and kind of hit the front line of the other team. So here, he's zoning out Ryu, arrows, you know, putting a lot of shots on the Haunter, who is a beast in every team fight. His Shen's always an extremely strong one and tanks a ton of damage. And then, like I said, with the combination of their front line out-tanking P1's front line, they're able to win this fight.
Right, it's one of those situations where Bjergsen on Echo was such a threat as a frontliner, right?
Yeah, he was
Him
Zanya's,
and the Shen able to dive in, and that's really what it was. And Inori on the Kha'Zix did get killed on his attempt to kind of, you know, to flank the team, and had that gone differently, maybe it swings in P1's favor. Ultimately, though, we're moving to game 3, and player of the game, the guy who's back, it came off of here, was Haunter on that Shen. He won that matchup. We already saw those CS differentials at 20, 46 CSD at 20. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tank versus tank matchup. Honestly, you have the push advantage with the Nautilus early, so if anything, it's usually kind of a little the other way. You can say the trades go in Shen's favor, but it's not like you should be smashing lane, and he was smashing lane, so that was very impressive. And then the way he played out team fights was great. A couple missed taunts here and there, but that tends to happen, and he was always tanking a ton of damage, always threatening P1 somehow their space so that they couldn't walk up when they wanted to.
Yep.
Great overall game.
By the end of the game, he had Flame Horizoned at one point. He was 3 levels up on Zig at one point. So just an extraordinary performance out of him. TSM, they tied up 1-1. Meet us back here in a few to see the conclusion of P1 versus TSM. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the North American LCS.
Apparently supports don't need no AD carry.
Oh, wow.
I don't need no AD, bro. I don't need you. I don't need you to do any damage, man.
You're Just fucking get out of my game, really.
Dirkson zoning away, but that's a flash for Svenskeren. Ryu now fighting it in, and he's flash over Svenskeren. W is enough healing. Needs a little more. There's the auto attack for Ryu.
Here, come here, kite,
Oh shit, Kite.
Okay, nice.
nice.
Slowly fight.
I got lucky.
Echo, go. Keep going.
Kill him, Baron. Go Baron.
Nice.
Arrow is getting launched on by Svenskeren. TSM pull up the Baron in the last minute and take out Ryu. Wants a shutdown arrow as well. Zig gonna fall. TSM might get it all. They get it. Bjergsen wants it. He's going for Ryu. Damage is good, but Bjergsen doesn't have anything left. He gets blown apart by Arrow. Sven slays an Ori. TSM up in the team fight. Looking to chase it down. Haunter flash on onto Ryu's gonna take him down. The double for Sven. The wipe is there. P1 gonna fall to TSM. Welcome back to the deciding game in this series between Phoenix1 and TSM. Two great games have delivered us our third and final one here. But as we move into our third one, I have to start with the obvious here. 2 games, 2 wins. Shen. Shen's been really big in this series.
Bringing it back, but I think Shen is incredibly important in these matchups. When you get towards the top of the table, I mean, you think about it, Cloud9 was one of the first people to bring it out, sitting at number 1, TSM, and then we also have Phoenix1 here, second place, tied right now, looking to actually differentiate themselves from the rest, but I think that Shen is a big part because he makes your macro game so easy and he makes it so hard for the enemy to actually react.
And it feels like as a result, draft of course will mean a lot here, but it's interesting to see that Phoenix One's comps seemed a little more narrow. They're playing, a bit more standard. A lot of the Corki and that poke that we've seen, playing that kind of team fight poke, and that's about it. TSM clearly prepared quite a lot. I think Bjergsen adds such value to this team in what he can do in draft because his pockets are so deep. So the fact that they could bring out the Echo to pair with the Shen that Hornset did play very well and kind of have a completely different draft, what you effectively called a pure 1-3-1 comp, which is very rare. That kind of thing really helped them in this game. It's curious to see, of course, where the teams want to go as far as their compositions go, and we'll find that out in Champ Select, but having access to that is huge for TSM, and I think it's part of why in Best of series, yes, they've gone the distance, but they've won quite a lot of them.
Yes, they have. And that's the thing, is right? 2-1, a lot of it, they can actually play under pressure. Whereas if Phoenix One are able to take a victory here, it would be their first 2-1 victory. They've 2-0'd everybody else that they've played except Team Dignitas, where they went 1-2 and lost that one. So the only time they've actually been taken down, it was a 3-game series.
And conversely, what you reminded me in Game 2, TSM have only won in 3 games.
That's right.
With their 0-2 loss to Cloud9. So, I mean, this is kind of business as usual for TSM. We could see some, maybe team growth here for P1 if they're able to take kind of a longer series. TSM are very tough to play in extended series because they're so used to it, because of their experience, because of their leadership, their preparation, all these things. Like, we talk about Phoenix One being a team that's heavily invested in a lot of their infrastructure and really getting that team synergy going. We're hearing in the comms how good the English is from some of the Korean players. Arrow's even leading a lot of those fights, which is wonderful to hear. But if P1 want that big payoff, even though it's early, they're going to need to prove it here versus TSM, because you can't just be a bunch of good players and a good team. If you're going to take down someone like TSM, you need to have the complete package from behind the scenes to in-game.
Exactly. It's not about the best players. It's about the best team, right? Everybody gets together, and if you can actually get everything to work out, then you will be that second-place team here. And coming into Game 3, the pressure is on for both of these squads, and especially for these coaches coming into Champion Select. You got to set up your team for success. You got to figure out, exactly how you want to play this game, what is your win condition, and also take into account the enemies and what they want to do, because that Shen is a high priority right now for both.
I think we will see some attention to it, whether or not the teams have a bit of a better plan, or even just straight up ban it. TSM will be on the red side, so it's likely their ban flexibility won't be as nice. It is fun, though, to touch on Fly and Path. You can see Fly there with Zig on your screen. It's funny, we talked about, them technically drafting against each other at Worlds, where TSM did bow out to Royal Never Give Up. I feel like P1 have had excellent drafts. Fly seems like such a strong coach if he's handling a lot of the drafting duties. Game 1 seemed good for them. I feel like Path actually kind of threw him a nice curveball in draft with the Echo pick, setting up that 1-3-1 comp. So I'm curious to see what happens here in Game 3. Are we going to get standard, or is there even more spice for either team?
Yeah, because the blue side bans have been interesting with the Maokai, Varus, Jace for TSM. And then when Phoenix One were on blue side, it was the Ryze, Maokai, Ivern. So we may actually see a blue side Shen ban if they don't think that they'd be able to get a hold of it on Phoenix One's side.
That's true.
And that it might be taken by TSM, because Jace was played into it previously, and it actually still didn't have a enormous impact or a winning matchup.
And that's the thing I really love about blue side, actually. You get a lot of different picks you can take out. Red side is almost always banning the same 3 champions, so blue team gets some flexibility and kind of gets initiative in the draft. So we'll see what happens here in our champ select for the 3rd game. Ryze banned from P1, LeBlanc, Camille, Rengar probably banned for TSM. So where do Phoenix One look for ban number 2?
The Maokai, Ivern were the ones previously.
Does Fly believe in his preparation?
I love his notebook.
Or does he want to mix it up? It's great. That's style, as there's Maokai. So tree 1 down.
Looks like a bit like a planner. All right, I got 5 o'clock, then 2 p.m. beat TSM, 5 o'clock, dinner.
It's somewhere in the 2 p.m. penciled in the draft. He's like, yeah, this'll do. That's definitely how he prepares. There's Shen actually there for Phoenix One, so good intuition, Zyrene. Blue side Shen ban.
Yeah, no Ivern being banned out there. So TSM, you expect the Rengar as the last ban?
Don't think TSM have surprises. No, they do not.
First pick, Kha'Zix. What you expect to be on the board here?
Zig's gonna have some fun. I mean, Jace is a consideration as well.
Oh.
Actually locked in here.
Wow, so they're putting a lot on the shoulders of Zig. He has stepped up before, but now there isn't that pesky Shen to play against it and actually turn around the matchup later in the game. This is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, 2 tanks banned for Phoenix One. Seems first pick Jace. Maybe unexpected here for TSM. We'll see how they respond. Horns are looking for this first pick in phase 1.
You expect, based off tier list, that it's Varus and Kha'Zix, but they've passed up the Varus before in favor of the Jhin.
They're going to take Kahi, which does make sense. We'll see if they want to make a safe AD carry pick. Probably not that one. Although technically, I suppose a marksman. Sven's having some fun there.
Yeah, already has the Kazakhs locked in, so it won't be a jungle pick. I expect the Varus based off tier list, but would go over to Arrow, and yeah, there you go.
All right, that makes sense. I was thinking, they did ban it. They want to take it away. I feel like TSM somewhat intentionally avoided the pick in the first game. Maybe didn't want it. Maybe don't feel as comfortable with Turtle on it. And he did have a good Ashe game in game 2 there as well. So I think that change worked out. But I think TSM know what everyone else does. You cannot give the best Varus in the LCS that champion.
Exactly. Whether you're banning it away like they did in game 2 or picking it for yourself.
Ooh!
Nori. Ivern. Okay, the green daddy for Nori. That's interesting because this is somebody we expect to be aggressive, to be up in the faces of the enemy. This is going to be strange.
I mean, he's still going to be in their face, but it's just going to be in a quirky way. And it's funny, like, we kind of wondered where all the Ivern went. I asked Bjergsen when I interviewed him, it's like, have you guys been practicing Ivern? He kind of gave me a look. He's like, of course I've been practicing Ivern. This champion's so strong. But for whatever reason, teams just haven't felt to bring it out until this week. So, Anori going to take it. It's one of those things where you're right, it doesn't really suit his personality, but certainly a powerful champion is Misfortune, the newly flexible Misfortune.
And I think it is going to go AD carry. I think this is a AD carry Misfortune because it'll provide a black cleaver for everybody else on the team. Ulti will shred it so you can run an all physical damage team if you want. Get a Corki for yourself for some magic damage mid lane. But up against Varus, when Varus doesn't have a support that provides him with sustain, it becomes a very difficult matchup because the Misfortune will both punish whatever Zyra or Malzahar you have and is a good matchup into the Varus.
I like this pick as well from TSM. Kind of forced to take a top laner here. Wanted a tank, so we'll take Poppy over the likes of Nautilus because I think the matchup feels a little bit better. I mean, it's never going to feel great against Jace. He's pretty good at smashing people 1v1, but TSM will take what they can get. Now we'll see what happens in ban phase 2. It's been a curious start to the draft already, and TSM continuing to focus attention on support bans as Malzahar is taken away.
They definitely think as well that it is a Misfortune as an AD carry, because of how well it's done into the Varus. And I think we'll be seeing more and more of that. The Deathfire Touch, Lethality, Misfortune does not completely counter, but it does a ton of damage, and it's able to actually deal with tanks too, because all the other AD carries don't buy Black Cleaver. She does.
Yeah, and more notable here is that Ryu has not had an early pick mid laner, so we'll see if TSM continue to ban out support. So we've got Syndra banned by FlyQuest, showing attention there to the mid lane. There is the Zyra ban from TSM, so it might be pinching support. Again, given that they likely think it's not support Misfortune, and with the two things he's good against banned away, that's probably pretty likely. FlyQuest though, 15 seconds. I'm guessing another mid laner. Maybe they take Corki. Maybe they want Corki. Don't expect TSM to pick it and take Cassio away. Maybe they're worried about Echo. There's actually so much to worry about here for FlyQuest, and they do take the Corki away.
Because that would be the safe blind pick here. So now you pick your support if you're TSM.
Yep.
Go down that tier list.
Give Bjergsen the counter pick once again. He's just
actually, yeah, okay.
Okay, unless you want Orianna, right?
Yeah, because I'm thinking like Cassiopeia is what you would want to play if you're Ryu, considering the bans. So that actually makes a lot of sense. So now you get to figure out, before you see where this the Misfortune's going, you get to figure out, what their bottom lane looks like. Who is their support? Is it the AMF? What can we play into it here? Okay. Would that be what they take?
Maybe. I mean, Arrow could be the double bluff from FlyQuest.
Yeah, it could be.
I like what you illustrated about the Orianna pick for TSM. It's something we haven't talked about too much in draft, but it's existed since even before the 6-ban system. It's a blocker pick here for TSM. You take a pick that you expect to do well into the lane matchup of Cassio, and now it's taken away. FlyQuest, no, they have pulled a bit of a trick here, and there's Ashe. Unless that's Ashe support, and it's a real kooky world. Looks like we're actually very heavily flexing the Misfortune, so some wasted bans, arguably, on the TSM side. I saw the Azir. That's been a common pick into the Orianna, but
it's a Jace mid.
All right, there we go.
It's the flex.
The double, triple, fluffy flex.
It's the FlyQuest bamboozle all over the place.
And Bifrost is like, Spellcard's like, no, we'll take it Thresh.
Nope, not happening. So yeah, now it's the Misfortune, which is most likely support the Jace top, or Jace in mid, and then the top lane Rumble. So this is the physical damage on the bottom half of the map, and then they have the magic damage in top. It's a miserable matchup for the Poppy. And now Jason to the Orianna does have a bit of kill pressure, and they have great range later on.
It's kind of the last time we'll see it for this year as well, so I do want to bring the coach matchup once again. I love that we had a very standard draft in game 1, where FlyQuest maybe came out a little better with the Shen. TSM, I'll say, pretty heavily outdrafted FlyQuest in game 2, and Pass kind of pretty happy about pulling one over Fly, and Fly pulls out the wackiest double flex, double bluff draft I've seen in a little while.
Yeah, they banned supports on TSM side, so they definitely just said, okay, we'll just ban supports because that's something that we'll try to pinch that pool. And they didn't even take a support for themselves, right? Because they could have just banned one, banned a mid laner, then went for first pick Zyra or something on the second phase. Instead, they need to know, they have to know, so they play it safe.
It's a reason I love me some Coach Fly drafts. That was a pretty nice stroke of genius there from the man. So we'll see what happens as far as the play goes, of course. I think Phoenix1 have set themselves up well lane-wise, but TSM's comp is very strong. They've got good champions. It's very straightforward team fight. Should have a lot of tools to succeed here, but Phoenix1 to mix it up completely. More of a carry there for Zig. Ivern for Inori, which is almost the opposite of what he wants to do. And double marksman bottom lane's pretty fun. We'll see how that one works out for them. That's probably the most standard thing about the draft Phoenix1 have on offer.
Phoenix1, though, is 1-1 right now against TSM. They established themselves as a second-place team and the kryptonite of TSM. They have Fly, who bumped them out of Worlds. They have Inori and Zig, who stopped that perfect split. And this could be the start of it again, establishing an era.
Well, eyes will be on that jungler in particular. Inori skips his way towards the jungle and out onto Summoner's Rift. For our last match in our P1 TSM. TSM will go the distance once more. If they want another victory, they'll need to fight the longest path for it. P1 on the other side, like you said, not looking for an upset this time. They've established themselves as a real strong team, but they would love to take full command of that second place spot, at least over TSM, who had such a good showing last year.
Yep. They want to get wards down, get deep wards down, figure out where Svenskeren is starting. And so that Ivern can actually take away a camp and triple buff. There's a bit of a guessing game that happens. If Ivern starts bottom side of the map, top side, actually, this got warded by Hanser, which is good. And so what Inori did is he walked all the way around, and now he might blast cone over and wait for that, or he'll get in the bush, and he'll go from wolves. You can't know. You can't know. And you can see Svenskeren.
I can see him, and I don't know.
Yeah. You can see where Svenskeren is hanging out right now because he doesn't want to be seen on the ward, and now he's spotted, and that's where Inori's going. Okay, bottom. He's gonna go Raptors to red to blue, but there's a ward right there in the river. And this is the other thing. Because you don't need a leash on Ivern, your top laner gets to go harass. Your top laner gets to possibly force his smite, get some damage down. And we'll see it force the smite as well, so yeah.
I mean, Inori looking weak right now, but that catches up quickly when you just steal away camps.
Let's see.
Sven's rushing his blue.
Buff to buff, yep. It will be a level 1 Ivern. He's gonna go over the wall here, and he's gonna wait for him to go over. And hello!
Very nice. Inori just can't finish the channel. That could be a kill, Svenskeren. Looking for the first blood. Flashes! Oh no, there's first blood!
Perfect setup there from TSM to counter the Ivern. They knew that was the plan. They placed down the ward in that pixel brush. They saw him coming, and he didn't even start the blue to set him up. Just said, all right, you're gonna come over, you're gonna take that Q.
We're on that stuff here, but Zig and Hornster talked about Poppy maybe feeling okay about Jason lane. Rumble is rough for a melee champion.
Very, very rough. And that's what they did, is they flexed things around. They flexed the Jace to try and get this better matchup in the top lane. Is Hanser, player of the game last time. Inori, to be quite honest, this won't disrupt him too much. He has the smite available, so he'll go over to his blue buff, and he'll be able to pick that up. But this is a game that Svenskeren could destroy. This Kha'Zix, against everybody who's squishy, that's a paradise right there.
It is. And P1 going to have to play the comp carefully as we check in with the bottom lane. It's been pretty fun to watch Arrow Adrian versus Turtle Biofrost. Arrow, very confident AD carry. It feels like 2v2. P1 have got the edge. Turtle last game was able to keep up in CS and get ahead with all the sideline pressure, and Ryu is now pressuring Bjergsen as well. It's the other feature of the draft that was so good looking from P1 is that they found 2 solo lane advantages. Bjergsen, he's on Orianna, he'll be fine, but Ryu is always going to have the aggressive edge here. And Sven, called up by the caller. Ryu just leaps over immediately with the flash. He wanted it all.
Ooh, he leaped over with the flash to try and take the Q from Inori to actually just gap close, but the leap came out from Svenskeren in time before a Q could come in through from Ryu and actually deal damage. Exhaust got used there too, so those are both summoners out of Ryu for nothing.
Good news there for Bjergsen, who's going to have both his mobility summoners up and is definitely taking the wrong end of the trades, which is expected. Playing here is Jace, but we'll see if Bjergsen can just keep things even. He is doing so right now, and there's Arrow pushing up to that turret. Where did Adrian get off to? Actually warding around, taking the blast cone.
Yeah, that's the thing. Supports, when they invade, they will actually try to kill every plant they can. Because they saw Svenskeren on the top side of the map go in, put down a ward on a camp that you expect to be spawning quite soon, take both the Scryer's Bloom and the blast cone, so they don't have anything to scout you or gank you from a clever route.
You can see the TSM fans out in force as far as fan votes go, but P1 certainly garnered a lot of fans last year, picking up speed when they upset TSM, and now establishing themselves as a top team, but how top, I suppose.
That's true. How
top 4 or top 2? That's a pretty big difference.
There is. And this is those big tests right now. I mean, Ryu, he said he hadn't played against any really great mid laners. He's going up against Bjergsen now. And with this flexibility in the draft, coming out a little bit on top. He's actually playing a little bit too far to the top side, but yep, there's Ivern.
Yeah, right behind Svenskeren. Sven's like, I don't want this. Rushmaker.
Put him in a bush.
Q gonna miss. Tried to lead. There's the ball as well for Sven, so he'll feel pretty safe. Bjergsen out of mana, gonna have to run all the way back though. And maybe even not feel too safe to stick around. We'll see what he wants to do. I think he's waiting, kind of seeing what the movements are. Might take this last wave. Probably expecting Rhea to go back, particularly if he's going for a tier.
Yeah. If it is a tier, we'll see, but I assume it's a serrated Dirk. Or if he's going for a black cleaver build, which you could go for. I don't think it's great in the Orianna matchup, but I think it's a serrated Dirk.
Yeah, cool. Bjergsen though, kind of using the IQ, knowing that, okay, Ryu probably wants to back here, so find space after hiding in the brush. Good stuff. Ryu though, back nice and strong. And I mean, Jace, we talked about it in the top lane. Very strong 1v1. That does not change in the mid lane.
No, it does not. Or else you'd be playing mid laners against him top in TP, and then you'd be fine. But yeah, he obliterates a lot of these matchups. Orianna, you don't purchase armor items either, so it's even worse than it was before. So because you have the precision mastery, now you have this serrated Dirk, you just deal so much damage to those mid laners who don't want to pick up like a Seeker's Arm Guard, or you want the Lost Chapter. You even saw Bjergsen struggling to wave clear and running out of mana while doing so.
Yep, does have that now, so should just feel a little better, but can't take trades like that from Ryu. As the shot blast going to help out. Bjergsen now level 6, man is going to come back up. And he's kind of expected this. And Inori, knowing this, consistently moving into the Raptors and taking them away. There's just really nothing Svenskeren or Bjergsen can do about it.
Yeah, and now Inori, he's smited. He's got 20 seconds on his smite left. It's looking like Haunter about half HP top. If they can get a poke on him, then it's definitely a go for.
Sven's here, but he's not quite there.
And there it is, behind the back of the turret, so he can't hide.
Good equalizer. Haunter with the ult. He kicks Inori out. That's a good start. Ryu actually going to get collapsed on Svenskeren. He fancies the 1v1 and almost takes it out, but a knockback from the hammer is going to move them out. Great defense, TSM.
You saw there, Haunter was thinking about flash eating over the wall and trying to hit Ryu in, but the exhaust is up soon and decides not to take that chance.
You can see Haunter just doing everything he can to try and keep the lane afloat. It is rough here versus especially blasting one first rumble, but Haunter doing well so far. Gonna take what creeps he can under the turret. He hasn't fallen too far behind in CS just yet.
Looking at the bottom side of the map and what Svenskeren was doing during all that time, he had backed and then he started clearing out some camps and went to his top side, so he did secure his red buff. His blue is about to come up, and they got all of these wards down in the Phoenix 1 bot side jungle. So during that time when they saw Ivern top, they were able to actually get tabs on what Ivern's movements were. They're going to try going for this blue buff. It'll be up in a few seconds here. Ivern takes it instantaneously. He's right there on time. He's just going to take it.
Yahtzee. Inori just waddles away with it.
Yep, but his blue buff isn't up for a while now. And he's still not 6. He's so close to 6. He just needs to kind of kill one camp or leech something away. Well, oh, yeah, Jace really wants to get that blue buff.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going over.
Ryu's like,
I'm going.
All right.
Use flash. Oh, he doesn't have it.
Candy.
Okay, that's how that works.
Piece of candy. Gets
delicious. Might cost him his life, though. Hey, a blue buff. Svenskeren gonna jump on him. There's the shockwave. Can they donate it over to Bjergsen? He really wants it. No, Sven gets it instead.
Sven did a great job of just going straight through mid lane and getting onto the right side. Normally, it's like, all right, nobody passed through mid during that time. Complete control there, and that's going to be Svenskeren picking up that blue buff.
Really smart brain power there from TSM. Again, it's difficult to outplay Ivan. It's such a different jungle champion, particularly with the early pathing. But TSM, you know, they've clearly been practicing it. They were the first team to bring it out in the NALCS.
Yeah.
And kind of showing that, you know, Svenskeren maybe outplaying the aggressive junglers, not so much, but he can certainly outthink Inori.
Yeah. Knowing exactly what he wanted, getting in his head and figuring out, all right, I want to be on that side. And with Ryu there, Ryu just took a really unsafe path back, and he used his acceleration gate too far forward. The Jace combos, you typically throw out a Q, and then you acceleration gate while it's in mid-air, so that it'll fly, and like you're like, all right, that one's going to hit, and then you throw it. Right? Whereas there, it was just too far away from him. Really good Jaces, you put it right in your face and you throw it out. But he wasn't able to get a movement speed boost afterwards.
Who's going to start up the passive on the Scuttle Crab? Might look to take that away. Bjergsen feeling a bit better about the blue buff parity, although Ryu has a red buff now.
Yeah, he picked up the red buff. Ivern just duplicates buffs on the second round of buffs. Not the first one, but the second time. He just leaves a candy on the ground with this skin, or normally just leaves the buff by itself.
Well, this is speaking of things junglers can do.
Yep, the
pretty
solo.
easy solo from Kha'Zix.
Evolve Claws gives you the ability to just kill this 1 second cooldown on your Q. Yeah. Balance at its finest, so.
Does have his smite. He's going to use it there just to make sure. And then look to take that Scuttle Crab down as well. Checking back into the bottom lane, Wild Turtle actually up CS here.
Yeah, Wild Turtle's doing a good job in this matchup. The Varus has a little bit more poke, so you have to avoid it as opposed to the Jhin, not as much. And Ryu here, looking at Svenskeren, sees him. Chunks him for about half there, and you can see Inori on the left side may actually be willing to pick a fight in a moment here, depending on how Bjergsen postures.
Well, Shockwave going to go wide. Bjergsen with the early Sork shoes looking good for a bit of extra mobility, if nothing else. And Bjergsen again, got about a 10 CS lead there as well. Haunts are also behind about 15, but he's been okay there on the top side so far. Zig kind of winning as expected. Haunts is taking his lumps and collecting whatever CS feels safe.
You were saying we don't really consider Zig a top lane carry player, but I think like his history would say that he does actually favor those. He just doesn't play them because playing top lane carries requires you to know all the matchups and timings to a T. In tank matchups, you don't always have to know it. You just have to know, okay, I'm fighting the wave more than I'm fighting the enemy. When can I push in and when can I not push in and then roam? Whereas now you actually have to just fight and exploit the champion. Because if you ever let up on a tank, you just gave them so much room that they're not supposed to get in a matchup.
Bifrost, I think we're trying to scan out some wards, but lucky not get himself killed. Haunter, charge of the Colossus going to proc in, yeah. You can see Spectre Scale's helping out a lot, but Rumble still does good damage, especially when overheated. Haunter, though, is standing his ground, and Sven's coming.
Yep, Sven's coming up. It's like this Poppy is really in his face. Might have to ulti to clear out the wave, make sure he doesn't get dove, because here comes the...
Can't see everything. They're going for
he
Haunter
overheated.
for the slam, that's one! Haunter flashes out, and another kill for Sven.
Exactly, didn't see that coming, even though we had Bjergsen moving from the mid lane, and you have Haunter playing so aggressive as a Poppy. The ultimate has to come down a lot earlier than that.
Whee!
Arrow comes
Little late.
Yep. Zig overheated before he got the ultimate out. Could have been a kill, could have been a way to stop it, and he wasn't able to do anything, not even flash there.
Well, Turtle just uses ulti. He's going 1v1 mode.
Don't know what Arrow was doing there. I think Arrow might have been...
Spenskeren, he's invisible! Lands in, goodbye. Get a chunk onto Adrian.
It seemed like Arrow was looking at the map as opposed to looking at what he was doing in lane.
Well, Turtle will take it. Just going to try and chunk him out. Arrow has to be careful. Little wide on that one for Turtle, but again, going to continue growing that lead. He does have the early Ghostblade built up already, so doing good damage early. We expect Ash is going to fall behind at least an early DPS. Usually you can control the lane, but it seems like the aggressive Thresh support big helps out there as well. And Wild Turtle, even 1v1, doing some work on his own.
Yeah. And the Ash requires about 2 items to turn online, whereas the lethality builds are so popular because they feel really good at 1 and 2 items. And then from there, it doesn't feel as great, but they still feel really good when you get those arrows on the backline. That's why Varus is just so popular.
Adrian and Arrow going to keep pushing this one out. Wild Turtle did go back. Actually has a tier as well, which is as expected. Blue buff this time over to Bjergsen. And now he's got to go back. Might have the Morello Nomicon finished already. And I really like this from Ryu, actually.
Yeah.
Edge of Night first, which thinking about it makes sense for mid lane Jace, but it's kind of cool to see.
Yeah, the Edge of Night, make sure that he can go in, pop it before he trades. But Bjergsen up about half a level right now over Ryu. So even if Ryu went in to trade, it is really bold to do so.
No Morello just yet either. Kind of see how efficient Edge of Night is gold value-wise, despite the slight CS differential. And wants his weight around a bit more now.
Yeah.
Level 10 to level 9. He's got a Shane, actually.
He got the Sheen for damage, slapped. Trying to actually push him out of the lane. And the matchup is just rubber banded back. And I was saying, like, carry top laners, you have to know the ins and outs of all the matchups here. And the fact that Zig was winning it, now he's a little bit behind. The CS is now comparable. They're pretty much even.
Yep, has to ult the wave. He's like, please, no more Spenskeren.
No more diving. Please, no.
And now going to recall as well. He does have teleport. Smart stuff overall from Zig. As Inori. Spenskaren's going to fight him. Nope, too late. Root caller gonna miss. That makes the funniest sound.
I love it when he smacks stuff when he auto attacks it and he's not in a bush, because when he's in a bush he does like a limp wristed bomb.
Oh well,
a lot of damage.
Opened up on Latin's gonna help. Good assist there from Biofrost.
But yeah, when Ivern auto attacks, it's just kind of almost like an Elise auto attack where it's just like, oh, there you go, and it like floats over there. But when he's in melee and he doesn't have that extra range, he just hits it. That's great.
Well, here comes the dive. Inori over. Brush made. Whee! Looking for the turret instead.
Trying to get it. Top lane is going to go down a little bit faster though, so TSM first turret.
Gonna lose the race here. Turret gold over to Haunter, and Spenskaren is nice for a bit extra. You can see already Turtle and Biofrost moving towards mid lane. Might find a pick here perhaps, although they have been spotted, so a little unlikely. Edge of Night's gonna make it even harder, but we'll see how much TSM want to commit for this. A lot. Biofrost is in there. Looking for the hook, doesn't get it. Bjergsen turns him off with the ball. Sven here as well. They might try and do this play again.
Yeah, but there are 4 people mid lane doing damage. Gonna clear out that minion wave. Goodbye, Ryu.
Adrian took a chunk and they know he doesn't have ulti. TSM might hang around a little too long here and gonna hit the recalls. Sven actually on top of a ward. Bad news. Recall's gonna hit him. Buffer the jump out. Inori gonna keep going, but there's the shockwave. Goodbye, Inori.
Sometimes you just gotta take the tree sin Q. You just gotta go in. Took it in, got shockwaved. That was Bjergsen just hiding out in the weeds, and Inori, you're the one who's actually super squishy. He slapped in Daisy, but no, it doesn't matter. You're the one that actually gets blown up.
Important to note, Daisy very tanky. Ivern, not so much.
You need that bodyguard. I mean, Inori, we talked about how he's the guy who's going to try to make the play. He's been making plays that have actually costing him. He's a very risky jungler. Svenskaren, 100% KP, 3 kills. Just before that assist went over to him, and Bjergsen got that kill. Svenskaren had been doing work. Svenskaren had all of the kills.
And another
Fed Kha'Zix.
Drake solo here from Sven. Really is putting in the work. Biofrost here for an assist. Bjergsen's like, yep, have a ball. Why not? And that's the second Drake there for TSM. A mountain is very nice.
Yeah, now you're getting to the point of the game where you're wondering about that Jace first pick. Was that really worth it to give over this Kha'Zix that's just been working so well here?
4 people top lane. I think Concept might have some idea that they want to rotate here, but
yeah.
Yep, he's like, yep, leaving. I'm leaving.
Yeah, because there's nobody bottom lane. That bot lane turret was already taking some damage from being pushed up. So, when Wild Turtle and Biofrost start calling that, you know, Arrow and Adrian aren't here, you definitely play back top. So Haunter did that right. Backs up. They have momentum though. They can actually push for another turret here.
They've already
but
pulled
they didn't check the top bush. Haunter's in there. He's gonna back arrow.
Biofrost back arrow. He's dead.
Oh, Sven.
Gonna be okay. Death by touch and a bit of shield there.
You gotta check that bush. You have so many tools to do so as well. And Haunter just hung out in there, and FlyQuest get punished.
They might even lose mid here as well. TSM did early work on this turret. You can see how damaged it is just to the far left of the screen. And Biofrost looking for a pick. Might get picked himself. Root caller on. Equalizer down. Goodbye, Bio.
Yeah, he had flash, but he just got rooted. Long duration there. And checking Inori right now. He's actually maxing it second, so it's not that root caller max first, but it's enough. And he decides not to blow the flash. He's probably already dead. He'll get chased down.
Garen might catch Inori here, though. Oh, he's looking for it. Inori, oh, he's caught! Daisy's there. Shockwave lands in. Sven wants to finish it off. Doesn't commit for it. Daisy doing work. Wild Turtle with a snipe, though. Missed the ulti, but that's okay.
Yeah, I don't think he thought the snipe was going to get him, so just threw out the ultimate there for extra insurance. The flash out of Inori, though, and that's Bjergsen caught.
Stunned. That's big damage. Arrow able to take him out there as Ryu leaps on top of him. Wild Turtle flashes out, but that's not enough. A double kill for the Ashe.
And FlyQuest trying to get back in there. Only 2,000 gold down now. They don't have a minion wave to push mid, but they do have the wave clear superiority, and that's going to be them trying to actually get some control of this jungle. They don't have the jungler. Oh.
Ooh, good sweep from Adrian. Hook not going to land. A little out of range, but I like the angle from Biofrost. Svenskaren still wants in. He looks for Arrow. Trying to take him down. Isolation damage is enough. Wants a double. Again, time the turret. See you later.
5 kills for Svenskaren. He's popping off. I said at the start.
Oh,
wait. He got out of there.
Biofrost, you god. Saves his jungler, prevents the shutdown, and makes it look good.
Well, that's where Svenskaren has to call him Bio Daddy for a day, because that was a sick save to keep that KDA. Those 5 kills for Svenskaren, and I said at the beginning of the game that this could be a Kha'Zix paradise with all of the squishy targets. You don't really care too much about Daisy, but all of these squishy targets comes out of the bush. They saw him for a brief second, but Arrow doesn't have flash, doesn't have a way to get out, and he was just too far up. Adrian had spotted the Kazakhs, and they didn't respect the fact that he would be able to gap close there. He doesn't even have evolved wings or anything like that, but they still don't respect it. And this.
Oh, Edge of Night props.
Blah. Oh, that's so good.
I'd be so mad if that happened to me.
You mad? You tilted?
That would be.
You have to actually hit the ground for two disguise to deal damage, so it interrupts it. There are some abilities that will still go through regardless, but that's one that also you can flash away from because it's player targeted. You have to target a champion or a minion, etc., but it actually targets the ground.
Well, P1 going to try and get the push happening, but Bjergsen is back with a needlessly large rod to join in the Morellonomicon. He did manage to finish up. And TSM looking pretty healthy on items and also in gold. 4,000 gold up, sub 20 minutes with 2 good Drakes to their name as well. You can see the leads there.
Yeah.
Haunter again looking good, but Svenskaren's got the biggest lead.
Yeah, this is why I thought Ivern wouldn't be seeing too much play from a lot of the aggressive junglers in North America, because you just get so far behind if you try to play the same way that you normally do. And then this happens where that's honestly a Kazakhs taking a blue buff about as fast as the Ivern would with the Smite combo after releasing it. So we see a lot of high skill junglers. We're talking about all our rookies like Acadian, Contracts doing well on carries. For the Ivern, it's a new skill set, different one.
It is. And they're going to try some sort of push here. Setting up some brush, looking for a pick perhaps. Ryu has the poke ready to go. This is, I mean,
yep.
the Varus isn't there, but this has kind of been what Ivern does strengthen. A lot of the poke and seed style comps. I mean, look at Ryu just firing away from the brush.
Yeah, because you can't see where the poke is coming from. You just set up brushes where there shouldn't be bush there.
No, should not. Thankfully, Ivern makes some as TSM. Looking to push down just yet. Still with a turret advantage, that mid lane outer is good for them. So they managed to take that one away. And again, the gold lead is looking nice. They're going to just manicure these side waves and try not to get poked down too low. TSM probably lining up with that Ocean Drake up in 55 seconds.
Yep, and Svenskaren is becoming a big problem.
Good hook.
Here we go again. Tons of damage.
Be a kill. And Ori just can't survive it.
Yeah, he's dying in the cast time of Daisy and the redemption. He used the redemption.
Oh, Bjergsen! Total though. There's the assist for the Cypher. Bjerg wants to still has the ulti, looks for arrow ball position, not quite there, but the push on turret will be.
And this is TSM just taking everything they can. The jungle, you no longer have any priority in your jungle at all. You've lost your jungle, you've lost your lanes. That's both buffs being contested by TSM because they have a fed Kazakhs at 6-0 and 3. And this Ivern, it is just becoming worse and worse for Inori.
Look at the preparation from Hansa. TSM planned it all. They have the way pushing in bottom lane. They'll take another turret. 2 kills, 2 turrets, 5 turrets to 2, and the gold lead getting massive.
Top. This might be Svenskaren making a play.
Ryu. Gonna exhaust him. Sven's gonna wait it out. He's got his flash. Can he look the outplay? Flashes out, and now does he dare go back in? He's got no ulti. He finds the slow, but he doesn't want to go too far.
Yep, he wants to pick up those minions. He may have been able to pick up a kill there because Ryu doesn't have the mana.
And with no jungle at TSM, gonna take their 3rd consecutive Drake of the game. Ocean number 2. Pretty nice when you're trying to defend against the poke comp.
Yep, and TSM, it's something about these game 3s. They've had every single win has been a 1-1 to start, and then they win that last one and go 2-1, and hold on.
Oh, Zig, Shockwave, back he goes! It's flashed! That's a mess. Hansa picks up that kill. And then TSM are just making plays at every spot on the map right now.
Sucked back in there. Arrow has the Ash Arrow. Maybe looking for Turtle, but they're just going to keep pushing up. And oh boy, they found Svenskaren again.
But Sven, he actually leaps out towards the red
buff.
Buff. Bifrost, you need to assist, he can't. There's the shutdown. Red buff going to go over to Ryu as well. Candy? No Candy. No Candy to Inori. Never mind.
That was a sick arrow from his namesake. That was crazy. Predicted that he would jump over the wall and fires it from around mid lane, and that's enough for them to follow up and get that first kill on Svenskaren. They desperately need. But now they're covering Baron Pit. They actually don't know for sure, and now they do because they've actually contested
waiting for a TP play, but Hansa's all the way in there. Ryu getting chunked down low already.
Turtle's out of position.
Turtle is, but he flashes over the wall. Zig trying to get in there. That's a good equalizer. Turtle getting burnt down. Will falls. Now Hansa slams Zig into the wall, but the damage is still there. The Lantern's not enough to save him, and Hansa goes down to Inori. Daisy eats the next hook. Oh, but she's okay.
She's alive. She will regen it all up in just a moment here. She gets out of combat. No, he puts it back in. All right, keep Daisy safe. Protect her. Get your waves. Get your waves.
Yeah, good picks there from P1. TSM still control the map. P1 have big sidewave minions to deal with, so won't lose too much more there, but TSM tried something and P1 answered really well.
Yeah, Turtle's just out of position here, and that's a good TP from Zig from behind. And then Turtle's like, I have to fire this arrow somewhere because he doesn't want to be slowed when he's charging it up. He's still slowed. Gets killed by the ultimate from Zig. And then a good body block there from Daisy. People say she's kind of brain dead, but she definitely came in clutch.
She knew. Able to save the team there. So TSM still up, but the gold lead's diminished a little bit. It's dropped by, I think, 2,000 gold since we last checked in. 5K is still a nice lead, but and so are the Drakes that TSM have, but momentum stopped a little bit here. Blue buff gonna go over. Things still looking good.
Yeah.
But P1 doing what they need to kind of keep this game afloat for themselves.
TSM still have a bit of control. They have the side wave priority. They won't be doing anything like a 1-3-1 for a bit. Bjergsen will pick up side waves, and we'll have Hanser on the bottom side because he didn't use teleport. So that's what I think we'll see here is Zig needs to kind of stay with the main unit. They need to get control of Baron so it doesn't get taken. And they need to be able to contest Hanser on the bottom side without having a Baron being taken away. So that's really what Phoenix One are trying to cover is bottom and Baron simultaneously without a teleport.
And P1 really need some sort of pick in order to get things going. They have a lot of damage and poke front-loaded into this team comp, but straight up team fights, you can kind of see why TSM wanted to force because they know they have the only tank really, unless you want to include Daisy. And as far as team fights go, TSM should win a straight up 5v5 they set up correctly. So you want to have to be a little careful and make sure that, you know, get them low, poke them away, or maybe even move them around the map. They don't have as many options as game one. It's a difficult to execute team comp, but certainly a strong one.
And now, because Zig is on the bottom side with no teleport, he has to clear the wave, run top side, and try to contest. So, like I said, cover bottom, but also cover Baron at the same time. Now, Hanser,
zooming in with the help of Bjergsen, a great ball carrier is Poppy. Zig actually under threat as well, Edge of Night pop. Zig's gonna get chomped on, that's good damage. And Zig gets taken by Wild Turtle. Sven stunned, but doesn't matter.
yeah, Sven does so much damage now with double lethality items. He is just shredding through people. In the isolated slow, that's the big thing, is it's an 80% slow when you have the evolved spike racks. When we were first seeing Kha'Zix, it was Q evolve and then E evolve, but the W evolve is just so much utility, so much slow. And here comes Daisy right in.
P1 gonna try and fight for this Baron, but TSM got it low already. Hanser pretty tanky. They're gonna have to take out Daisy. They will get it there, but they're gonna pull off the Baron. They don't want to make it too risky. Still staying on there.
Looking for Arrow.
To zone them. He's gonna chase Arrow away. Ryu's there with the poke. They need to be careful. They've actually found Arrow. Hanser might do it on his own. Arrow is there. Good damage from Bjergsen to follow up with a W.
Oh, the Poppy just moves so quickly, and he has the Iceborne Gauntlet on top of it. So once he's able to just get in range and throw the buckler at Arrow, he just can't escape.
Well, TSM gonna keep moving. They got to deal with the top lane, so they will reset and not get the Baron, but they get a smart pick. Don't overextend trying to go for the buff and lose it. And P1 4v5. Get another one picked off there. Can't defend.
Ryu. Looking for Turtle.
Poke
hit him.
Good ult there as well.
Got him in the lantern.
No hook from Biofrost this time.
Yeah, even though the To the Skies hits the ground, it still wasn't enough and it still hit him. That's the turret going down though.
Yep, turret's gonna fall. P1 open up some pretty essential part of the map for themselves. Bjergsen dodges out from that shock blast. Arrow does have the arrow up. Not gonna throw it straight down mid lane in. Kind of talked about TSM's team fighting comp. Arrow will scale nicely into those situations. So again, P1, it's not like they can't team fight at all. It's just way harder because they have so many more squishies and there's a big Kha'Zix.
Yeah, exactly. It's much harder. They have way more squishies. It's a big Kha'Zix, but also this Poppy's at the point where you don't kill her fast enough for you to actually survive in a one-on-one. So almost anybody pretty much just falls. And there's no Black Cleaver in sight either. Ryu is now buying the Phage because he went for the lethality items first up against Bjergsen. And now he's getting that Black Cleaver to try and help out. But actually, no, Adrian has one. Okay, so he did have enough gold already. Forgot about support items for a second.
Yep, support misfortune, you know.
The support Black Cleaver.
Fine, we've seen that.
Gets me every time.
Seen that for years. There's an Ocean Drake number 3 for TSM. 4th Drake overall. Gonna get an extra out of it as well. No Elder just yet, so TSM are really stacking up this objective.
Yeah. Some crazy controls of it as well, because they now have 3 Ocean Drakes. The poke doesn't matter. The Jace hits you, and you'll just regen it back up in a siege situation. So P1, this happened to TSM the other day. Bjergsen was talking about it where, nope, enemy team, they got 3 Ocean Drakes. We were poking them, and it didn't really work out.
P1 know that now attention will be turned to Baron. We have good vision control around it. Lots of blue wards in the area, but TSM, they'll move through, they'll clean those out. They've got bottom lane pushing for them, although Zig is going to add to that right now. TSM don't need much here to really break this game wide open, but they will need something. Gonna see what they can do playing with their lead. Gonna start by making sure they clean out all the vision that P1 have very carefully put around this area.
Yeah, before Phoenix 1 fight, they really want to have Zig be level 16 and have that rank 3 ultimate, but he is actually a bit of ways away from having that.
Now we're going to check with a hawk shot, trying to see where TSM are. P1 maybe cut them off in mid here. Also a little late. Just going to throw with the ball. The arrow hits him. Good equalizer as well. Then open up, and he flashes out just in time. Redemption down. Svenskeren throwing spikes.
Yep, throwing spikes, trying to get the slow. And now they're just trying to get mid priority here. Maybe set up some bushes and push. You have to watch out. Hanser. Yeah, you can see Hanser's actually just playing towards the back line, playing where they can't push up because the threat of a flank is just too high.
Yeah, even 5v4. P1 don't feel comfortable. Bjergsen healed back up. He's going to run back down mid. Try and force something. In fact, Haunter looks for Arrow, wants to chase him, needs to hit him with the buckler, but Arrow got both summoners up, so it feels pretty safe.
Whereas P1, they have some members trying to at least continue to have vision on this top side and handing out blue buffs.
Sven, ooh, he looked for something. He popped the Ghost Blade. Might find an assassination. Barely misses out on slowing Inori. Good bit of brush to cover the retreat.
They'll take it out on the Wolves.
Here comes the dive. Oh, nope. Not yet. They're going to push instead. Good little rotation from TSM.
It's a big wave, and the wave clear is pretty much the shock blast. Inori?
Haunter just going in, zoning them all off the turret. Zig might have to join. He's got TP.
Oh!
Shockwave finds Adrian. That's a big kill. Inori chunked as well. Haunter. Not quite get him, but the turret goes down. That's a good pick. Support really do melt to these mages.
That was a sneaky ball there, just right in the middle of 2 people. Almost obliterates Inori, but Adrian just gets wiped out. A support life right there.
Well, TSM, they're going to start a Baron. That little blue trinket moved away. Biofrost is running
TP from behind. Zig does have ultimate. He doesn't have level 16 yet. Put down a ward. They know that he's in the backside. They put it on Bjergsen Turtle.
Going for that. He goes over to TSM. They smite it away, but the fight's going to break out. Turtle, he's low. Daisy's going in for him as well.
They want Bjergsen.
He flashes out Bjergsen. He's going to go down. Arrow firing away as well. Sven's very low. He's going to fall. P1 cleaning up the other end of this fight. Haunter is tanky, but he's not tanky enough. He's finally going to fall. Good snipe from Turtle, though, to maybe save the back end of the fight.
Oh, AD carry 2K16, but they're the only ones that survived. The teams are doing a great job of actually protecting their AD carries and going after these other priority targets. Wild Turtle flashed out the back of the pit and still threw some arrows that came up big in this. That's a great equalizer onto both carries there, hitting both Bjergsen and Wild Turtle, and they have to go to the back of the pit. Bjergsen doesn't have his flash, so he's ghosting, running in circles away from Zig. Gets clicked on, dies. Wild Turtle has to go out the back right. And Arrow will pick up Svenskeren. And then Zig here, he actually doesn't have to continue because I think Arrow does have enough. He didn't expect himself to get blown up there. So Wild Turtle's the only one who gets to keep Baron, but they do get the gold from the Baron.
Yep, they take the turret as well. While TSM are off the respawn, so P1 get themselves a bit of extra gold. And again, the game's been very close as far as the gold totals go. TSM have one person with Baron. It's Turtle that managed to get away, so maybe they can get some damage done there. But it's been a pretty open map for a while, and it feels like TSM are playing a little slower. The Drake control's been good. That Baron fight was decent. Didn't quite do it 100% correctly, but at least they secured it.
Yeah, they got the pick onto Adrian, so they were thinking that, oh, the big ultimate we have to worry about, the AoE in the pit, aside from the rumbles, you know, it's down. We have that misfortune, it's gone. But TSM, they do it. They only have one member with it. And I want to talk about Turtle for a second, because that build, he has the Death's Dance now, so he's healing a bit off of the arrows. He's healing a bit off of the physical damage. And this is the lifesteal item that he's looking for, so he doesn't get blown up. It also makes it so that the damage ticks a little bit on you, as opposed to it all comes in one burst. So there is some reaction time added to when he's getting blown up.
Seems nice as TSM going to start a siege with the Baron. Rush is trying to protect the turret, but the cannon minions locking on. Slowly but surely, the Baron will take damage. They're going to move forward, take out that first cannon, but Wave's pushing at least bottom for TSM.
Yeah. The fact that TSM have triple Ocean Drake means P1 just have to do this in a burst. That Shock Blast acceleration gate on the Turtle took him to about, 3 Zig got hit.
Shockwave damage is there. Firefrost gets hit up. Adrian lets it rip with the ultimate. That's not that much damage, and Daisy's going to get killed here. Pulled into the team. Feels bad. And now that triple Ocean Drake's going to start kicking in. TSM trying to catch someone rotating aggressively. Ooh, wants a caught. I say that. He's Poppy. Pretty tanky.
Yeah, that Shock Blast. Not hitting anybody there. Fort.
Ooh, look at this huge wave.
Yeah, it's a big wave. Just trying to get
Goodbye.
out. And out on it.
Bjergsen almost dead to the ulti there from Zig. Has to be careful. Healed up by the Redemption. Turret's going to go down. TSM might need to retreat, though. Redemption are coming up for P1. They're going to continue the fight. Haunter takes the lantern out. Svenskeren can't find a target. P1. No cooldowns really left. TSM take the turret and get away with it.
And they're going to move straight towards that Mountain Drake here. And that'll be their 5th Drake. That's huge for them. The 2 mountains and having the regen means that they can just back off of this. Bjergsen pretty close already to half HP after the Honey Fruit on the Ocean Drake. And they're going to pick up another. So it looks even worse for Phoenix One as TSM. Oh, they're starting to put the final touches on this game. Try to close it out for themselves.
They've just built up so many advantages for themselves. It's not quite reflected in the gold lead. 6,000 up, still nice, although we are getting a little late. But those 5 Drakes.
5 Drakes is huge, but I do think that Phoenix One have great chance in this with the way that Zig has been ultiing. It's been coming up huge, and that was almost 2 catches there from Inori. Inori threw out a root collar, and it almost hit Wild Turtle. It was from the brush, and it was so close. If it had hit Turtle, may have been a kill there because he doesn't have his flash.
TSM, they have to play carefully around all the damage they've got built up.
I'm a marksman too, Sometimes you just gotta take it. He's actually just pathing by and took the red buff that was just sitting there on the ground.
He was hungry. It's been a long series.
Ooh, piece of candy. Sometimes you just gotta pick up the one that's there. You 80 carry. Sometimes solo queue, you just, oh no, I took the buff.
Big sorry, didn't they're gonna clear these out. Baron it up for a little while, so TSM going to assault mid and top side. Haunts are actually guiding the minions forward. Gonna assist the super minions. Baron buff has dropped off though. Don't believe Turtle has it anymore, so TSM gonna have to do this the honest way.
But there isn't really much to fight for that's outside of the base of Phoenix One right now. Drake's not gonna be up for another 5 minutes.
What are you doing there, Ryu?
Dying slowly.
Looks like it. Maybe not that slowly either, depending on how much I can catch him. Chain of Corruption not there. Ryu gonna try and stand and fight.
He's gonna try to give him the runaround here. Chain of Corruption already used.
Slow's there.
Slow's gonna try to poke him down, whereas bottom lane, Haunter actually just used the ulti to get rid of Zig. Ryu's gonna try to turn!
He's looking for good. He gets it! Kill comes down. 1-for-1 trade. Nice play, Ryu.
He turned it around there. 4 people chasing him, and then the Poppy bottom Haunter had to blow his own flash there. So that's actually a summoner spell trade that's in favor of P1, but an assist on the back of TSM's kill, so it's worth more gold overall.
Well, it does delay the game a bit, which is probably nice for P1. They're happy to get whatever gold they can find.
Ryu goes in the bush, hits Bjergsen there, even through the Locket shield. Gets the Thunderlords, just does so much damage right now.
TSM have to play a little carefully to maneuver the game to where they want it to be. Again, Turtle gonna get the minions pushing through top. Haunter was doing nice work on bot, and now he's got 4 tank items, so it's gonna be even harder to take down.
Yep, and now Phoenix One, they really need control of their jungle back on the top side. They have control of the bottom side, and that's where they were fighting Haunter just a moment ago. But Baron's about to come up in 38 seconds.
Pretty obvious what the next big moment's probably gonna be.
Yeah. Looking at
Firefrost, Adrian, no! Haunts are gonna slam in, but that's not enough. Adrian is very lucky there was no carry around.
Yeah, if Svenskeren was there to jump in with an Edge of Night or something, he has the Guardian Angel, so killing Svenskeren, you gotta do it twice. You even gotta get that spell shield off. It's gonna be rough for Phoenix One. Arrow picking up a little bit more as he was getting those at camp. He's almost 16, there we go. He's got 16 for the arrow.
It's nice for him, but again, the fight will be around the vision and the actual objective itself. TSM maybe already calling to start it. They know they've got no vision for P1, so they're actually going to go at least start this up
use
here.
the Ashe Hawk shot saw.
Now they know.
Zig is throwing it out on Turtle.
Is out. Turtle has to be careful. Haunter needs to line up a big ultimate here. Misses Inori. While Turtle's going to get healed by the Redemption as Daisy went in for it. Haunter, though, still on the front line, making sure he's okay. Zig snared up. That's going to be a kill, slammed into the wall by Haunter.
No arrow used there as well from Arrow to try and get a pick, try and get a catch. They just try to get mid-priority. Inori hanging off on the side, looking for the poke.
Yeah, leaning pretty hard on these 3 Oceans, but they're going to give it up. Yeah, they know Top's pushing, so they're going to run for it.
Haunter's going to zone on the right side here. He might try to loop around Arrow, but everybody from TSM is going to go to the left, try to actually go and get this top turret. This may be an inhibitor as well, with 30 seconds on Zig.
Got big ultimates up as well, so P1 cannot overstay their welcome. Trying to defend, Svenskeren low, Haunter gonna defend once more. Adrian's ulti, not enough. Hook finds Ivern, Inori played back up, Arrow hits Bjergsen, Arrow trying to do the damage, Adrian goes forward, Bjergsen gonna stay alive for a little while longer, the shields were enough. The inhibitor should fall down here as well. They need a couple more autos, there's Haunter making sure it goes down.
Ryu looking for some damage there, only hits Biofrost, doesn't actually splash on the Turtle there. That's going to be the back for Bjergsen. That's going to also be that down and top inhibitor.
P1 are not making this easy on TSM, by the way. TSM consistently forcing fights at Baron, smartly pushing off, but P1 are always there to defend, fighting for every little piece of ground they can get despite the disadvantage they have, and continuing to manipulate sidewave as well. This, despite the difference, will be a tight final game.
Absolutely. And Inori, not having his best of games right now. He got Svenskeren off to a great start because Svenskeren had a really good setup and countered the Ivern invade, and that's what really got P1 in this awful position. It's just Inori has been getting caught. It's a squishy Ivern. Even though his build is really supportive right now, he has a lot of utility to try and keep people alive. It is still an incredibly squishy, low defensive champion. No escapes, nothing of that like. He's basically there to buff up Ryu and Arrow. And he's going a little too far. He's overreaching. He's getting caught.
TSM have also been very patient in this game, but we're about to reach a large point in objectives. Elder Dragon up in 10 seconds.
Elder Dragon up very shortly. 5 seconds on that, and they're just chilling in a bush. Scuttle Crab control, that looks like it's a Scuttle Crab for P1, and it is.
Biofrost caught. Gonna be okay. Bjergsen with the shields. Gonna keep the relatively tanky Thresh safe.
That gives mid-priority to TSM, so now you have to walk all the way around if you're P1 and cut this wave off here. But you have to guess right as well, because they could go straight for the Elder Dragon, exactly. Ash helps you in that regard. It's hard to appreciate how much is actually giving to P1 in terms of knowledge when you're spectating, because you don't see it reveal, and then you're like, oh, aha. But it's definitely helping in this Ash pick.
Ooh, they actually stayed for it. Haunter and Bjergsen, the unlikely duo.
These are the two that you can have just sit here and pick it up, and that would be the Elder Dragon with 5 on it. 5 Drake Elder Dragon. Crazy.
Good adjustment from TSM. Last game, they went to Elder Dragon, and it really cost them in a trade they didn't want. This time, they successfully 2-man. They've got the wave set up, and now they can find a fight, push down a lane, find a catch, or take the Baron. All of these things, if they can find them, will happen remarkably quickly. TSM is so strong at this point.
It is 270 true damage burn. One of the biggest that I've ever seen. One of the biggest possible as well. Very close to being...
Look at this Baron. They're going to just shred it. Destroy.
Oh, it's like triple mountain at this
dead.
point,
It's actually dead. TSM forced onto the Baron and take it down. Haunter absorbs the arrow. Daisy's looking for some knockups, so that's going to take her out. Daisy, run! It's not worth your life. Haunter's finding the backline instead. Daisy running back towards the team. It's a tragedy. Daisy's down.
She's never had a chance, man.
She'll be back.
Yeah, in about 10 seconds. super low cooldown.
Maybe not in time. TSM at all bot wave pushing. Elder Dragon and Baron now ticking away. Top lane super minions causing problems. Phoenix 1 needs to mount a miracle defense, almost 10,000 gold down.
Exactly, miracle defense to try and stop TSM from getting their revenge on both, Coach Fly for Worlds, but also Phoenix 1 for ruining the perfect regular season in the summer 2016. Turtle eats a root collar.
TSM might be going for the throat. Adrian's ulti down, and Nori hooked up. Dig! It's the wrong target. Good pick there. And now Haunter leaping onto Adrian, has the lantern to get out. Shields are there from Bjergsen. Poke continues to land, and as Ryu's forced to flash out of the way. Bjergsen needs the next hour of redemption, heals them up a bit, and TSM, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, there's just so much damage here. They're just going to try to muscle their way in. Daisy's back in.
Daisy back into the fray.
And Ori!
Aaron looking for a pick. He wants an Ori. He's going to find it. Leaps out of the way. And TSM letting the super minions do a bit more work. They're getting chunked down pretty low. But P1 just don't have anything left. TSM, Nexus wide open. Bifrost looks for the play. It's going to cost him. It's Fed leaps in. And TSM 2-1 versus Phoenix 1.
And TSM push Phoenix 1 down the standings and take second place.
We expected it to be a close series, and it was. Three great games from both these teams, but TSM showing that maybe it's a bit more experience, maybe it's a bit more time together. They talk so much about how important it is to them their roster is all together, is on the same page, speaks the same language. And it pays off there. TSM still looking good. Will sit in second, at least for now. And P1, they've shown so much improvement, but not enough today at least to best TSM.
Yep, and the Kazakhs ended up being a big problem for them. The Shen in game 2 from Hansur, and then in game 3, the Kazakhs start versus the Ivern. They picked the Jace over it, and Ryu wasn't able to get as much done with that Jace first pick as you would hope he would be able to for that return.
Like I said, I love the draft from P1. It was so creative.
Yeah, it was.
But it was definitely a difficult comp to try and pull off there in Phoenix 1. I like that they're willing to play those sort of things against TSM. But at the end of the day, TSM's comp may be a little simpler to use, and Haunter on tanks in particular showed up this series. Both the games they won, he was a huge part in their win.
Yeah, I think he was a huge part in both those wins, like you said, as well. And I think Svenskeren in this game was a big hero. I think there was somebody who was like a little bit even more clutch than him, and I think that's Biofrost. Biofrost hooked to end up saving Wild Turtle. Biofrost's last few hooks to pull a Nori in, and that last one to hit Zig, and then have the ultimate come off afterwards from Bjergsen in the Shockwave. So there were some clutch hooks to actually end the game or prevent it from actually getting snowballed. And he was pretty much their primary engage tool, considering that they had an Orianna and they had the Poppy to try and jump in. But the hook is really what gets you that pick.
I think Biofrost has played multiple Thresh games already, and he's looked good every time. It's
still playing,
clearly a champion he's comfortable with, despite it not being super in meta right now. And it matters. Maybe it's just TSM need him to step up a bit more and make some more plays. He had his rookie split last year, looked very good. Now coming into his sophomore year, looking still just as fine.
Yeah, and there were some nerves or what we were seeing at Worlds from him. And so that's what he'll be looking forward to, is if he ever goes back to international competition, what does it look like for him? What is his performance like there? Is he going to have those rock steady hands and being able to deliver and make plays like that too? Because those are very bold. And we see sometimes your bold moves, like what Inori was trying to do not pay off, and they actually backfire.
Yeah, they did backfire in that one. But for more on the win, let's check in with Freak and TSM support, Biofrost.
Thank you very much, Pastry. Great cast in the day. I am here with Biofrost, and I want to congratulate you, first of all, on a hard-fought win over Phoenix 1. Any kind of comments, first off, just about that match?
It was like a pretty long series. We always end up losing the first game, and then we come back. It's been happening like every game pretty much, so it's pretty interesting.
Are you bought into the newly created TSM P1 rivalry? They ruined your perfect season last time around. Is this a team that meant anything extra to you to beat, or was it just because they're in second, it was a valuable game?
I mean, P1 has looked pretty strong in the start of the season because they had a couple of roster changes and they're looking really strong. So we thought they were a pretty good team, and then we came in today prepared, and we really wanted to beat them. We had the trash talk video too. That was fun. So.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And speaking of things that are going to be a lot of fun, right now you guys in second place, looking like one of the teams to make the finals. Tell me how excited you are if you get to go back to your hometown, I believe it is, to represent TSM back in Vancouver.
Yeah, going back to Vancouver for finals would be pretty cool because I have a lot of friends there, and if they came to watch, it'd be pretty nice. And then some of the stadiums I do know, and then I think we're going to the Pacific Coliseum, and then that's a place that I've been to when I was younger, so it'd be cool to play in there instead of being as a spectator.
It'll be cool definitely to be on both sides of that one. So after the 5-1 start, talk to me about who your next toughest opponent is. Of course, C9-2-OG. Are you ready to blast them when it comes time to beat them again? What's it going to take for TSM to be #1 yet again?
Well, we've been working on our issues. I think we've been improving with every week. Our opponents are pretty strong as well. Everyone's improving, but we're just trying to improve at a faster rate so that we can catch up. And I think C9 is definitely looking like the strongest competition right now. We haven't played FlyQuest yet, and they seem pretty good too. So it'll be interesting to see how the next couple weeks pan out.
So 2-1 on both of them, though?
Hopefully. I mean, actually, it would probably be 2-1 since we always end up losing the first game. But yeah.
All right, 2-1 the whole way through. 3-1 in the finals. Congratulations on the win. See you next week. Let's throw it over to the analysts.
Thank you very much, Freak. TSM gets their victory, their match victory here in 2-1 fashion over Phoenix One, moving to 5-1 and that second place slot. We'll see if FlyQuest can match up with them a little bit later today. Biofrost obviously had a big hand in the victory, but I want to point towards Svenskeren playing the Kazakhs against the Ivern, having been the first player to introduce Ivern to the NALCS. Really smart level 1 plays out of him.
Got to know both sides of that matchup. And I want to get right into the level 1 because it was very clever and very pivotal with what they did. Notice how they scouted out with an early ward right here. And so often, Ivern can start wherever he wants. So you go red, and then you basically guess which blue buff you're going to, whether it's the enemy or the ally. So Svenskeren actually says, why even make this a guessing game of me being able to get a buff stolen from me? Why don't I just go immediately for a buff? And it's even smarter when he paths around the downs, and he goes straight essentially for his own blue buff and doesn't take any other camp. So he's cutting off Inori, and they've already warded early, and then being able to blast cone and get into the brush, waiting for Inori to hop over with his Q so he can't even use it to peel. Then it's just a simple flash follow. So this is preying on Inori's aggressive tendencies, because a lot of times Iverns, if you want to play safe, you keep in your own jungle. You want to go aggressive, you do that steal. That's pretty much been since the launch of Ivern, but Svenskeren just guessed what Inori was going to do, had the ward to confirm, and got the kill.
Right, and the big thing was that it wasn't just, okay, he got a kill on the Ivern, tricky play, that's smart of him. It was that he snowballed the early game super hard and just ran around the map, killing everyone. He helped win this top side matchup that's usually a counter pick, Rumble into Poppy. He helped win that easily for Haunter. A number of huge plays from him.
Right, 1-0 turning into 3-0 very quickly in the game. As you mentioned, he will be picking up player of the game for this, for the good start for the team. Obviously, the victory was a long time coming there, and it was off the back end, as Irene mentioned, some great hooks from Biofrost in the late game on that Thresh. I mean, Jat, you were kind of joking around while we were watching the game. Did people forget that Biofrost is actually a solid Thresh player, and this is a viable pick for him, especially when you consider that Mal, Zyra were banned out. There was a fair number of supports taken out of the pick ban.
Yeah, I was thinking earlier in this year, man, Biofrost really defaulting to Thresh a lot. Oh wait, before he even joined TSM, they thought he was just a Thresh one trick, and they were surprised he could play other champions. So his most practiced champion, like career-wise, just now getting a lot of prestige in pro play.
I mean, as great as this to be like, oh yeah, Biofrost, great Thresh performance late in the game, you have to look at the rest of TSM's performance in the late game. They have a good comp for closing the game out. Yes, P1's comp is very high damage. You get punished if you start an objective off and flub kind of your turn off or something like that. But it still took a really long time given how explosive their early game was, and it continues to be the same kind of issues that have plagued TSM. Come mid-late game, they often struggle to get what they need to done.
And I think that's kind of the big thing here, is that all of TSM's victories so far this split have been 3-game series. So none of them are necessarily crushing victories that they should feel, that they can rather feel super confident about moving forward as like, yeah, we are, again, the most dominant team in North America. No, they're not there yet. They are picking up the victories, and they are sporting a 5-1 record, which is sweet, but there's still so much they got to clean up around their game.
Yeah, they're 5-1 in matches, 10-7 in games, which would actually be kind of a meddling record as far as trying to be a top-tier team. So, yes, it's good that they have the consistency to not lose the series, but then the inconsistency of not closing out games very quickly and just flubbing a few of them. I mean, they got pretty quickly closed out in game one.
Right.
Those are the things they're going to want to clean out because they have aspirations of being a world-class team.
And Mark, what about on the other side of the matchup here? Because we were talking about Phoenix One coming in hot off of 3-2-0 victories. So they were, if anything, the more dominant team coming into this matchup. Well, they exit with a defeat here in a 4-2 record. How should they be feeling as a team coming out of this matchup?
I think they should feel fine, honestly. Game 3 was a totally different draft than we see out of P1. They take the Jace early to bait the Poppy pick. They flex it to mid. They grab the Rumble for Zig, which he's pretty good on, and then they take the Ivern. And so all around, this draft is not what we were used to seeing. We're used to seeing, Zig on tank, Ryu on, some kind of control mage. It went totally out there, and then it started as bad as it could start. So it wasn't like, oh, they don't know how to play this team comp. It was like they got destroyed early off some Sven plays. So I look at this and say, you know, the series could have gone either way. The way Game 3 started was a disaster when they tried something different. Not too upset about it.
Let me ask you this. This would be a yes or no answer here. Would you want to see P1 try this composition again? You mentioned it's a very different look for them. Would you want to see them play this again, maybe to more success if they don't get out to a level 1 first blood?
Yeah, I mean, I think I look at this comp. I understand what they were doing. It makes a lot of sense. It was tricky. They baited TSM into doing exactly what they wanted, and then it just goes horribly wrong. Like, you don't have time for the Rumble to destroy the Poppy the way you want to. It just got turned.
I guess that was a lot of words for a yes or no question.
Yeah, well, I guess
I say no.
Okay, yeah. So, because here's
what
what I'm hammering at, right? Phoenix One seemed to have established some kind of a winning formula, which is that Zig is going to be primarily on the tanks and be that role player top lane. Wait.
It's good to be varied for sure.
Yeah.
But based on where they've found their success, I would prefer them to have Ryu on a more proactive champion instead of a poke wave clear Jace, and Inori on a jungler who can invade and kill people.
Yeah, all right, Mark.
Last point, if something like this works, it throws a lot of mind games at an enemy team.
Yep.
So I do like that part.
I would love them to do it again if they were good at it.
That's the thing. I think, hey, look, it's early in the split. If they can craft this composition again and show us that they can get a victory out of it, it does a lot for them later in the season when it comes to diverse strategies. That's going to close, or rather conclude this series here. TSM picking up the victory on the first series of the day at NALCS1. That's not all the league action that we have for you, though. After the break, we have Immortals versus FlyQuest. Don't go anywhere.
Do you realize who their coach is?
Oh!
It's the coach we lost to 2-0 at Worlds.
Oh.
That is true.
Are you gonna let him get away with that? Or are you gonna try and punish him this time?
Looking for a pick, he wants an Ori, he's gonna find it, leaps out of the way, and TSM letting the super minions do a bit more work. They're getting chunked down pretty low. But P1 just don't have anything left. TSM, Nexus wide open, Bifrost, look for the play, it's gonna cost him, it's Medley!
I got Ivan. I jump out. Nice. End the game. I'm in GA.
End the game.
You cannot. I got a lantern. I'm hitting Nexus. I'm going Ash.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American LCS. My name is David Freak Chili here, clocking in at the caster desk with my favorite, Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. How you
Clocking
doing?
in. What time is it? Quick.
Quick time. It is 3:21 p.m.
Right on time. Let's go.
Got it. Let's do this. We're jumping into our second match of the day. It's Immortals versus FlyQuest. And for a team that many ranked as last or close to last place, FlyQuest certainly winning way more than people thought with some quite solid match wins.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite teams to watch just because everyone is laughing at the beginning because it's all these old players returning, but they have been smashing and they've been doing it their own way. High and Moon specifically have been a tremendous roaming force. Those two together have accounted for a ton of the kills for the team. This team also has a very unique pick and ban phase. They do give up a lot of these OP quote-unquote champions. Lemonation is a huge fan of doing that. In order to trade back certain OP champions with prepared counter picks like High's Zed. They've also used Misfortune as the flex for AD carry, the first North American team to do that, you know, and really embrace the new lethality items and the new champion builds that does open up for them. Now, High and Moon, they also actually have the highest champion diversity for both mid lane and jungle, and the team as a whole has the highest champion diversity for any team in the North American LCS.
Yeah, and it makes me really happy to see this team. I love teams who innovate, and once again, you see Moon with his
teams
orange
that juggle.
Yeah, well, the one-hand juggling not quite as difficult for Moon, so I think you got to step it up for us.
One object juggling doesn't count as juggling. That's just catching.
Well, he's good at catching. Not only does Moon have a good ability to catch, he's got a deep champion pool, and also these picks are looking good for him as well. And it's actually kind of crazy to think because he's up against Dardoch, who replaced Moon on Liquid for bad performance at the beginning of last split.
It's actually super interesting that so many of these, you know, NA talent junglers that everyone's talking about have a lot of history together, and they actually are very close. You know, they're tweeting out on social media and stuff, making fun of each other, but Moon and Dardoch have a long history, Acadian as well with both those guys. And it's really nice to see all of them find, you know, success in different ways, basically. But right now, it seems that Moon is way more at home on his team, right? This specific team. They have his back. He's got this strong shot caller to give him confidence, and he's really flourishing. Whereas Dardoch is seeming to stumble a bit here on Immortals with, you know, the team not really coming together. And it feels like, you know, Moon now is the one with the dream position on his team, whereas Dardoch is doing well, you know, individually, but having a hard time, you know, getting the entire team to work together.
I agree. I think you mentioned that Moon feels more at home, and it just made sense to me because FlyQuest, they went on like a mission to reach the Moon, and they got him, and now he's looking great. And Kobe has the same reaction as everyone else.
Lineups.
Yeah, well, but it's been interesting. We talked about the jungle player story, but there's one in the support role as well. Ole actually shared with us why his matchup against Lemonation today has some significance to him.
Yeah, actually, I met him 3 years ago in IM as a Brazilian team playing gaming. And I checked his champion pool. He was absolutely same as me. Like that time, I play Janna and Morgana. I feel like it's kind of mirror matchup to me. So kind of I'm playing against myself. So I want to win against me.
Yeah, it's actually cool because a lot of the old previous Cloud9 members like Lemon and stuff have international appearances where a lot of people paid attention to them, you know, and they got a lot of international fans as well. So nice to see that interaction.
Yeah, always fun to look at. So now let's get a look at the starting lineups for this match. On the blue side, starting out, it will be Immortals. Flame in the top lane, a man of much international notoriety. Dardoch in the jungle, Pobalter in mid, Cody's son in the bot lane. Ole, just heard from him on support with their coach Hermes as well to lead through picks and bans.
And on the red side, it is FlyQuest. Up top is Balls. In the jungle, Moon, mid, high. AD carry Alltech, support Lemonation, and coach ThinkCard on stage with them.
Absolutely. ThinkCard, formerly a jungler as well, played under CLG for a bit, so jungler on the cast as well. So many incredibly talented junglers, 3 of them that I know of, and then Kobe's here as well to round out the lineup. Thumb up is there. You didn't like my terribly delivered pun, so I had to shoot back at you, of course. I really am excited about this matchup, though. I feel a little bit bad for Immortals getting a slower start than I think they would like, but the fact that FlyQuest are innovating a lot and doing so well makes them a really fun team to watch out for.
And, you know, they kind of touched on it in a video. Ale versus Lemonation is super interesting. Ale is one of the only supports with, like, one of the really different champion pools. His most played is Morgana, which I don't believe any other support right now is funneling that much effort into the champion, but getting a lot of picks on it. Yet Lemonation is actually one of the guys previously known for a lot of Morgana play and relying on those bindings, which they actually have already used already.
Exactly. That's what Ole was saying in the video. Is like, I'm playing against myself. We play the same things. I want to beat myself in the matchup. And
twins right there on your screen.
Twins. I mean, they look so much like the same person. You ask one of them, you want ice cream cone? Both of them say yes. I mean, how does that even work? Shout out to everyone who got the reference. It's an old video. I'm old. Varus, last one off the table.
Yeah, let's catch up here. The expected red side bans are coming through from FlyQuest this time around, so they are not doing the trade for the LeBlanc, the Rengar, the Camille. Well, at least we expect LeBlanc to round it out here. They might pull something different. They did already use the Kassadin as the soft LeBlanc counter, but who knows? We'll see here, as the targeting from Immortals has been towards that super strong bottom lane of Zyra and Varus, getting that off the table. To me, Jhin is super high up there. So this actually might be a LeBlanc for Jhin trade if I'm FlyQuest looking at it. And Immortals, they're jumping on this, but I always second guess myself if you're drafting against Lemonation or something like that, and he does leave that very obvious one open. With the rise in power of lethality, if Varus is off the table, Jhin is the best marksman user for that down there in the bottom lane, and it really changes the power curve of your entire game. Being able to jump right in to any early game skirmishes, level 6 with even a serrated Dirk, Jhin adds so much power, whereas Ashe is going to be sitting on pieces of Infinity Edge, and yeah, she does have the arrow, but does not feel the same. And there it is.
Yeah, and I think both these teams have been making a lot of plays in the early game. Dardoch's just been such an omnipresent jungler. He's killing everything, and FlyQuest just have such great shot calling. The last time we looked at the stat, they had the fastest average Baron of all teams in NALCS. Like, these guys shot call circles around almost any team.
That has been such a big strength for them, is the decisiveness when they do get an early lead, or even an area on the map that has an early lead. If the gold overall isn't even in their favor, they will pressure the one area that they do have that advantage, and then really try and snowball that. Shen is so great in doing that. They've used it over and over. Target the bottom side. In pick bans, they've already weakened the bottom side here by grabbing up the Jhin, the lethality that we talked about. And the only thing they did have to sacrifice for this was the LeBlanc. Now, Hai has already shown 2 counter picks. Not only the Kassadin that we mentioned,
Zed too, right?
but Zed as well. Exactly. So we'll see which one he decides to go with this time around. Generally, the Zed, much more about that split pushing. He really does like to get the early kills on the enemy carries as well. And we get a little bit more actually FlyQuest flavor here. He's one of Moon's favorites.
I think this is now his 3rd Evelynn game, unless I'm missing a couple more. But yeah, Moon's always been happy to play his own champions. I want to come back to what you said earlier. They only gave up LeBlanc first pick. I mean, so few teams allow this to happen, but that's the context you have to give FlyQuest. They clearly were okay with this kind of matchup. They said, we would rather play Pobelter's LeBlanc than Dardoch's Kha'Zix. This is worth it for us. Dardoch's such a high-profile player, and he's playing so well for the team. We'd rather give you a champion that no one gives any other mid laner and say, go for it, Pobelter. What can you do?
If we didn't know these members, right? If these FlyQuest members didn't have such a long history and we weren't so well acquainted with them, we'd be looking at this draft and going, oh, they gave up LeBlanc, Maokai, Ashe. That seems like
this is a communication issue.
Quite a good, standard setup here for Immortals. Like, Immortals, looking like they are feeling pretty confident. Pobelter is going to be the one piloting that LeBlanc. He's the guy who really has wanted to step up this season. He knows that he's been struggling for the early parts, and he's felt bad about it. He had mouse issues he was talking about. He feels like he's in a slump, and he's definitely chomping at the bit. He really wants to make a comeback here. And he talked about also, this is the regular season. They're looking towards playoffs. Playoffs is what matters. One of the lessons that Immortals as a team learned very
the hard
clearly.
way. Well, they still have to make playoffs in 2 and 3, puts them just on the outside of that, I do believe, based on standings. But it'll be a close fight, I really believe. There's a lot of teams that are sitting close to 2 wins right here, where position 5 and 6 really up for grabs. We'll see which one can get it. Of course, Karma been grabbed up, and now the jungle pickup. Yeah, pretty easy one to go for Graves. I think a very strong champion and does fit the Dardoch style. Thresh to round out the lineup.
I'm super excited because Dardoch was the guy who taught me how to do a lot of the animation cancelings for Graves. The one where you can cancel the Rico on your R. Also the extra autos coming out with your E. But it's just another build that's really bolstered by the lethality changes, right? You have the option on Graves to go with the lethality. Most people have been taking that option. Yes, you can still go with the old, slightly more bulky builds of the Cleaver and fitting in the magic resistance from Hexfinger if you really didn't want to go lethality, but pretty much everybody going with the Edge of Night style Ghost Blades and full lethality builds, so you can get those 2 shots. And the added benefits of it really scaling well with Thunderlords as well is just a huge amount of burst. So
absolutely.
Let's
Super volatile.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take stock of like the overall team comps here, because we talked about Immortals. They're looking like very solid here. They have Flame on the Maokai. The premier tank at the current moment is going into Shen, who offers quite clearly the added pressure on bottom lane, which is really going to be the focus for this game. Can FlyQuest blow open this bottom lane with their Jhin advantage and their Shen advantage and an invisible jungler?
Yeah, I feel like this is a pretty easy to gank bot lane if you're FlyQuest. Jhin provides crowd control, Elimination provides haste and crowd control and decent damage in his own right. The 4-man dog pile down there should feel pretty good.
So Immortals should definitely be expecting this as well. You want to send those guys into the game with that game plan, expecting a lot of bottom lane pressure, and we'll see how they do react. Graves is typically this farming jungler everyone knows him as, but he's also very good at counter ganking. Yeah. If Evelynn overcommits, W's into the lane, tries to get up there, Graves will blow you up, even before building lethality.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a couple of long swords will do the trick.
The base damage is good, and as far as counter picks are concerned, the standard Corki coming through for high, so it looks like with Kassadin off the table, they said, you know what, we'd rather just fit the team comp, and it's not like it's a hard counter pick against LeBlanc by any means.
Yeah, one of the things, I was talking to Cop, actually, funny enough, playing a decent amount of mid lane when he was filling in just random solo queue and stuff, and Corki with Exhaust very clearly has the counters for the all-ins from LeBlanc, and you just kind of push out lane, grind it out. Corki, very popular right now, lending extra poke as well, and a source of magic damage to go along with the lethality threat of Jhin.
All right, so we are onto the Rift, of course. Game 1, Immortals versus FlyQuest. Get ready for this one. FlyQuest, again, against expectations, 4-1 in the standings. They win this one, and they match what TSM did earlier today, which was win a match. So this is FlyQuest hoping to hold on to second. And many say it's been an easy schedule for the team. They've yet to play any other teams with winning records at this time, but
have not played Cloud9, the undisputed top team, plus
no TSM,
of
no
the other number 2 teams.
Yep.
Regardless, though, let's take a look at this roll of the dice. The Drake is going to be Infernal Drake Freak. Extra emphasis added onto the bottom side of the map.
Sure.
I actually think that does benefit FlyQuest as far as the Drake roll for the beginning here does go.
Yeah,
but as we said, Immortals are going to be expecting that focus, right?
Yeah, so how well can they play around it? Of course, Cody, Sun, and Ole much maligned for generally bad play. I made the point. I mean,
it's true.
And I'd made the point on Friday that I thought they were playing better than expectation. Now, granted, the expectation was putting them out as a 1 out of 10.
Fairly low from Angi, and
Right, and I think it was lower than that bar, but I think it is still accurate that it's a lane that players can abuse, and we'll see if that ends up being a good style. Both mid laners triggering Thunderlords on one another, and early potions used off as well. Now, Hai's always been a player I've seen very good at playing a lane in an intelligent way, like, oh, I'll shove this exact wave and get an early recall, and I'll have an item lead doing so, and maybe he can use that to leverage an advantage over Pobelter.
Also a player that loves to take trades very aggressively in lane, and that's why Corki does really fit his style. The other thing is that having an invisible jungler like Evelynn always makes the enemy mid laner question if there's an Evelynn around. Since Hai always plays like there is one, you just eventually have to roll those dice and call your own jungler to be around if you're going to take one of these. But trading very quickly here. Before the 2.5-minute mark, you could be pretty sure Evelynn's not there. But past 3 minutes, then you might have to check the aggression.
Yep. Well, early pings coming in right now. Looks like they heavily pinged out that they saw Graves down by his Raptors and or his red buff. That was the warnings coming out from Moon. That's where he should be if Drawdock were playing a standard pattern.
Actually, it's definitely worth noting that Moon went with that short, basically half route on Evelynn to get the early back here for the extra ring, and will clear from top down again. Maybe he makes a move at the Maokai, who Shen can set up with a taunt, or does try and provide some of that threat around mid lane. Even if you show up once, the rest of the entire game. LeBlanc's going to be thinking about going for the all-ins with the chain and W.
Worth seeing how much extra pressure FlyQuest has this bot lane. Altec has missed exactly 1 minion in 3.5 waves, and Cody Sun already injured pretty heavily and missed quite a bit himself.
The other thing I do like about the sort of short route there on Evelynn, you know, trying to make the most of the Raptor experience as well, is that the bottom lane is where we talked about, oh yeah, Immortals are going to be expecting all this focus on bottom lane, and Graves maybe will spend some time there setting up a counter gank or waiting around. You kind of, the longer you wait to show yourself on Evelynn also kind of makes the enemy continually guess where you are and try and set up counter ganks to punish you. But if you're not there, if you're collecting scuttles and whatnot, then you're hoping that they basically waste time.
And right here, Dardoch can say, okay, he put a ward down, and Moon wants to fight him back for it. Early trades coming in, and it is Dardoch pushed away. Hold on, Bobo taking a chunk of damage, but brings High down to 300 HP himself. Neither mid laner has any potions left, and Dardoch will manage to knock down the ward. That's money down the drain from Moon.
So the advantage of Evelynn is that she has the stealth. It's not the 1 versus 1. I can see you, you can see me. Graves definitely can handle his own there. So that's why Dardoch is able to bully him off of the ward. Even with both mid laners kind of matching there. Summoner is blown from Pobelter though. You definitely need to note that for the next conversion. Teleport here used to get back to lane after that trading. So that is going to result in a little bit of increased CS as well.
And of course, he snuck through without getting spotted by wards. In fact, LeBlanc roaming up as well. So a fight in the bot lane against Cody Sun. The flash exhaust coming in back on Altec. Back onto Cody Sun they go. Altec 3 shots away from the crit. He's not going to get the hits in. Here comes Moon, and he'll block the volley. First blood comes through in the bot lane. And the top lane action turned into nothing. Ball's not even losing a summoner. Ole going to drop as well. A double kill to Moon. Continues to be the killingest player in the North American LCS.
Oh my goodness, Moon heading down to the bottom side of the map because that's where the Gromp is as well. Soon as they go aggressive, calls
so dumb.
I'm coming down the lane.
Pobelter roamed top and Dardoch was top lane as well. You don't go for a flash exhaust like this.
Exactly. This bottom lane is being so aggressive and not respecting the Evelynn at all. Even if he wasn't immediately coming from base, could have been in the area anytime. And I don't even know.
One auto
You're
short,
not even ever
two
gonna.
auto short.
If he, yeah, exactly. If he just continues to walk, you don't get that anyway.
Slightly misjudged.
I mean, if Moon's not there, then yeah, you don't get killed. But
yeah, I mean, I understand the idea because he was probably 5 HP off from getting first blood, and if Moon's not there, it's a first blood and out, and that is the right play. But they know Moon's not top side from Dardoch counter jungling, saying Krugs are up, Moon's not here. He's not here, guys. Moon's not top side. By the way, I'm top side as well. Your jungler's nowhere to see. And they go for the all-in anyway.
Coordination has definitely been an issue. The last time they did see Moon was in the river there, but that was so long ago.
They know they forced the recall.
And you know that, as you said, he's not doing Krugs, so definitely overstepping their bounds here in the bottom lane for Immortals. And it actually seemed like a really on-the-fly call because the initial Lantern was a defensive Lantern to get him out, it looked like. But then Ole decided to flash forward and go super aggressive with it. They're going aggressive again, but Shen is level 6.
There's a Shen. Can they bring him into range into Ole?
I mean,
he just walks out. I'm not even going to burn the top for a while, and it should easily go to Altec. And again, taking a trade that gets turned around by FlyQuest.
We may have given Immortals bottom lane too much credit in the intro, saying that they are expecting all of this focus on bottom lane, right?
Maybe so.
Because Shen just hit level 6. And they burned Flash in the previous play. There's no getting out of that all in.
Yeah, you've got to be under your turret at all points at that point.
Coordination issues have been something that have also plagued this team here from Immortals. And you talk about the jungle to bottom lane coordination, also top lane to bottom coordination, and communication doesn't seem to be there. So all is going according to the FlyQuest plan, whereas Immortals, they're really going to have to bide their time now and hope they can scrounge out some CS as they have to wait it out. I think the Infernal Drake is going to be very easy for FlyQuest to set up on the second cooldown of Stand United.
Well, they're putting in a lot of effort on the mid lane as well. High, of course, intelligently rushing a Hex Drinker to survive the matchup, but I mean, as far as that's going, he's equal in farm and actually slightly ahead. Doesn't look too bad for High right now. The rest of the team, of course, have done well with making the bot lane work. Credit to Flame, plus 10 CS over Balls, so that's something. But otherwise, it is a FlyQuest advantage. 1,500 gold in the lead with those 3 kills. Roughly par for the course based on what those things are worth. And we'll see how High's Corky can use the first package.
Yeah, the package is ready. Jin is also level 6, so bottom lane could still very well be focused from FlyQuest, even without the Stand United. Altec has lethality. He has his level 6, and Hai is ready to roam. Hai is actually roaming over a ward, so Immortals this time, no really communication necessary.
Yeah.
Bottom lane should be able to see that for themselves, and they do back off.
As long as you have a mini-map, you're going to be okay, and looks like that's enough to make them run away. But hey, that roam just denied a full wave of farm, and it even got them a red buff steal. So it's not even... The fact that it turned into no kills is still okay for them. Hai once again going for the trade, and Poet, they're out of mana, can't fight back.
My question is, with Hai, you know, getting some damage here on and some control of mid lane, Moon's got to expect the red trade attempt from Dardoch.
Yep, and there he is.
And he might try and head over there and, you know, stalk this Graves. He would definitely need some help. Actually, this is good from Immortals. We are seeing some good teamwork. He actually calls Flame over. Flame pushed the wave in. He can give Dardoch an escape route even if Moon does show up. So they are successfully at least going to go even on red buff trade.
We know Pobot has been pretty aggressive in looking for his trades against Hai. Suddenly Graves on the bottom side is going to be both here, so he's trying to bait in the fight. Exhaust is on, but that's going to turn into nothing because here comes everyone else, but Altec joins the fray. Not going to land the deadly flourish, but how about curtain call? Dardoch, nice actually, he wasn't revealed anymore going through there and gets to grab the honey fruit. Push a scuttle crab off of it. That's my snack.
Little bit of good dodges there, and a little bit of luck from Dardoch to be able to get out of there. Because if Jin lands anything there,
he's gone.
He's probably gone. And Dardoch did have to burn his flash, so not going to be able to rely upon that. Now, Stand United is available, and Infernal Drake is such a high priority. Helps with snowballing so much. They already have this nice lead here for the FlyQuest side, and it's really Immortals that want to try and grind it out and maybe go for more trades, more even, less confrontational mid-game here.
See what more they can get. FlyQuest and Immortals going into this one. Actually, a bad hook by Ole. Flay buys some time. Arrow's going to hit Moon in the face, but look at the root. Look at the damage out, but Ole going to be on the chopping block. One more shot. Waits out the exhaust. Altec won't quite have the kill shot. Waiting for the damage to come down. Turns it over and pops Cody's son. A trade kill coming in thanks to Pobolter's roam. And here comes the TP.
Stand United yet.
Okay, he pops that. Going to keep Altec shielded up. No Corki at all. It's not Hai joining in the slightest. Ball's holding the front line. Shield's going to time out. Rooted up in place. Flame will secure his team the kill, but it buys enough time.
Are they going to get Altec too?
I don't know if they can.
Okay, red buff slow won't be enough, but man, that was huge for Immortals. Hai does not commit to joining this fight. And Balls as well doesn't channel Stand United for a long time. That looked like a team call to not commit to that confrontation down bottom side. So FlyQuest do give up a little bit of gold there, as well as that Shen mid-game thing. But the upside of the call, you get a lot of damage on the mid turret.
Ooh, wow. Flash used to try to get the play to happen. Can't quite catch on a Moon who flashed the way, and enough damage was dealt from the bot lane gank. First turret to Immortals is a significant gold surge, only 400 apart now.
This is such good news for the Immortal side to be able to grab that first turret, open up some more territory on the bottom side. This Infernal Drake suddenly becomes much less of a secure objective for FlyQuest to actually force, especially considering that Balls no longer has global mobility with both Teleport and Stand United being burned from the last confrontation.
Absolutely true. So now if Flame can play the minion waves right, he can get down there and make the play happen and get the first Drake. Hai, of course, recently had to burn Flash. Valkyrie seemed to be on cooldown. Maybe it was mana. I couldn't tell which, but Pobolter actually, to his credit, he was very hard on himself before. I remember he tweeted out earlier this week saying, guys, I'm not going to stream. I'm going to stay off social media. Not until the old POB is back. I'm too disappointed in myself. And well, he gets a first pick worthy champion in LeBlanc. 2 kills, only kills in his team. This feels like if Pobolter wants to prove that he's supposed to be a top talent again, this is the game he must win for his team.
Yeah, and they're clawing their way back in. He actually has a decent amount of gold in his pocket right now. Yeah, most in the game, almost 1,500. See if he can, push up one more wave. Also, we haven't really mentioned it, but he's been using that LeBlanc clone over and over to try and help extra zoom in to try and help out with their rotation.
Think they know.
FlyQuest are not fooled, but he did use it a couple times to try and add some fake support down to the bottom side to, help out with the focus that was being thrown down there. The Infernal Drake is taken up, and man, things turn around so well for Immortals off of that bottom lane commitment, that bottom lane play, where FlyQuest opted not to send all resources.
Definitely got to agree. Big improvement for them. Balls gets most of the minions under the turret. That feels pretty good for him, but yeah, the solo Drake, the bot lane pressure for one that looked so bad earlier on, it's really turning around for Immortals. This Flame looks to pressure top lane a bit.
And suddenly, this becomes, okay, Immortals, we talked about the strength of the the standard picks that you go with. Having a Maokai so reliable on the front line becomes difficult to deal with at a point. Not quite there yet, and he doesn't have any flat armor, so Altec right now will even be able to actually do a lot of damage as an AD carry to the Maokai, since he's sitting on a very high spike of lethality at the moment. Ghostblade and the serrated Dirk super early into the game.
Welter, look at that. Half HP gone from Moon, but gets a similar amount done back. Now, Valkyrie of the wall high really wants to pick up Welter. A couple more shots will do it. Juke's back. They find the right one. That's the kill picked off. A hard dive pays off for FlyQuest.
Relentless chase here as everyone immediately jumps on it. This is the decisiveness that you always talk about for FlyQuest. High has the package, luckily for them, and is able to get the double Valk off to chase him down, and Altec, or Pobelter, unable to scramble for his life. Extra kill here, picked up for FlyQuest.
Nicely done, and that means a bit more lane pressure. 1,200, their gold lead. Mid lane is so close to going down. You can tell FlyQuest trying to make that the objective. Dardoch, Cody, Sun, Pobelter have been playing wave clear onto it.
Ooh, Dardoch could get a huge burst on him.
Who could die?
Oh, so squishy!
You auto RE, there we go. Jumping in for that one. Shen staying netted by just enough time. Blast Cone gets him out. And red buff will reset, and High gets a split push on a bot lane, gets rid of the rest of that play.
That was that chasing combination that we're talking about, canceling your recoil.
Auto RE.
There from Dardoch.
Yeah. You must auto attack and then ult into immediate quick draw. And if that is how you play it, you dash forward instead.
Then you get the kill, unless Shen is on the other team and lets the shield.
Absolutely, but hey, you're seeing the early lane pressure, even though it doesn't always turn into a kill 8 minutes into the game, it will turn into one later on. Flame has slowly worked down that top lane outer turret and got it now. High capitalizing what his bottom lane had done earlier on in this one.
So much harassment under the turret as well. High taking down the turret as well as Pobelter's health pool at the same moment here, and keeping up the pressure. This has been something we saw a lot last week as well. High constant pressure from this guy, keeping up the split push.
Yeah.
And allowing the rest of his team to really fill in the rest of the map with vision. Some pink wards still coming through on the bottom side for them, as well as Moon counter jungling.
And those wards are super important. That one control ward by the red buff tracks the most common roam or gank path Dardoch or anyone else would take to try to stop High, and it allows FlyQuest to put a generally squishy marksman alone in the bot lane as a split pusher and not be punished for it. But still a close game. I don't want to only sing FlyQuest's praises because we know Immortals have a shot at this one. Again, Flame kind of solo killing the top lane outer turret is a important surge of gold, and they have kept the mid lane turret alive. But remember that
barely standing.
High chose to not roam to help the bot lane fight the Pobelter, got the double kill in, and that turret has still not fallen since. LeBlanc keep this going forward. He is moving towards the Morellonomicon, has Sork Shoes already, and enough MR to not die to High.
Yeah. Important defensive vision work being done here by Immortals as well. They cleared out that ward you're talking about, start to set up that defensive line along the river. And they're going to do their best to prop up this outer turret, but this becomes a very, very scary situation towards the mid lane here, trying to wave clear. Ashe is still building up. Obviously, her build really takes a lot longer to come into power, whereas Altec could just open up with that Jhin ulti and get quite a bit of DPS out of it without even having to commit.
So let's see how much can be done right here. Right now, it's just playing the vision game, and of course, both these teams fairly happy to play dedicated split pushers. We know that High's been down a lot. We know that Pobelter he's got teleport. He actually wants to be alone in a side lane for most of this game, so it's going to be Immortals constantly looking at the 1-3-1 and looking for the time where they can make the TP flank with the collapse.
Yep, as of right now, both teleports ready for Immortals. The Stand United and teleport ready for Balls as well, so just waiting for the powder cake to explode. Decent territory with wards to teleport on. Here's the ultimate we talked about from Jhin. Good blocking.
Yep. Good damage into Cody-san. Looks like Moon didn't bother using his ulti for extra damage. It did get close to killing him off. Cody-san did burn heal in order to stay alive, but that is a bot lane carry out of the lane, and maybe they can get the pressure onto the mid turret.
Yeah, I do like Ole sitting there on the control ward in the bottom side. They know this is a dangerous situation to try and clear out these minions in the middle. and it will probably be attacked sooner or later, but he's there for the Lantern. It did cost Cody Sun his heal, but not the biggest of summoner spells.
Yeah. Not really a huge deal. You're right about that one, but it's just been the slow-paced mid-game of FlyQuest looking for what they can pry open, and Immortals, I think, just wanting it to be a bit slow because they have the better split pushers in the sense that Flame, I think, will continue to do well against balls, and Pobelter, again, wants to be in the side lane with his teleport, so Cody Sun and Dardoch back in the mix in the mid lane, and we're just playing the wave clear game back and forth. Next Drake spawns in 5 seconds. Immortals got the first one 6 minutes ago. And this time around, map control looks a bit closer, but this time around, of course, High is getting surrounded.
Yeah, he's got to stand.
Well, gets some damage on a Pobelter. Makes him jump away. Now that is Balls missing an ulti. Teleport comes in as well for Flames. Here comes the 5-on-5. High gonna get jumped on, is not gonna get hooked, and Ball zones him out. Dardoch is behind the team. Moon waiting around as well. Ole gets caught out. Boxes in, has to flash. A couple more shots will do it, and High gets the first kill. Pobelter slowed down by Agony's Embrace. Nice ulti out by Moon, and it means map control.
The difficult part about, collapsing on the split pusher is the time it takes to get there. FlyQuest, they're able to round up, circle up as 5. And you talk about the focus of the team, no hesitation. This is still a bit dangerous, but Immortals are split out. And this has been the real story for them.
Unlucky by Dardoch. Exhaust was there, and there's no chance of getting out when that gets popped. Doesn't even burn his heal to run away. And with 2 dead, it looks like it's much easier to take the Drake. Moon still wants in. Pobelter do the chunk on a Moon. Moon gets away just barely, but Flame is invincible. Ball zones away the mage, and now Flame in the front line, just absorbing the point-blank shots from Altec. Still gets hit, and one more shot will do it. The shutdown comes through. Altec is unstoppable. 9-2 in kills. Mid lane finally goes down. High. Shot calling it right. He splits off, gets a turret for the effort.
I mean, we make the jokes all the time, about shot call. But look at the first thing that FlyQuest do. They're like, we need to group up, everybody get together. Balls immediately stand united on High, and they all run together. They circle up, 5-man. Okay, now we can turn on the nearest person. Ole is a little bit scattered out here. Immortals are on all sides because they were trying to collapse. And if you don't get that exact timing on your pincer, everyone doesn't arrive at the exact moment. This is what happens. They turn on one weak side, and you use your numbers advantage. Easy DPS there because Jin can land the snare, and then Altec is going to land another key snare here. I guess it didn't matter too much because they had damage to kill him, but this is the point. It's all about that focus, and FlyQuest have that in spades, whereas Immortals continuously spread out, attempting these flanks with less coordinated team play.
Absolutely, and that means FlyQuest feeling pretty good about this one. They never quite took down the Ocean Drake. They said it was more important to reset after the turret kills. That is still an available objective, but the gold lead stretches to 3,000, cleanly taking their own blue buff. And again, they reset fast enough that the Ocean wasn't stolen away from under them, so I gotta say that was a pretty secured move where no risks came in. Quick dive in, look at a cut off Pobelter, and he's gotta make some fancy moves out of this one.
The floor is lava, cutting off the river. Pobelter's gonna have to go upwards into FlyQuest territory. LeBlanc, thankfully does have quite a few moves. Oh, and he's gonna use his teleport.
Okay, well, that is at least someone or teleport down for the play. Pobelter.
It also is gonna definitely mean that Drake over to.
Actually. Into the mid lane. Nice play this time by Ole. Zones him out, and the mid lane outer turret killed off by Dardoch. So that is Immortals, I would say, getting the better of the overall trade. A nice attempted submarine. Doesn't come through for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and they're still keeping up the chase here for FlyQuest, though.
Oh, Pobelter gets rooted up, but they all got away with it reasonably well.
I do like Immortals attacking the opposite area of the map during that time, right? As soon as Pobelter started running and he saw that FlyQuest members were committing to this, all the other members of Immortals pushed up heavily. So at least they are able to get that outer turret, and a little bit of headway on top side. But in the end, the Drake will go over. Well, unless Dardoch steals it.
He's going to try it. He got it. Dardoch nicely done, cleanly getting out as well. Beautifully by Immortals.
Every time I try and give it over.
Oh, going in for more. Flame wants to pick off High. Exhaust is on Flays there as well. And Immortals finally turning out of the mid game. Killing an Ocean Drake steal.
All right, Immortals get the flash play out of Flame. Dardoch gets the smite steal. Really good comeback here for them, but they still are down in gold. Gonna see how they are able to stabilize because the turret's missing now. Most of the outers are gone. They actually have the lead on FlyQuest with the extra turret as well as the extra dragons. And that more than makes up for the gold for me, actually.
Yeah.
Having this Infernal in your pocket as well as the Ocean. Look at this. So much safety here with Thresh and Graves. No summoners necessary. Just E over. The ultimate was going to come after for a little bit of extra burst, but got it with the smite there as the early damage from FlyQuest went through. And then this is just, you know, High not paying attention to the commitment here from Immortals, and he gets caught out.
It's nicely done. So that opens up quite a bit of a window here for Immortals. Moon gets spotted. Altec has to give a bit of respect and actually flashes
Pobelter got something with the clone for once.
Yep, the Pobelter clone forcing a flash. Altec very afraid of getting bopped by that.
All right, so this has been so much more back and forth than we thought it was going to be, considering the early lead and the potential for snowballs. But it really just has been about which team is actually more grouped, right?
And it's
the 4-man squads have been the ones coming away with the advantages.
Absolutely. And what's nice is outside of the bot lane kills really game, none of these feel like unforced errors where it's like, oh, that was just really, really stupid. Why would you go for that play? It's like, hey, that's a reasonable dive, but it was played better by FlyQuest. And most of the mid-game plays I feel like have been high quality, which is nice to see, because we've seen plenty of games where it's like, oh, there's a lot of kills. Yeah, that was all pretty bad, but you know, Immortals actually executing well as FlyQuest continue to do the same as they've always done the whole season long is nice to see that the quality of play seems higher. Another opening, look at Cody's getting absolutely destroyed from across the map, and the final shot comes through. Altec is dominating 6-0 and 4.
Again, FlyQuest group up, take them down with the long range snares, and the Gen ultimate on top of Evelyn, so good for flanking. Able to get right in there. Now they're gonna push it and chase Dardoch out of his own jungle.
Pobelter gets the root off, but yeah, that is Immortal shoved away from that side of the map, and looks like the call is toward Baron. I don't know if it's going to be on it itself, but at least they're getting vision. Now Dardoch stole the last objective. This is a risky play.
Going for the higher percentage pick here, hoping that someone will come check. Ping did go down. That's Immortals expecting the bait rather than the Baron start. They're kind of calling their bluff at the moment. Take a look at it though. Even with Lantern, Moon coming in with that flank. Ultimate here from Altec does find both.
731 in the last shot. That'll do a lot to your support Thresh. Doesn't have any major items yet. And that's the kind of game plan it feels like FlyQuest is looking for. Let's spread it out a lot. Let's find the Gen ulti into the Evelyn flank, and it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, definitely look good there. On the Immortal side, for them, you can definitely say that they did have more coordinated plays than we expected coming into it, right?
Yeah.
You talk about where's the bar set, and it was kind of low for this team, considering the last couple times we saw them. But they have had some good signs of life to get back into this game. They're gonna need some more though, and they do have Maokai to really rely upon. He is gonna outscale Shen for sure in the team fighting. He will be the more secure front line. The problem is, it's just hard getting them there and setting up those battle lines, because FlyQuest can really easily pull you across the map and then jump on a different area.
Absolutely, we'll see if they can happen here. Again, the fight on Cody's son, just now a magnet for current call at this one, a second shutdown in a row, led by the jungler and bot laner of FlyQuest. Hook's not gonna land. This inhibitor turret is gonna drop down. That is into the base they go. FlyQuest 27 minutes in. Gonna look to finish the inhibitor kill as long as their health bars can withstand it. Balls actually has to TP to catch a wave. The call is to bait it in, actually. They were trying to get him, and the bamboozle happens. Dardoch drops low into the front line is Flame, and he's actually gonna be a turret kill coming through thanks to Pobelter on the top side. That defense went okay 3v5, but the inhibitor still does go down.
Yeah, inhibitor down. They did get the extra turret here with Pobelter, but not able to capitalize on that kill, that bait from FlyQuest there.
Yeah.
To try and get the extra kill here. Let's take a look at how it started though. Because once again, visible Evelyn right next to the Ashe. Cody's son on the front lines here.
Yeah.
Too far away from the turrets.
And of course, with Cody getting slowed, Ole just stands still if he wants to block any more ult shots. And, ouch, that is rough though. You can call that Cody-san stepping up too far. Maybe he is to not respect the team properly. But now, of course, the comeback attempt is a Baron Nashor attack. Moon is nearby. Ball's right in front of it as well. And looks like too risky for Immortals.
It is very risky, but what they want to do is just get a 5-on-5 where they have Maokai in the front and they want to set up beforehand. Right now, they've actually taken a decent amount of damage from doing it, and FlyQuest are trying to chase them down.
He can't quite kill off Dardoch, and Pobalter would turn him around too easily, so Moon can't go for that play.
A lot of burst.
Yeah, Pobalter would do too much damage to him, even though it is a somewhat squishy build from Dardoch.
Also, Moon's still sitting on 10 stacks here on his rings because he hasn't died.
The damage to the Pobalter. Oh, okay, Moon showed up though as well, and that is a double assist. Balls pop the ulti to keep him alive, and just that is the amount of damage you can do with a 10-stack Dark Seal and a lot of ability power on Evelynn.
Seems like they are playing right into Shen's strength of covering up picks. You know, and continually going for that. It's so odd when you have moments where you feel like a team is surprised by a Shen ultimate in pro play. And I guess the added factor is that teams are not used to playing against Evelynn. So not only is it the Shen Stand United, which, to be fair, sometimes you go super aggressive to bait that out and get the cooldown down, knowing that you can escape afterwards back to the W. But Moon added factor of invisibility being there makes those plays even more high risk.
Exactly. That play was, to echo your sentiment, fine against Shen. That was going to be Balls missing an ulti and his teleports on cooldown. But you're right. Suddenly, all right, well, I got him to half and I burned Shen ulti. It was a close fight. Oh, Moon's here. Goodbye. I'm already dead. 240 ability power on Evelynn is kind of a lot to work through. And now Leandri's done makes it even happier. And he can even do decent damage to tanks as a result.
I absolutely love the new Leandries after they reduce the cost. It's just good in all scenarios. The flat penetration it provides, you do a lot of damage to squishies as well when he's going for flanks.
Like this?
Just like this.
Well, it could.
Standard Knight is not available though, so it's just going to be him. He has to be a little bit more careful about the damage coming his way, but they are setting up for it. The 3 members are pushing up, so I don't think they want an all-in fight.
A couple of flashes used, exhausting the balls, Hook's gonna land as well. This could be the opening, pulls in, Dardoch plays him against the wall. Can Balls jump away? Looks like it's not just yet. Dardoch and Moon, who misses the ulti from Dardoch actually.
Dodges.
And out the rest of them go.
They delay so long, and they both get out alive with only one of the flashes blown. They bought so much time for this split of the 3-man DPS here from FlyQuest.
That's actually 3 turrets picked up in a row. That was top outer tier 2 and inhibitor turret all picked up in the same push.
Yeah, it's actually insane. They were only going for the delay there, only committing those 2 frontline members. And man, I thought that at least one of them would go down for it. And it still would be pretty worth, but right now, the rest of the squad getting collapsed on. They do have Stand United, but Moon can't get there.
Okay, well, Flame's coming out for this one, knowing that maybe one's going to be missing out. Flame, what's he going to find? The shield and elimination. That is the fake LeBlanc. No root yet on a Maokai. Ironic a little bit, but out he goes. Takes the lantern, goes back to safety. Dardoch should be okay as well. A quick slow from Pobalter, and Immortals will disengage. That is at least Stand United forced out.
Yeah, it was a pretty early Stand United. But they are going to dissuade Immortals from chasing this one down. With the inhibitor down, a lot of minions will be streaming into the mid lane, and FlyQuest will use this to get complete control of the vision around Baron, so that they can set up for more of the picks that they need to try and gain that advantage.
Let's see how much more they can get then. 5,000 though the lead for FlyQuest. They have, after about 25 minutes in the game, really just dictated who can do what in this game. Moon always in the right place to say, oh, you went for that pick, that's cute, I'm going to one-shot you in the backside of it. And Ball's low enough cooldown on his ultimate to be part of these fights.
Yeah. My only criticism of Moon so far, didn't upgrade to the Magi, could have had a couple stacks extra on there.
How dare you not play more risky in this game when you're ahead? We need the comeback mechanism to be more real in this one.
Yeah. Definitely well played from them, Zook's side here so far, though. And the surprise factor of the Evelynn has been such a big part of how they got this lead. If we remember back to the beginning of the game, big Snowball started off that bottom lane, walking right into lane, aggressive moves from Immortals, and he was able to capitalize with the quick 2 kills that got him to this point.
There we go, Dardoch smited, slowed, a couple more shots, arrow blocked off, that was sick, high, jumped in with the Valkyrie so that he could take over the stun, and Alta gets the shutdown. That was great. High deserves an assist for that.
I think we'll have to see the replay, but not to take away from any of that. I think Altec channeled his Edge of Night first and had a spell shield on.
Whatever.
He might not have, and it could have been a hero taking this bullet for you.
Take it out back, High. You're overrated. You always were.
We'll wait to see the replay, though. But I think he did channel the Edge of Night. It was there for a second.
All right, well, on to the inhibit of the go. It's going to be a double inhib take easily enough, and the waves pushed in the 7,000 gold lead. FlyQuest in complete control. No Dardoch for 13 seconds means they're looking at Baron.
All right, let's take a look here. It is channeling right now, Freak. But it's one of those moves where like, we don't even need this. I don't even need that ability. I'll take the arrow.
It made sure that the explosion didn't break the Banshee's veil.
It's the thought that counts.
It's the thought that counts.
You're testing this Baron. Let's go.
It's important. Here we go. Hotshot is on redemption. Okay, goes through the red team. Gets picked up there by FlyQuest. Feels good so far. Ball's to the front line. Rooted up. They find high. Good target is Corki. Exhaust on a flame. Not your ideal one to push down. And Cody Sun forcing the back line. Hitting out against Balls. Back and forth they go. Frontline is still taking up for a very long time. And Flame finally, no, still just refuses to die. A kill into Cody Sun, one more as well from Karma. Bowalter can't get him in the back line. 3-0 so far. Balls does get shut out. A lot of damage out of Dardock. Tries to make it happen. A triple kill. The AoE is there. Elimination versus Ole. 1v1. Ole against his mirror. Elimination wins. Ace for FlyQuest. Into the base they go, and Moon takes it in.
The solo Nexus turret destruction here from Moon. He moves. Left side,
here
to the right side.
One turret's gone.
He's on the second one.
They're still doing damage. I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if they're going to win or not. It's so close. There's no way to know if it's going to be the game. I'm just kidding. FlyQuest wins. Congratulations, FlyQuest 1-0. A well-deserved win, I will say. Still executing beautifully as a team. Game 1, good head nod by High. Says, yeah, that felt good. We deserved it.
Too true. Even with, showing the Shen, showing the Evelynn, the Jin pick, I mean, they set themselves up for bottom lane focus so well in Champ Select, and then it all came to fruition with the aggressive Moon from the Immortals bottom lane. Moon gets down there just in the nick of time, and from then on, it was actually some good counterplays from Immortals, like the bottom side play where FlyQuest actually didn't commit for once, and there are some windows where they were making a little bit of headway back into it. But once FlyQuest, reoriented themselves and they kept focusing mid, 5 members, you go for the Evelynn flank. Cody Sun almost every single time they were able to find him.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing, right? Is every time I'm like, ooh, I want to give Cody Sun some props and Ole some props for playing a little bit better than expectations. They have games like this where it's 0-5-3, 0-5-5, 0-6-3, right? You have a bot lane that combines to a 0-11-8. And like we've all had those games where it's like, oh, bot
No, you have.
Yeah, like bot lane 0-11, bot lane 0-11, I guess we lose the game. And it's like, there is fault with how Immortals played it, right? There is fault with how Cody Sun stepped up and said, look, I know you don't play against Eve normally, but this is not safe for you. You actually can't be this. You can't fight for a minion wave under your turret because Evelynn can flank you and you'll instantly die. And that's kind of the things that happened there is the pressure was on, and FlyQuest were able to get those pickoffs really well.
Yeah, and actually for the people just tuning in now or didn't see the beginning of the game, we have a replay of the first 2 kills from Moon that we're talking about and that were such a big part. So initially I'm like, oh, that's a defensive lantern. They want to get him out of there. But then Ole sees the opportunity to go for the flash onto Altec and get him. Yeah. And they almost actually kill him. As you made the point, that potion barely saves him. But then having used both flashes offensively, Moon is actually there. It's one of those things where you talk about Evelynn and her presence and being invisible. How much do you want to play around that, right? This is similar for so many games, right? Card games or anything. How much
what are
do
the
you play
outs
around? What, this guy's got a full board clear. I'm not gonna fill the board.
Sure.
How long can you do that until you just lose by grinding it out, right?
30% chance Reno's in your hand. Guess I lose the game. I went for the all-in there, right? What's the chance that Moon's outside? Well, we know he's not on Krugs. We know he forced a recall, but Raptors the first camp back up. Yeah. The first camp up is Raptors. Moon probably should go Raptors if he's playing for the farm. Actually, he's lane ganking bot lane.
Considering how much their draft points to the bottom lane and how much, like you said, you can eliminate Krugs and you can eliminate pretty much their entire red,
the buffs,
their red quadrant, the entire quadrant of the jungle. Given that information, you definitely want to err on the side of caution, but they did get close. Close doesn't count, though, and FlyQuest does definitely deserve that win. Game number 1 of the series, though, so Immortals have a chance to come back.
Yeah, and again, like the reason to go for the all-in was FlyQuest turnaround inside a full minion wave. Like this was finally a wave where Immortals were actually able to shove it in first, and it's just 6 living blue minions. Like every all-in under that minion wave is supposed to be a good all-in.
To be fair, if a team does that to you, you're supposed to expect that.
Yeah, that's true.
That's supposed to be a ding-ding.
You're right about that one. That is a bit of a tell. So maybe unlucky. Maybe they should have known better. But either way, though, it was FlyQuest playing a very good game, and it was a fun one to watch for. So game 1 did go to them. But when we come back, we'll see if Immortals can bounce back and take game 2 against FlyQuest, or if it's a clean sweep. Don't go anywhere. Watch the North American LCS.
Every time you get a kill, you have to howl like a wolf. Like really loud. Let me hear your howl, Lemon. Start from left to right. That's bad.
Play seems higher. Another opening. Look at Cody's getting absolutely destroyed from across the map, and the final shot comes through.
You want to go on this? I'm ready.
Wait, I'm gonna get behind. I need flank. Better flank.
Yeah, I'm ready.
We
Let's
can
go.
ulti on me.
Let's go.
We can go.
Multi.
Go.
Graves.
National flash.
Down.
Thresh, anyone?
I got him. I'm coming. Yeah, he's dead. Take turret. Turret.
Welcome back to the NALCS. Pastry time here with Jat. Well, we want to talk about some red side bads. Jat, we've seen Camille, LeBlanc, and Rengar consistently being taken away. Why these three champions, and why have these become our standard bans?
Yeah, and why always red side? And for the most part, people are afraid of the other team being able to first pick any of these champions. And the results back this up a little bit. If you look at Camille coming into week 3 across NA, EU, and the LCK, 4-0 on the blue side. You look at someone like LeBlanc, also not picked that much, but a 60% win rate. And then Rengar, I feel like, is the really big one, where he's 12-3 when he's left through on blue side as far as winning games.
All right, so I'm on the red side. I'm kind of coaching through these teams. I know I don't want to give up my pick on the blue side because they get first pick and they get to pick which of these 3 very strong champions they get to take. So I can understand not wanting to let the strong champions go through, but I have to think that if I'm on the red side, I can make some sort of trade here, surely.
You're thinking if they're so strong, why not just let them through to the other side? And it's not always that simple, because you have to remember, you almost never get a 1-for-2 trade. Because if the other team sees you're banning none of them, they'll just ban one and immediately throw you into a 1-for-1. And then the other thing is, you also give the blue side team all of the choice of which matchup they would rather have. So if you're a team that has a great mid laner but not a great jungler or top laner, the only thing you'd end up wanting is LeBlanc. So if you don't have people on your team that can play all those positions, you can't just give blue side that choice, because it usually ends up favoring the blue side if you give them their pick of any 1-for-1 trade.
All right, so that makes sense, but are there any scenarios where I can do this? Because on the red side, you are quite restricted, having to only ban away these 3 champions. What scenario does it look like if I can just leave them all open? Do I trade some? Do I leave them all open? Kind of what can I do here?
Yeah, well, there are a lot of different scenarios that we've been able to see, but one that was almost a perfectly ideal scenario was what happened when SKT played in the LCK, because they have Huni, who can play Camille, they have Peanut, who can play Rengar, and they have Faker, who can play LeBlanc.
Some pretty good players.
And they were playing against a team where they didn't fear any specific player on any of those champions, so they didn't ban a single one of them. That forces blue side to ban one champion. They decided to ban Camille. And then you look at the side of SKT, and they ended up getting Rengar and gave up the Camille. So I messed that up a little bit, but they banned LeBlanc because they weren't worried about Faker.
Exactly. Didn't want to give Faker that champion. Well, happy to play the top lane matchup. Huni went with Singe, which isn't a huge champion, but they felt like they could deal with it, and then they got one on the other side. So again, when you can make those trades, the circumstances are pretty narrow, but you are able to do this if your team kind of is in the right situation.
Exactly, and these teams don't care about how interesting the draft phase gets, even though it gets a lot more interesting when you don't ban those champions. 74 out of 119 games, we have seen the standard bans on the red side. There are situations where you can differ, but you have to fit the right set of criteria.
Makes sense to play safe there and play standard, but we are going to continue to watch which teams excel with the new pick bans, but for now, we'll send it back to the casters to get us into game.
Thank you very much, Pace, for your time. And yeah, I agree with Jat when the situation calls for it, and I think this was a perfectly good game of an example where FlyQuest would rather play against Pole Walter's LeBlanc than play against Dardoch's Kha'Zix. And I think we saw that, where Moon, player of the game, I think generally out-jungled Dardoch, had a lot of pressure, didn't have to worry about him quite as much in the early game, and honestly, Hai held up just fine against Pole Walter.
Yeah, Hai seems to be just fine going into that matchup specifically. They're just giving away LeBlanc in every single game. You know, like Cassidy, I'll play Zed, I'll play Corki. Yeah, they obviously don't feel like that one is on the same tier. Moon, that you did mention, didn't die in that game, as we said. Had full stacks on his ring, and he's so used to playing Evelynn. Evelynn, one of the problems is squishy a lot when you are flanking. Yeah, we'll see him really defensively. He goes in for these huge bursts, but immediately flashes out when there's danger. And that's how he kept all of his stacks. And that increases the potency of his next flank, right? Because he's building up all this extra AP. And then also it's always nice to have Shen on your team, because it helps you out in any of the situations where you were a bit too aggressive.
Absolutely agree. And of course, you got to give honorable mention to Altec, who had a lot of damage as well. 100% KP for the beginning of that game. But you talk about one bot laner playing well on Altec. The Immortals bot lane was disappointing, and doubly so because we saw glimmers of hope with this squad. Their shot calling mid game was fine, but that bot lane, again, 0, 11, and 8, I think was their scoreline, and that is just incredibly rough, and that's hard to come back from when they're getting killed that badly.
Yeah, and it is rough too, because as we said, setting up in draft, FlyQuest were attacking the bottom lane so heavily in their draft phase, but even so, with that, weren't able to play defensively enough to try and limit the problem that really sprung up in that area of the map. I mean, you mentioned the pros there for Immortals. Flame did have a good flash punish there onto Hai in the mid lane when he overstayed, and they were able to snare and get a little bit of momentum back there. But besides those couple of glimmers, Immortals pretty much need to completely revamp here. Basically, respecting FlyQuest more, because FlyQuest will immediately go for these calls. The thing is that
they're viciously aggressive,
and it really did show as well with the bottom play, where they Immortals are going to try and pincer movement, pick out Fly. But the first thing on Fly's agenda is group up as 5, and then they just turn on the members of Immortals that are spread out and able to pick them off. Pretty simple maneuver, actually.
Yeah, they all just kind of collapsed into the river, and you kind of saw that if you can kind of call back in your mind what that play looked like. Immortals thought that it was just going to be Hai running away up the lane. Like, you saw people get lanterned over the wall. They're all ready to cut him off through Tri-Brush way over on the top side. It's like, no, we're just coming to the river. Now you're spread out, and now we've pinched you off. Now here's the time for the divide and conquer.
And we are now into the game. Welcome everybody here to FlyQuest versus Immortals Game 2. If you missed it, FlyQuest took Game 1 in a fairly close match, but Moon and Altec did beautifully. Coordination was solid. Immortals gonna hope to get a little bit more out of their bot lane, but they are a good enough team to win as we get into picks and bans. Right. Fairly standard blue side, no Kha'Zix allowed for Dardoch, no surprise.
And aside from the obvious of prioritizing your bottom lane picks, you can alleviate some of that pressure by denying things like the Shen that are going to be used probably around that bottom side of the map, because that is another factor. I wouldn't go so far as to say, oh, you need to ban Moon's Evelynn or anything, because you know, gank pressure is always a thing in the bottom lane, no matter what champion it's on. And I don't feel like that one's a super high priority or anything, but especially since FlyQuest have just gone back to Shen over and over, and actually, they're showing right now that they have the highest priority on that champion as
probably
they
any team.
Nab him up again. Bear in mind that this time as well, they also spent a ban towards the top side, towards Maokai, to eliminate that you know, advantage of team fighting that we kind of went over. Immortals, if they had played more defensively and maybe had been able to limit the bleeding, would eventually be able to rely on Maokai, better tank in the 5-on-5 stand-up, but that won't be an option this time around. So maybe it is on Immortals go for some flashy stuff here. I actually really hope, yes, they lock in the Lee Sin for Dardoch.
Yeah. And I want to see Jace in for Flame as well. I feel like if Immortals' best performing players, there we go, is their top side of the map. I feel like you put your eggs in the Flame basket, you boil them up, and you hope that you know, you can actually win some games through top lane.
Okay, if you are drafting this, you need to snowball early. You need to keep up the pressure. Jace has to be pushing turrets non-stop. He's got a Lee Sin at his back to help him out with aggressive plays. You want to whittle down the Shen, try and get him low health, maybe open up dive, maybe at least keep pressure up there, because if you don't, you know, start getting the early turret gold to help you snowball through the mid game, then you will, you know, fall off, or you will fall prey to the cross map plays, because Evelynn and Shen are going to be doing a very similar thing. Jhin again, so they'll probably focus on the bottom side. Altec will jump out to the early lethality build. This time around, though, that is important for Cody Sun to be able to actually have a comparable AD carry down there as far as ramping goes.
Yeah, and I want to see if they can just, you know, get a decent wave clear bot lane in there. They can just kind of shove up and just, you know, not ever really be under major threat, because that was the issue before. And right, you have a very obvious Immortals game plan of trying to pressure for top side, I would expect. And FlyQuest, if they can keep the bot lane pressure going, I think that can be stymied somewhat by proper champs like from Immortals. We'll see. Cassiopeia off the table means 2 teamfight mid laners have already been banned away on the side of FlyQuest. Rise earlier on in the ban phase.
And I would actually expect Immortals to just really keep on going with this. Try and draft a super strong mid lane as well, pushing, you know, maybe a Corki to go along with that poke, add that magic damage from the mid lane, because you really do want to get, you know, the early tempo and keep it. And Corki is definitely a great champion to do that. Plus, Haya has just gone back to that champion over and over and over again, and definitely shown that willingness.
Yeah, well, they do need magic damage out of the mid lane. The rest of their team comp's already physical damage for Immortals, so first pick Corki may be on the table. Syndra dropped off. And, of course, now it's Immortals' time to resume picks here. Actually, Morgana, the support pickup, is going to be the grab, so not knowing what the support is of FlyQuest, they're going to grab Morgana here. Technically could flex mid, though I doubt it highly. Yeah. Oh, they're going to play one of his very standard champions down here.
Yep, his most played, and will continue to be his most played. We'll be fishing for those bindings. Yeah, you can, you know, set up Varus to land some extra damage as well. You know, the bindings and the Varus ultimate can combine for a lot of lockdown if you're able to snare someone and turn that around. This also means you can pull off some pretty good counter ganks sometimes. Luckily for, you know, Evelynn, Moon will have extra speed to try and dodge those bindings. Evelyn's W is really invaluable when you're ganking a lane like that, but you have to be sure to sidestep those, because if you get locked up, they can easily take you down.
So blind pick Zed coming out of high, and keep in mind, Immortals are still allowing Jace to be a flex pick as they haven't shown their true mid laner yet. And in case Bellwater was thinking about playing Jace in the mid lane, I don't feel like that'd be good into Zed all that easily.
The only, I was gonna say the only flex I do see would be a Rumble top, because it's good into Shen, and you really need some magic damage on this team. So even though they're only mousing over at this time, do expect the lock in. They are able to pick that one up. So it's gonna be the flex into the Shen to try and get that good matchup still. Even though it's not the Jace, it's still gonna be a similar strategy. They're going to have some aggressive solo lanes here, an aggressive jungler, definitely. And Dardoch, huge highlight plays from him on Lee Sin. Definitely one of his favorite champions. And we'll see if he can perform with it here, because he could definitely change the way this entire game goes. If the bottom lane on Morgana and Varus is able to wave clear, as you said, just kind of trade CS, the solo lanes are really set up to help him out. And Evelynn versus Lee Sin is very good if Lee Sin is able to get a beat on her, as long as she doesn't, dodge out your Q. And even sometimes if she does dodge out your Q early on.
You never know. Well, FlyQuest have changed exactly one champion between game 1 and 2. A new mid laner in High picking up Zed instead of Corki. But Immortals, 5 new champions here, completely revamping the champs, like hoping that a new look for the squad can work out. They are playing a carry top for Flame instead of that tank Maokai, so we may see that pressure up there start paying dividends if Immortals can keep their bot lane afloat this time around, or if Moon can still just capitalize on that and just feast on those players.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be everywhere at once, right? So you need to identify, for Immortals, they probably want to play around top side. The top triangle, basically, of jungle, top laner and mid laner should be where they're trying to create a lot of their plays, considering both of those lanes are a bit volatile. Even though they're hugely bully lanes, they can also, if they do get ganked, it's rough if they get killed early on and blow summoners.
So here we are, game 2, maybe the decider, as FlyQuest once again takes to the Rift to take on Immortals. Hoping for some more volatile lanes, as Kobe put it. Flame playing Rumble in the top lane, synergy bonus there, you've got to expect, and Pobelter on the Jason mid. Hoping this one can tilt in their favor with Dardoch on the playmaking Lee Sin. Grabbed that one in the first round. Moon back on his characteristic Evelynn. Finally found a win on it over in the first game of this series. Previously lost both his matches or games against Echo Fox, playing that champ despite playing well himself. And FlyQuest hoping to make it a 2-0.
Yeah, I think this is a really intelligent invade here from Immortals, because the jungle is going to be a big part of it, and Dardoch wants this control. I would expect them to drop off a ward before they leave, so they can see where Moon is starting, and he can start to get to work in that sort of top triangle. Because remember, Jace does have range advantage on Zed, and if Jace is good at dodging the first set of Qs, Zed loses a lot of pressure in that lane. But if you get ganked and you die in that lane, and Zed gets up to that level 6 earlier, then you really do have to be wary, because you can still go for those all-ins. You can tell in the summer spells, though, they're prepared for this. Pobelter with the exhaust, High with the ignite. And, they're going to have to be fairly careful.
Like that quick aggressive trinket out from Moon. Spots that Flame is leashing for Dardoch at the top side. No surprise, but it's always good to have it securely known. Moon once again doing the Raptors start that he did in the prior game, so no leash at all, but you can see lots of bonus XP for him.
Yeah, and Evelynn is definitely one of the champions that it is nice to do that on. As we said, at the start of the game, you do get extra bonus experience for the low level of all those Raptors. And Evelynn has AoE at level 1 with her Q spam. So able to do it fairly healthy. Only 1 charge on the potion used. And always take Talisman on Evelynn, because you can get so much health stealing out of that.
Yep, the whole wave.
One of my favorite tricks actually is, even if you later on in the game don't want to kill the Raptor camp, you can pass by it. You gain 100 to 150 health off of just passing by it, landing Qs as you're running. It still leeches the health, even though you're walking away.
Absolutely. Flame Unicy looks for the aggressive trinket ward. Will actually see Moon. Didn't turn invisible yet, so they know what's up with this Evelynn.
Yeah, the cooldown on your pass is pretty long early on.
Yeah.
But regardless, you rarely run into mana problems, because you can just walk around invisible for the extra regen later. Dardoch, meanwhile, now that he has that extra information afforded to him by Flame, can make his way actually wherever he wants. Go control the scuttles, even go for an invade on Moon. Evelynn has to be super scared, as I said, about any confrontations with Lee Sin, as he will easily outduel her unless the circumstances are heavily changed by laners.
And this is really well played by Immortals. This is one of the benefits of having a best of 3 and having your coaches sit in the back room. This same jungle start for Moon in this one,
They pinged with him doing Raptors at level 1, and they pinged him doing Wolves. They warded him doing Blue, and it's an easy red steal.
Also, Dardoch could definitely wait around and get a huge chunk out of Moon's health. Level 3 Evelyn is a good target, but
misses a flash E.
dead.
Oh, gets a Q out of the wall anyway! Pobo to maybe not the best flash, and Dardoch minions in first blood! That is a catastrophe that should have been first blood! And now Pobo just missing his flash, exhaust is on, damage up, but here comes him into the wall, though they gotta be a bit careful. But here comes Shen, and that's gonna be the kill picked up anyway. 2 for 0 FlyQuest, and that's gotta feel terrible for Immortals.
Oh, shoot.
There you go. PG-13.
That
sucks.
That definitely sucks for Immortals. That's almost like the whole spirit for their whole team has just kind of been crushed here. We talk about how much this lane can snowball the other way as well. Your Lee Sin has this huge advantage over Evelyn. Could wait at the buff to try and chunk him out when he comes to check it. Goes for the gank onto High. High gets double buffs. He gets the kill. He gets the flash as well. Both flashes were used. It just so much in the favor of FlyQuest off of that early play, early botched play from Immortals. That is really a demoralizing start. So one of the big things now, as a team, it's still so early on in the game. Even though it's rough, you got to find a way, to change focus and really reset the mentality, because the mid lane is really going to be highest favor, and that just bailed Moon out, right?
Yeah, it really did.
Dardoch was going to have a huge early lead and a large amount of time advantage, but now Moon's actually got a level advantage, and he's got his Hunter's Potion and armor already set up for defensive play.
And this is kind of like the mark of a good Evelyn player. He's like, okay, I know Lee Sin's going to want to live in my jungle. I know Dardoch's aggressive. I'll go Hunter's Potion for full HP all the time, and I'll go Cloth Armor so I don't get one shot. It'll delay his power spikes, absolutely, but Pobo's going to face check into him, and that's good enough. And out goes Pobelter. He's going to maybe recall away from this.
I will say that props to Pobelter, though. As soon as he got close to that bush, he was watching High the whole time he moved towards the bush. And you can tell from your enemy's movements. As soon as he moved towards it, High moved up aggressively in the lane. He was like, oh God, Evelyn is definitely here. Now, this is the type of game sense that we were talking about in game 1 that the bottom lane maybe should have taken into account. But Pobelter, even though he gets chunked there, he's forced back and he's in a terrible situation. At least he did have that game sense to see High moving up and not get himself killed.
2-on-2 fight for the Scuttle Crab. Boop. Good smite by Moon, grabs it away. More camps out. Good dodge on the Dark Binding as well. High just under the turret. He's level 6 and baits out to the skies. Exhaust. Drops turret aggro. Good damage. One more hit would kill him, but he can't get back into range. But with the stay is alive, but only barely.
Whew. Yeah, holding on there just barely, and this is maybe the 3rd time in the last minute that Pobelter has had to base. Is really suffering in experience now, and it's just going to get worse. Now he does not have Exhaust. Exhaust is the only thing deterring High from doing that again. Now it will not be there, and High will have Ignite for next time. It's all about cooldown tracking, and High will have shorter cooldowns.
It's going to be a huge advantage, I got to say. High is going to feel pretty good about this one. Flame is level 6, does have Teleport, does have Equalizer, even has Haunting Guise. So first power spike secured for Rumble. He reached level 6. Maybe Immortals can make a play out of this one. There was temporarily a minion lead in the bot lane. That has gone away now. Cody-san actually does have better items overall in the lane. His inventory's a bit richer. Might not mean much though.
Yeah. Hey, lands an arrow there. At least I'll take it to level 6 though, and you got to be careful. We did say what we want from this bottom lane though was to try and trade CS and their wave clearing, and doing that at the moment. So even though tragedy struck in the mid lane, need to try and stay upbeat about it and try and get back here.
And no game's over just because it's 2-0.
Exactly. It's only 1,000 gold. It just seems so scary, and you really feel for Pobelter in that lane. Facing is dead. That his ultimate's about to come back up. Its Ignite is about to come back up. Bottom lane gets pelted here with the long range harass.
That's just
stoned off the experience.
Yeah, and it's like, we're level 6. Run away from your turret. So they do. Shoot Ole again. 140 HP down and miss a couple of melee minions. 10 CS overall denied, make that 8, but still advantage, of course, to FlyQuest. Typically want to say Flytech, I don't know why. I guess because of Altech. Fly right over it.
Give you a pass on that one.
All right.
Moon continuing to farm here on a ward. Hasn't had to do anything. Feels good.
Yeah.
High's going for it, pretty much on cooldown there for the ultimate. Gets a large chunk of health. Does not burn the ignite as he did not expect to grab that kill, and holds on to the longer cooldown.
Yeah. And I actually like how Pobalter's playing it. It seems, I'm pretty sure the way it works is you always show up behind your target, so as long as Pobe is somewhere near his own turret, you just melee form, hammer him backwards, and Zed will take turret aggro, and High can't fight for much longer. So as long as Pobalter's not like in the middle of the lane, he can make these trades very short.
It's one of the interesting things that was always cool about the Ahri matchup with Zed Ahri, because you try and charm backwards to the other side. Yeah, that he starts his ultimate from. But yeah, similar thing there with Jace.
This one's targeted. You're just going to mash your keyboard and it's going to work out for you in the end. But less timing requirement, more just make sure you do it in time.
Also, a little bit less reward. The charm landing is huge in the matchup. But Pobelter is trying to hold on here in the mid lane. He's doing just that. At least hasn't had a huge CS deficit balloon here. So you have to say, you know, making the best of that bad situation, stabilizing their mental game, you know, calming down the shot calling here for Immortals has happened. The thing now, though, is that FlyQuest are the ones with the initiative. They've got the Shen ult ready. They have the Jhin who's powered up and started roaming around now. That it really is their next move to make. And Immortals' really hope here is to try and come up with a good counterplay. You know, Dardoch getting in place for a counter gank and trying to burst somebody out.
Okay, we'll see what happens right here.
A lot of mid lane folk.
Yeah, a bit of commotion. Let's see, here we go, looking for High. Jumps over towards Ole. Shen's in there as well. That's a bad news bears for Morgana. One kill picked up. Is there more to be had? Whiffed equalizer turns into nothing right there.
Also blow.
Back into balls. Talk comes up on a dart. Not going to land the root just yet, but a double kill comes through anyway for Zed Balls. Does fall off. One picked up the Cody's son, but Pobalter is going to be chopped down to the side. 5-1 sudden to the scoreline. FlyQuest pick up a 3-1 fight.
That is one of the cases where sometimes bringing too many people to a gank gives away your position, because there were no wards for FlyQuest on top side. 3 members top side might have been able to get the jump on High, but Ole coming up from the bottom side river over wards was just too juicy. That draws all of FlyQuest not only to Ole, but away from the rest of the threat from Immortals that's on the top side here. See, Ole comes up, they're like, oh, juicy target. We could jump on him, you know, free kill. That not only was a pretty free kill, but also drew them away from this threat that Immortals had set up on the other side. And that kind of allowed the advantage here for FlyQuest, as the bottom lane did arrive pretty quickly here, and Cody's son made his way up, but Altec opens up on Jhin and is able to land that last one to secure the kill on Jace as well, and the lead does balloon that way.
Look at that, 4-0-1 on High. The attention's all centered around him. He's done a pretty good job of navigating through it. Still got to worry about that heartbreak of a first blood, or, you know, elation if you're FlyQuest, of course. But it's quickly slipping out of Immortals' hands, and this one, you can't blame the bot lane for it. Cody's son is their only kill. This time it was Dardoch and Pobalter who just overstepped and got 2 for 0 to level 3.
I mean, we can revel in this a little bit. High styling on Zed once again. Yeah. It's been years. They see Dardoch on the ward. Doesn't care about it.
Doesn't matter. Goodbye. Poppy goes.
And they get the assist because Karma added the shield speed.
Give him some move speed.
There you go.
Elimination, equal participant in that fight, deserves the share of wealth somewhat. But yeah, High is now too far ahead to matter.
Again, the focus though, right? They call over Altec and Lemon Nation to just shove this advantage right down Immortal's throat. They grab another turret super quickly with it, and that's the way that they blow open these games. They just take a hold of that advantage lane and press it all the way home. High, just the classic stretch now. I'm just so used to him. Every time he gets solo kills in the mid lane, it's the
just puts out his wings.
It reminds me of the Inori Rengar one.
Oh, yeah.
But he's got his own flavor here, the FlyQuest version of it for High. 5 now kills for him, and the lethality will just keep on stacking from this point. It just gets worse and worse. Everybody on the enemy team is a prime target, by the way. There is nobody that is safe. The actually the duo
trend keeps
it's the duo of ninjas, really, because Balls, even if someone was semi-safe, Balls can just come and help out High with a Stand United just to add some extra safety there as well.
You know what's actually kind of funny? it's a team with 2 ninjas, and there's someone else that turns invisible. Like, you feel like thematically invisibility be one of the other two, but nope. Moon, maybe the true ninjas this game, who knows. Either way, it's FlyQuest off to a great early lead. Cloud Drake, why not?
All right, well.
Little dangerous from Altec. Yeah. I mean, he got rooted anyway, but here comes the attack into the back line. High does not get away from the chains. Will it even matter, though? 4v2.
Good shots. I mean, they're trying to fend him off from all sides.
Yeah.
Cody Sun and Ole firing at everyone. Ah, get away from me! Ah!
They're all gonna die. And somehow High steals both kills. I don't know how, but he got the kill credit. He gets the 7-0-1 scoreline. First turret still. That was a while ago, but at least Immortals knocked down top outer. That was Flame's prerogative. He was winning the lane for a while. And Balls just kites away and says, yeah, no, they're diving me. I'm just gonna back off here.
Balls has been happy to take up the Shen, or when on the rare case that's banned out or picked away, he has opted for the other tanks as well. Maokai doing a little bit of his time as well. He just takes that small CS difference and then becomes such a big part of the team fights.
Looks like another turret in the works. Ole's here. Misses the bind pretty hard, but takes a bit of damage and walks away. Look at that, 4 turrets to 1 now, the score line. I mean, very close to a perfect game.
Oh, Flame has something to say about it.
Shen's gonna show up on an Altec eliminations like, ooh, I wish I weren't here right now. My health bar's running pretty low. Shock Blast just barely flashed away. Electro Harpoon, number 2. Summoner Heal comes in, and now he's slowed down, rooted in place, and it's gonna get a lot worse before it gets a lot better. High zoning out the back line. Ole 1 hit away from Dead Moon, running for dear life. Flame does get a kill on an Altec. That's something to be happy about. Still chasing in, can't get any more. Looks like 2-1 overall in favor of FlyQuest on that fight. Could have been worse, could have been better.
True. True statement.
Useful statement.
I feel like you can say that about literally anything. Here we go. Can't be worse.
Yeah. Sure, whatever.
Here goes Flame, though. Does go for the flash follow on Elimination. Lemon is zigzagging, avoids the Harpoon, and gets turned around on Flame. As you said, though, charges Altec, and he's going to gank someone down with him. With the ultimate there, and they at least do get that 1 kill, but that is about it that they get out of it here. Hey!
Oh,
ooh,
back in.
Hey!
You're 1v3 High, but that's a little suicidal.
You're not that good, High.
That's a little suicidal. Quick chains come up with Cody's son. Once you're rooted, he
wanted to outplay the 3-man.
I know.
There. That was reaching a little bit, but
that was a blooper reel play right there.
It's all right. He almost got his ultimate. What he was looking for there, by the way, is the ultimate, so you go untargetable, and then he was going to jump back, but gets hit with the quick ulti from Cody's son. So some credit to Cody's son there. High.
I like how we're giving High credit for dying for free. We're like, hey, he was looking for a good play. You know, I understand why he wanted to do it. That was a bit too much style. I'm sorry, Kobe. You know.
You have to explain the thought process, freak.
I know. I'm mostly giving you crap. It turned out the way it did. Cody's son, quick reflex on the R, was very important. He would have probably died if he hadn't done that. And now High, back on the map, looking for Mercurial Scimitar, I'm guessing. What this item's turned into, who knows? Maybe it's Hexdrinker and a Ruin King. Maybe it's Merc Treads and a Ruin King. It's something.
Wow,
walk right back
it's going to be an Infernal Drake as well. Huge snowball here for FlyQuest. Things have gotten a little bit chaotic as the entire map is open a lot earlier than usual.
Yeah, they just blasted over the map. It's 5 turret kills in 17 minutes. That's quicker than almost any game. And now when they go for this bright red Drake, 1,000 HP left, not even a chance. And Moon practices his Smite Secures and gets that no problem. Moon actually going for a tankier build, by the way. Checking in, Iceborne Gauntlet picked up quickly to be an extra frontliner. He's not snowballing, so he's going to go for the utility style, which is interesting, but looks like it'll work for him.
I mean, some extra armor, no problems here. You can build whatever you want, honestly. Every member of FlyQuest is incredibly rich.
Well, looking for Flame, does not have a Zonia's completed, so one more shot will do it. Oh, goes wide, but the Ignite is enough. High claims another piece for his collection. Long Assassin, still
Meanwhile,
counts.
Balls in the side lanes, slowly working away at those minions. He's ready to come in at any moment. Immortal Shield with the chase might actually prompt that. Whoop. Not gonna commit though.
Go to the red team. FlyQuest happy to get their 1 kill. Looks like they'll back out. The jungle on the top side of the map is cleared of monsters to kill. Bot side has a few things there, and looks like Moon's gonna go grab some more golden experience for himself. Is worth pointing out, really at all tiers of play, it's pretty vital to keep your jungle clear. It's a significant source of golden experience that Like, minions are going to be there and you can just show up and collect them, but until you kill the monsters, they won't respawn. You're just missing out on potential gold that your team could gain. It is actually a somewhat valuable objective. Just full clearing your jungle is worth like 2 kills. Or 1.5.
Honestly, Immortals here just looking to pick up scraps.
Fight for the blue! And it's gonna go to Moon. Root's gonna land on Dardoch as well, and Agony's Embrace buys a few seconds, but...
Buys a few seconds?
I mean, maybe they can catch up to Dardoch, and it's not. They can't. They needed more than that. They needed thirds or fourths.
Oh, dodge the shock blast and change my mind. I don't want that 1v1.
Whoop, goes in anyway. Tanks to the skies, but there's a Shen coming in as well. Pobelter. Nice taunt and pop. Down he goes once again.
No fair. 2v1.
0, 5, and 1.
Classic ninjas cheating again.
But see, here's the weird thing, though. The law of inverse ninja power says if there's more ninjas, they're weaker. And yet with 2, they won.
It used to be they get -1 health for every other ninja in the game.
Did you know it used to be -1 attack?
Right, yeah,
Way back
even
when?
before, yeah. But alas, they took both of those out.
Did they actually? I didn't know that.
They did.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. It's probably smart, too. Did you know if you're wearing sunglasses, you take 1 less damage from Fiona's pass?
I think it was because they thought people would just rage if they died by 1 health, and they were like, that's a ridiculous flavor balance.
Yeah, not worth the gain. Dardoch jumps to a minion, turns on the spell vamp, and just runs away, licking his wounds. Bind on elimination. Ole gets the better of that one.
Yeah. Pretty classic here, though. They have a huge gold lead to work with, so just go to your 1-3-1 with your dual ninjas flanking on each side of the map, and your invisible whatever Evelyn is roaming around trying to pick
Shadow
it off
Demon?
in the middle.
Or Succubus, or I don't know.
I feel
He's
like
getting a rework eventually.
Succubus sounds right.
Yeah.
Like the right one. And look at him, he's actually flanking around. This is a classic super fed Evelyn play. You're just up in enemy territory, looking around for any stragglers. Who wants to die?
I actually know what Evelyn's supposed to be. I'm not going to spoil it, though, but I've heard. Inside right information.
That's just cruel. Why?
Yeah.
You're just like, I know something. Ooh,
I know something
so
you don't
cool.
know.
Good one, Freak.
Yeah. I like thinking people dislike me. It's my new thing.
You don't have to try.
Fair point.
Woo! Yeah, there we go.
Kobe 1, Freak 0.
Classic NA jungler flame. Yeah. All right, here we go, though. Go for the...
And Nori's going to clean you up. He's not fast enough. He's got boots 1. He's just too slow.
Can he dodge out, though?
Looks for Dardoch. Dodged away from the shock, but suddenly there's more team here. That was a bait in the first place. High flashing away from everything else. Dardoch nearly dead. Does limp away barely. And the last curtain call not going to land either, so out they go. Nothing for nothing. Ole gets the wards back down.
Well, after that bit of excitement, maybe we'll see them focus on Baron to actually finish the game out. Looks like so. Here comes the Stand United. Now, this does open up the opportunity for Immortals to try and get a steal.
Nice. Yeah, if not for that shield. Yeah, that was... I love the aggressive play. And, yeah. Flame did burn TP to get in there.
Let's count the things, in Immortals' favor for yeah, exactly. The Immortals' flavor for stalling out is Shock Blast and Arrow Spam from Varus. 2 of the best for, firing projectiles over the Baron Pit or using those projectiles to try and defend your turrets and stall this game out. Because, as chaotic as it's gotten and as crazy as we are, getting away with this one, that is still, the prime objective here for Immortals. Try and buy themselves some time, and if that Baron throw presents itself, be in place to jump on it.
Well, Hai usually very good at shot calling the Barons appropriately. He's aggressive at calling them, but he's also usually pretty accurate in calling them off. You expect FlyQuest to clean it up.
Especially when he's about to die from one Baron to auto in the air.
Shield.
Probably time to abort mission.
Yep. See it again another time. Kills his enemy, the ward. Down it goes. Thanks for the 30 gold, pal.
Yeah. I mean, if we're trying to tally up, comeback attempts here for Immortals, well, never mind. Let's look for some more action first.
Tops off the Banshees, and Pobelter has to burn Flash to get away. Edge of Night shield. I know it's not Banshees, but
he's got 3 people on his tail now. But 4 team members.
Oop, Hai, that's half his HP from a Shock Blast.
Moon wants it.
That happens again, it's going to be bad for him. Exhaust is on. Pobelter's still going to be hit up. Ole tries to block out the curtain call. quick shield in, and Ole one hit away from dead, but blocked by someone else. Looks like Cody Sun face tanked it with Edge and Ice Shield, so that was a 0 summoner heal, I believe, to remove Deathfire Touch as an option of killing him off. But as many summoners down, looks like 4 of them burn on the side of Immortals, and FlyQuest still feel pretty good about this.
Yeah, the more that FlyQuest keep going for all these kills and blowing summoners, they increase the... Oh, actually, Dardoch is pretty deep. There's vision actually all around, but not vision that saw Dardoch get to this point. So even though there's a lot of FlyQuest members around...
Tries to get high, Ward hop in, kicks him down, shut down, solo kill to Dardoch, finally getting revenge from the very first play of the game. And the comeback tool starting to assemble. It's going to take a lot more.
I'm not sure what prohibited balls from ulting. Maybe they made the call, hey, I don't need Stand United shield, but it was pretty clear that you needed the Stand United shield there, so maybe it's time to criticize the communication on FlyQuest.
I'm going to see if it was technically on cooldown for like that 1 second.
Now, let's get our facts straight first.
No, pretty sure it was up.
He was doing blue buff.
Pretty sure it's all his fault.
Important business being taken care of in the jungle.
Yep.
Balls was farming wolf and blue.
Unlucky.
Piss.
Yep. Oh, high shot calling, clearly slacking.
Yeah, I feel like those are the easiest calls to make too. Help!
Help me! Oh well.
As they continue to stall out, and they have gone, for all these risky plays with their super high damage, squishy characters, start to get more and more gold back to this Immortals team. Immortals, as we said, do have a lot of long range damage.
Yeah, and it's a non-tank team. Right? That's the really important thing. Oh, not non-tank. Sorry. Immortals were a non-tank team. You're right about that. Sorry. FlyQuest, a lot of them are pretty squishy. There's only armor on 2 of the champions, so the heavy physical damage penetration can break through. Right now it's not going to. Ocean Drake picked up. The sustain's going to be nice for FlyQuest.
Yeah. Let's see if they can pick someone off because their siege is not the greatest, and the split push hasn't worked out, right? Balls has been toiling away in the side lanes, but there's the flank.
Here we go. Half HP flashes. Equalizer buys a lot of time, and he Zonius is with the flame splitter facing. Balls drops down about 2/3. Taunt's not going to land. Dardoch gets the shield, and now he's tanking up the curtain call. A few more seconds. They'll have a way back in, but look at those shields. Yeah, Balls shrugs off the rest of the damage, and they're going to be okay on this one.
Defensive play here from Immortals is working out. Zonia's completed now, so Flame has another option, even though did have to burn the flash. Some good damage dealt to FlyQuest as they're trying to exit. And Immortals are staying strong. Well, for how long?
Here comes the big play, looking for Polter, dodging away, because the Black Shield buys a bit of time, but Exhaust is on, and that should be enough damage. One more shot, and here comes the chase in for high. Dardoch, nice top flash by Balls, secures that second kill. Now into the base they go. Immortals forced to run away, and yet again, this time with one of the poke champions gone and the jungler dead, this could be a very easy Baron call for FlyQuest.
Well, they are going to go try and take advantage. Ball still has half-life on the Shen. The important thing is that they have Ocean Drake, and they're regenerating here, because tanking up the Baron would be fairly dangerous. The other thing is that there's no ultimate available for Flame yet. Rumble cooldown is coming up soon-ish, but not soon enough for the Baron contest.
Yeah, no real shot at this one. Maybe Cody Sun can look for the snipe, and there's always that chance that he does it right. Ward is there, charges it up, they're gonna wait it out. They stop DPS, smart. Let him throw the piercing arrow, now burst it down. Really crisp, and it was a late smite, but it's good enough because there's no damage coming back through. That's as well as it could have been done by FlyQuest. Immortals did what they could, but no kills at the end.
All right, so attempt number 2 on the engagement in mid lane. They still have plenty available here as the exhaust is used there to chase down Poe Belter. And High's ultimate right back off cooldown. Able to keep up the chase here, take down the jungler. That's so huge when you go for these, as there was no Smite Steal available for Immortals. And as you said, they would have to rely on that arrow snipe being pretty lucky.
Turn for Ole to die. Quick silver sash use. Gets away from the dark bonding. Now the snipes into Cody Sun. Flashes, still takes all of the shots. Could have hit one a little bit earlier and dodged away, but still he's forced into the fight, and that means Mid Inhibitor is the target. Poe Belter gonna drop down. High caught again. Stand United this time does come off, and High will survive. Moon not gonna take that one, I don't think. Dardoch will. That's the Inhibitor turret. The Inhibitor itself gonna fall right afterwards, and 5v4 gonna be probably a quick reset for FlyQuest, and they'll get more right after.
Whew. Okay, Inhibitor down, Baron buff on. This should be the FlyQuest return to their split, top and bottom. And as long as Balls gets out, yeah, no problem. No, not worth dying over red buff, so they should be able to run this one up past the side lanes here. Altec already getting in there to usher the minions along. Yeah, triple dragons, plus giant gold lead, plus Baron buff rolling through.
Good incremental gold leads, good incremental plays. Okay, 2 picks. Okay, this is a 99% Baron secure. Let's go for it. And they played it right to make sure it happened. All right, we have Baron. All right, let's go up the mid lane. Great, really easy to grab the inhibitor. They got that. Okay, let's reset.
Going for a hero play.
Now they got to try high in the backline. Lots of damage. Has to jump back, and he will get out soon enough. 1 kill picked off. Coulter very low. Moon looking for the kill, and he does get it. Shields keep him safe. On top of that one, Alta looks for Dardak. Rooted up by Cody's son, and high. Now on the front line, looking for the shot. Not going to land the snipe just yet, and Dardak will heal up, even though it's a 2 for 0. Oceanbreak going to regen them. Baron buff going to buff the minions. TP back in for Balls, and here comes a 5-man push to close the game out. This should be it. No Ole, no Pobelter. Curtain call could be just that for this game. Dardak tries to buy time in the front line. Not going to matter. Turret number 1 is gone. Turret number 2 going to be next on the menu. Somehow Immortals have to clear this one away. Declaws are not doing enough damage, but now the recalls, the respawns have come in. Nexus getting lower. The game going to be closed out. They're trying to fight for, but it's going to be the damage in for FlyQuest. 2-0. Once again, tying for second place. 5-1 to close out week 3.
FlyQuest dream start to this season continues. And they are on course to meet up with Cloud9, which will be an extremely exciting
and Phoenix 1
confrontation.
Yep.
All 3 of those, other teams that are at the top of the standings with them will be their next opponents. Exciting times in the real test there of the top of the LCS. Meanwhile, Immortals still continuing to struggle a bit and patch up quite a few issues.
Phoenix 1 into Cloud9. That's next week's matches here for FlyQuest. And those are very strong teams, of course. C9 undefeated in first place. Phoenix 1 only 1 match behind. It's definitely going to be the real test right here because those squads have had to play against the league's best. FlyQuest has been like, it's like he's playing Mortal Kombat. You just go up the ladder and you play a progressively harder opponent every single time. The 2-0 here, pretty solid over Immortals, who had an okay record. They had 2 match wins. It wasn't completely deplorable, but took care of business pretty well. They had a close game. They managed to snowball the way through. They had a game where they blasted open the early game and did very similar things. Shot calling still crisp. The individual play from High still very good as well. Moon, different build on Evelyn pretty much every single game, still finding ways to make it work. And the FlyQuest formula certainly is succeeding.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of these underdog hero stories on the team. The returning veterans, that are old now, as well as Moon, who didn't have such a good time his first time around in the LCS and has completely changed history basically for himself here. It's actually just such a cool story, especially considering last time around, a lot of the flack that High would get would be small champion pool and lack of mechanics.
Can't lane well.
He had, previous to this game, probably should still remain true, the deepest champion pool, most diverse champion pool for any mid laner in the North American LCS. So
Moon's still playing a ton of Evelyn, which is okay, right? Like, he's the only person playing this champion. You look at Eve's pro match history, it's just 4 Moon games.
He wasn't really a factor in this game at all.
No, this one wasn't much about him.
Almost all about that early play in mid lane, where we talked about Lee Sin going for the play on High, and High gets flashes blown for his opponent, gets first blood, gets double buffs.
Sweet. But the game was about High. Then he started shot calling. Let's get advantages in my lane. I'll break it through, and it worked out nicely. So, of course, congratulations to High and the rest of FlyQuest for the 2-0 win. But now, to get some thoughts on that win, let's hear from Pastry and FlyQuest carrying the bot lane.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Altec after another successful weekend out for FlyQuest. Altec, you've had a fantastic weekend on a whole host of different lethality marksmen, Misfortune, Jin. How have you adjusted to the metagame, and do you think it suits you?
Honestly, I prefer playing hyper carries a lot more, but I think this is more of a team game, and champions like Jin, who don't really need attack speed and stuff like that, they really benefit from this patch. So I think I've adjusted well to this patch.
I'd have to agree, and in general, I think FlyQuest kind of defying a lot of doubters moving into the season. You guys were underdogs moving in, and I think you look at the bottom lane, it doesn't feel like anything that special, but you've certainly proved them wrong now. How do you think you stack up against the competition, and particularly some of those top teams in their bot lanes you haven't played yet?
I think I guess the strongest bot lane would be C9's bot lane because obviously they're undefeated and they've been together for a long time. So I think they'll be the hardest challenge. But I think other than that, we should be able to like handle most of the bot lanes.
I have to agree, you guys have managed well, and of course, FlyQuest, you're now tied for second with TSM, really looking for those top spots. Do you think you guys can carry this throughout the rest of the season, and maybe, like, how far do you think FlyQuest can go? Is #1 out of reach?
Obviously, I think #1's like our goal, but I think next week, since we're playing like C9 and P1, who are like the 1 and 2, I think that'll be like the hardest weekend for us. And I guess that'll just like prove if we're like a top team or not.
And there is, of course, something a little extra special for you at the end of it, potentially. Making playoffs will be nice, but top 4 would secure a spot in Vancouver. I know that's a special place for you. What would it mean to kind of make it all the way there?
Honestly, it's like, it's just playing in my hometown. Like, I've obviously thought about, like, playing in a final for once, but playing in, like, a final in my hometown, I think that'd be, like, the world to me.
Well, best of luck and congratulations on the weekend. Thank you very much, Artek, but we're going to move it back to Analyst Desk to close out the weekend.
Thank you very much. Pastry time. FlyQuest here, 5-1 to close out week 3, remaining in that second place slot right up there with TSM. That's got to feel good and dominant game here. I mean, there's only so much to analyze when 2 kills go over to a Zed that early, 4 kills rather, go over to a Zed that early in the game.
I mean, you may as well just play the clips because there's not like a ton to say.
This happened in both games too, with the super early double kill going over to a carry on C9.
All right, well, let's take a look at the early kills handed over to High on this Zed, a champion that he is very familiar with from his old days in the LCS.
Right, I mean, you know, Dardoch is kind of the catalyst for Immortals, and whenever he doesn't get off the ground, they look like they struggle a lot. And here's a play where Dardoch goes over the wall, tries to make something happen, but isn't happy just with the flash, greeds out, unable to finish High off.
Great roam from Lemonation.
Great roam by Lemonation, double buffs on High now, and then Balls as well, responding to the pressure mid. I mean, you know, FlyQuest as a unit always seems to collapse to exactly to support High.
Yeah, Balls was helping a lot at the end of that play.
He was
making
there.
sure he could
Moral
get away.
support. You got it, guys. So that's 2 kills right there, super early on in the game. Then 10:30, so just barely past that 10-minute mark, we have a 3-for-1 that goes in favor of FlyQuest. High picking up another 2 kills in this one. Take a look.
Yeah, this one was a little bit more chaotic because Immortals was like thinking about setting up a play, but they were just a little bit haphazard about the way they did this, and they missed a lot of skill shots mid-fight. Meanwhile, High's just landing all of his. Watch this Varus ultimate. I had to check if Flame was on the opponent team because that's where it seemed to be.
Yeah, like it almost got the Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, High did flash out of it because he was just completely in tune with this early game and just got incredibly fed.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not too much to say. You have a snowballing, out-of-control Zed. We saw him continue to make plays, solo plays, roam plays down bottom. Like, he was all over the map after that. And we've seen High, you know, for years now on Zed, taking over games, happens once again.
Right. High is going to receive player of the game. I don't think that's going to come as a surprise to anyone now. Another top performer on the team has been Moon, you know, this entire split. And in this game as well, had a very solid scoreline. Deathless for him. High actually highest deaths on the team, but that's okay when you're carrying. Well, yeah, exactly. When you're carrying as hard as you are. But Moon is a player that I want to talk about. The Evelyn coming in, he's the only person playing this in the NALCS right now. This time he actually went for a different build, more of that tanky. Not sure if it was the best idea. Maybe they were just looking for a bit more of a front line for the Zed, but
I mean, it's hard to know exactly why you would do that because generally it's like the Eve goes in, gets a massive shield from her ultimate, does a ton of damage, you can't focus her, and then the Shen ult comes in when they want to start focusing her, and it's just you deliver this taunting, you know, bot basically in Balls. And when you build tankier, you're just harder to kill, but you didn't chunk them all out for the Jhin ult to snipe them out easier or the Zed to start cleaning up kills. So in that sense, you question a little bit, but because they're so far ahead, you can basically build any sort of productive item and probably still win.
And what I like about it is that they're trusting their legacy champion pools, because a lot of these players, especially High, we've said it's like 3.5 years ago he was playing Zed. It's been his best champion.
Right.
It's kind of in the meta. You can argue that you can play it, and Lemonation and ThinkCard are doing a really good job in the draft, putting them in situations with which these champions can succeed, which is making it hard to prepare for them. Obviously, it's results-based. If these weren't working, we'd be like, they should just learn the meta picks.
That's very true.
But I do like it when this stuff works out.
You want to get in here?
Well, just real quick on the draft. I mean, I believe they flexed the Jace mid after seeing the Zed pick when Zed used to be a counter pick to Jace, and like the only person who made that look reasonable was like
not
Pawn.
a good flex.
Yeah, I didn't like
Jace,
that.
But the Zed was blind picked, essentially.
Yeah.
Yep. Zed was blind pick following the Morgana, and then the Rumble comes in and they flex.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Is like I don't know why you would do that and just not pick something that you would prefer to play into Zed. I don't know why you'd want to play Jace into Zed.
Yeah.
It's a good question. We'll have to ask the Immortals players when we have an opportunity. But I want to kind of zoom out now real quick and just talk about FlyQuest moving forward. We talked about it after the C9 victory today. They will be playing each other next week. So we have a meeting between FlyQuest at 5-1 and C9 at 6-0. But there's some familiarity between these teams, which could make that matchup super interesting. Let's rehash that.
Yeah, the storylines are absolutely insane for this because to many people, High is C9. Lemonation's notebook is a C9 notebook, not a FlyQuest notebook. So the history itself is there. And it's also a massive point for FlyQuest to prove themselves.
Right.
Because they have yet to play C9, TSM, and Phoenix 1. Arguably the other 3 top teams in the league. So they really have a lot of proving to do next week.
I mean, from a narrative perspective, absolutely. Also from a gameplay perspective, where, you know, C9 has some of the most standard, in a sense, drafts where they seem to always come out ahead, but they're playing exactly what they want to play. FlyQuest, on the other hand, absolutely crazy. No idea what these guys are going to do. Only ones doing what they're doing in the league, and you're going to have a total clash of styles in that sense.
It'll be very interesting to see how Reaper comes up against this FlyQuest draft because we have, as you mentioned, looked at a lot of C9 drafts and said, oh, yeah, they're coming out with edges in every single one. Well, against FlyQuest, I don't know how you even begin to attack them in the draft. Let's go ahead and take a look at the players who stood out here in Week 3. Impact is going to walk away with the most accolades, 3 for the week. That's quite a lot, actually. Now, with Moon, Hanzo, Ryu, and Svenskeren each netting 2 player of the games themselves. Of course, let's see how those performances affect the overall standings. Moon's strong week pushes him to first in total player of the game awards with Impact, Ryu, Svenskeren, and High hot on his tail. Did you think I would ever utter those words? Moon is leading player of the game. The tale of 2 splits for him.
Right.
Last split to this split, a total transformation.
Flabbergasted would be a word.
Good word. That's a great word for it.
I can't follow up with a better word, so I'm not going to say anything.
Where's your thesaurus?
Well, but then let's talk a little bit, too, about how we've even heard from the players themselves. Lemonation spoke about it, that, you know, that Moon has been a great solo queue player. He's always been a very solid individual player, but it's this roster, it's having a strong leader like High, who's able to put him in a place of comfortability where he can make stabs at big plays.
Well, and just confidence in the champ pool, we talk about that. It's been a little different than the LCS, or the rest of the LCS as well. And
he's put out the Nidalee and the Evelyn, right?
And he pulled out the Kindred, and like, I mean, he's trying stuff. And the fact that the team is willing to say, you can try that and we'll see how it goes, is a huge confidence boost for a player who historically has been in situations that are not the most comforting environments, I think.
Yeah.
So I think that's a huge boost, not just like High telling him what to do, but having the team's confidence in him.
Yeah, it's absolutely the case because you look at previous splits, and he has been a good solo queue player, but a completely different player on stage. So doing anything you can to increase his confidence really helps him.
A big step up for him. Let's take a look at how the teams are stacked up after this weekend. Cloud9 still in first place, while TSM and FlyQuest hold on to second. Meanwhile, Phoenix 1 drops to fourth, just above the middle of the pack teams. Then at the bottom of the table, Dignitas ends their week tied with Envy in ninth. We'll be back again next week with more North American LCS, starting Friday with Cloud9 versus Team Liquid, followed by Immortals versus Team Dignitas later in the Battle Arena. If that's not enough league coverage for you, make sure to tune in for the North American Challenger Series on Wednesday. But these 2 matchups here, Cloud9 versus Team Liquid, obviously gonna be the story of David and Goliath. We got Cloud9, a Team Liquid that has really been struggling to put together solid victories.
Right, but what's crazy is when you look at the standings, you think TL is doing so bad, and then there they are tied for 5th. And
that's true.
I mean, I'm not going to say that they're going to beat Cloud9, but if they start picking up a couple more wins along the way, they're not looking in that bad a shape, considering that it seems to be very obvious groups of the top 4 and the rest of the league.
Now, we've talked about trap games in the past, Jab, but do you really think that this is much of a trap game, considering that Cloud9 then faces FlyQuest later in that week, and that's definitely a more formidable opponent standings-wise?
Yeah, so it definitely is a trap game in the fact that you're very easily able to overlook them. Will they be trapped by Team Liquid is another question.
Right.
I do not think they will.
Okay.
I think they will roll through them.
All right, well, that's what I like to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to head out. So for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week. Good night.
I want to be a player who can be more respected and inspire people to be more humble. you'll see more calculated aggression from me, but I'll definitely be the one that's fighting a lot of people.
Dark's just going to force that bottom lane instead. Adrian played back, forced to flash. Great bubble. Might save him, but Dark once and he flashes in, gets a slow, and then first blood for Dark. Straight in there, wants to go for the dive and does take it down. Ryu with the counter kill.
Yeah, so both junglers very determined with where they're going.
Well, they're going straight for Baron, but P1 might cut. Oh, Ryu! Absolutely massive ulti finds two with a stun. Ole getting those Pobeltas trapped in the miasma. When you're competing for the middle of the pack, the difference between a single spot can mean going to playoffs or not going anywhere at all to it. Meanwhile, Ninja looking to go for the solo kill on the golden glue. Kapow! Piglet gonna be finding himself caught out. Stand United is there, but the damage is way too strong. They got him easy. More damage heading your way. Shut down! And Team Envy has done it. They have found their first win.
Wait, so what are they doing today? Why is George here? They're doing an interview.
If we lose this game, we're fired. Check.
Oh, shit.
They're gonna try to body block it. Looks like Darshan doesn't have a way of doing so. They get him. Perfectly played. TSM remove the escape route. The attacks are there. Brush picker for the auto attacks. And there's first blood coming through. Nicely done, Svensker, making the thing happen. TSM will cement the comeback in the series. TSM improved to 4-1. Lod gonna go ahead and fire off that chain of corruption in bottom lane. Stranglethorn's counterattack. Bullet time coming out too. Chaser's gonna be bursted. So is Lod.
But still, they stay spread. Top left side might be that entry, but you have Edge of Night locking him out. Hakuo gets taken out. Bullet time strides through the team.
Lupa's gonna revive. Lola's gonna revive. Lola, he's not gonna live. Piglet almost gets choked back. He's down! Slapped him down with a piercing arrow.
I'm flanking around.
Yeah, go Jin, go Jin.
I'm gonna go on Jen.
Okay.
Jace is already.
Casio, no subs. No subs, Casio die. Oh, Casio. Yeah,
oh, Schmidt. They get him. Bjorkson on Ryu. He's going for Ryu. Damage is good, but Bjorkson doesn't have anything left. He gets blown apart by Arrow. But P1 just don't have anything left. TSM, Nexus wide open. Bifrost looks for the play. It's going to cost him. It's Fed leads in. And TSM 2-1 versus Phoenix 1.
Yeah, just going to start hitting the Nexus.
Hey, go. Turn. Tom. Guys. Watch Gorky.
Guys have to go in.
No. All right, good job. Finish. Alright, hey, we have to do it right now.
Yep.
We have to go right now.
I'll flash in on their carries. You guys in the game. Yep.
Don't get
I'm with shielded, Darshan.
Yep, we need Darshan to go right now. No, right now,
Watch me,
right now.
Darshan. Anyone.
Yep. Look for the end, look for the end.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start hitting the Nexus.
Hey, go. Turn. Tom. Guys. Watch Gorky.
You guys have to go in.
Go. No. Alright, good job. Nice.
Hello and welcome to Week 3, the edition of NALCS Tonight. I'm James Dash Patterson. Joining me on the analyst desk to help recap this weekend is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, and Aiden Zyrene Moon as we see Immortals out there taking some photos with fans at the conclusion of the day. But gentlemen, big week here in Week 3. Taking a look at the team standings before we get into any of the discussions themselves. Cloud9 still dominating the league at the top of the table, undefeated. Who is going to be challenging this squad?
Well, coming up next week, I know FlyQuest is playing them, so that will be one of the contenders. What's the other team?
The other one's Team Liquid, which is on Friday night. That's probably...
maybe not contenders, I don't know. They've been having a really rough go, Team Liquid, recently, so I think the match that everyone is going to be looking forward to is definitely going to be FlyQuest versus Cloud9. Basically old version versus new version.
Right.
And finally the Cloud.
Yeah. And FlyQuest versus Phoenix1 as well. FlyQuest now has to play the number 1 and number 4 team next week. That's a big challenge for them. And I think that, we talk about who could beat Cloud9. Well, they played TSM at the very beginning. Still a little bit of adjustment period for them. TSM have been looking better
since then
as well. They're still having 2-1s though and dropping games.
I was gonna say, TSM looks better, but even if you look at them and FlyQuest tied at 5-1 in terms of series victories, you've got an 11-3 game spread for FlyQuest and a 10-7 game spread for TSM. So definitely telling two different stories here, tied for second.
Yeah, and we have talked about how, FlyQuest, they haven't played the other 2 second-place teams or Cloud9 yet, and 2 of the losses for TSM did come from Cloud9.
Exactly.
Who we do still favor versus FlyQuest as well.
Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of the big series here for this weekend, both of which actually included TSM in 2-1 victories over their opponents. The first of which was against CLG. Big rivalry matchup here with a little bit of a bet on the line for the owners.
Yeah, this is when we first got to see Ivern in North America, and then just gets rolled over, and then Darshan wins the game as a tank. Yeah, didn't really have a great debut, but then Camille got locked in. A little bit of an oversight there from CLG to... I don't know what they were planning, if it was the Poppy counter into the Camille, but the Camille came up huge, and I think Hanser also got player of the game for that one.
It was that like one glimpse in that game of the Poppy succeeding against the Camille, and then for the rest of the game, it went completely the other direction. But TSM, in the second 2 games here, looked very much more on point than they had previously.
I mean, a lot of TSM fans know what it's like to lose the first game and then win the next few. It was a strategy years ago when Loco Doco was coach.
Right.
Warm up.
Yeah, you got to bring it back. But that was only Series 1 for them this week, and the second big series for them was up against P1, arguably the tougher opponent of the 2, having been tied with them coming into this one, but they end up victorious 2-1 again in the series.
Yeah, I mean, and this one was a lot about junglers for me as well. I mean, Inori has been super big for Phoenix1, and Spence Garen had some really nice moves for himself as well in the early game for TSM. But man, look at the
TSM losing the first game again, but here they come back.
Yeah.
I think Shen was a big part of a lot of the matches this week and a lot of the victories. Shen's just incredibly powerful, and we're going to be seeing more of the global terror that he is. And this right here.
This was my spend game.
It was so nice to see someone adapt to what is the standard Ivern start of invading off of just the single buff from Kha'Zix.
You can only have patterns exist in League of Legends for so long before they get punished, right? And the very standard play for Ivern is, prep 2 of his own camps, go steal your blue. And they did have a ward eliminating his own blue as an option, so everything came together there for Sven, and a really nice punish to get that first blood.
Yeah, it's a team effort, of course. There was a ward in the Pixel Brush that allowed Sven to just kind of camp there and wait for the Ivern Q to come over. That's the nightmare right there. Every Ivern has done that at least one time.
Freak was actually telling me it just happened to him in solo queue as well, when he tried to jungle and he tried to play Ivern. And his very first Ivern game, he was the recipient of a play exactly like that.
But I feel like that's just kind of individual
Apples
to
and oranges.
any of Freak's solo queue games probably start off that way.
Him getting first blood.
He can't even defend himself here.
He does that to people all the time. It's only
true.
fair that I take a shot back at him now when he can't defend himself. Now, there were a ton of standout performances this week to choose from, but only 5 players I just put up 4 fingers. 5 players can remain truly OP. Let's take a look at them here. First up, Impact in the top lane. 3 FlyQuest members locking up slots there from jungle, mid, and ADC, and then Biofrost filling in support.
And then, yeah, we are starting with Impact here. This guy has been an absolute monster for the team. There was a lot of discussion about Ray being added to the roster and them being practice partners, / them, grooming Ray to come in. But Impact's performances have just been outstanding and no reason to sub Ray in. The one thing I would say, Hauntzer also for me has been so big this week for TSM. He was right up there with Impact for me for this spot, but you gotta say, Impact definitely deserves it as well.
Yeah, the consistency of this guy, the split pushing, and that was my big criticism of him last year when we had lane swaps and stuff, is he was almost never teleporting in at the right times. He would sometimes get left out to dry, and now it just seems like he's right on track and he ends up there. 3 out of the 4 games, got player of the game for them.
One of the big things that Reaper, their coach, has been focusing on with them and Impact as well has been communication, and it really does show, to illustrate your point.
Well, and it was a new look for them. We saw him on the Rumble this time around, so taking him off a tank, finding success there in the top lane with the Rumble, definitely opens up more things for them further down the line.
Yeah, and then I want to talk about, moving over to the jungle with Moon. This guy is playing Evelyn. Nobody else is doing that. And so actually
he has the most diverse jungle pool, the Nidalee finding its way in as well, all those.
Right, and it's the really unexpected one for me as well, because Moon was the player that was really bad before, and everybody was like, oh man, he's got the worst participation pre-50 minutes out of anybody in the entire league, and now he's just an absolute monster.
Yeah, not so much anymore. No, he's doing absolute work
so
for FlyQuest.
Kill leader!
Yeah, no, doing very solid. Let's talk about Altec, though. ADC for FlyQuest, picking up OP5 here this time around. We saw the MF out of him, a nice new look for them as well. So, again, FlyQuest drafts have been very interesting and are really going to force teams to adapt when it comes to just the pick ban phase.
Yeah, and when you mention things like Miss Fortune too, everyone's like, oh yeah, she's just one of those R champions and then you leave it. But we see positioning be so important, especially with those AD carries that do not have their own dashes. Smoothie actually was one of the first to illustrate that as a support MF, but Altec also really, really strong positioning for him in teamfights. And then his other games this week as well have been super impressive. Right to the Jhin, sniping people out. Pretty much every single game for him has been really strong.
Yeah, there's another person for the AD carry position who's right behind him in terms of who could be the OP5, and that was Arrow. Arrow really had some great performances for Phoenix 1 and sniping people left and right. Ultimately, his team wasn't able to come up with the 2-0 themselves, and he did have some kind of parts where he faltered, whereas Altec just seemed really consistent, backliner, and great positioning.
I think he still has the least deaths for AD carries as well, for Arrow. That is, yeah.
We'll have to verify that. But either way, he has been a very consistent performer for that squad here through 3 weeks. Now, we've been taking your questions throughout the day, so we're going to answer a few now. Matthias Roos asks, what is the hardest thing to avoid while casting?
Freaks puns.
Yeah,
they are unavoidable. You cannot get out of the way.
All right. Okay, but for you yourself, what's the trick?
I ramble a lot. I end up starting sentences that I don't know how to finish sometimes, and then I get caught in a weird sentence structure and have to kind of like jimmy my way out of it. And that's like the big thing, right? I should have stopped there. See, I did it.
I know. I was waiting for it. I wasn't going to say anything.
I can't avoid it.
I was just going to try and make you feel weird until you just kept talking. Kobe, what about for you? What's the hardest thing to avoid while casting?
I'm having a hard time. I mean, like, something.
Did I get it?
Let's go with that one. PG-13 cast.
Yeah, keep it things. The PG-13 realm can be sometimes difficult. All right, next up, Adam Lofald. I hope I said that correctly. Asks, with teams adding lacking engage.
Yeah, you read that right, but
I don't think. I think
your fault.
Let me read down here. With teams lacking engage, the adding is and tanks taking. I can't read that. Tanks taking a slight nerf.
I got you.
A slight nerf.
Tanks taking a slight nerf. Do you see someone like I moved it, Leona coming back?
I gotta get a new prescription. Can you answer this question?
Yes. Luckily, the answer is much simpler than the question here. The answer is no. I do not see Leona coming back because, I mean, anytime you take a melee support, it's such a huge risk in the bottom lane. The mages will just punish you so hard right now.
So can you explain to me why things like Tahm Kench and Braum can still be played as melee supports, whereas Leona couldn't?
So I think that the Tahm Kench is usually a counter to something like an Ashe, and that's like preventative for the team. So you sack your laning phase, you'll go down about 10 CS or so, maybe lose your turret, but your team fighting will be a little bit better where you can keep people safe if you have hyper carries. And the Braum, we've seen it like specifically into, I would say, the misfortune to block the ultimate was the one that they used against Altec.
Right.
It didn't work. I think the melee support that we should actually push up there is Tarek, because he's got a range stun, he's got ability to keep his team
little bit of
alive,
sustain.
right? And he has the sustain for the lane.
Also, to address the overarching question of the hard engage part of this, yes, hard engage is important to have in the meta right now. It's just that you don't have to take as much risk by bringing your hard engage from elsewhere. Your top laner, super easy to bring them there because the tanks are so good right now from the top lane. So you just bring it from somewhere else. And your AD carry even, if you're bringing it from the bottom lane and you have Ashe and Jhin, these CC abilities are, or even Varus.
I would be curious to look up these numbers at another time, but we're also seeing just a high priority on poke compositions, which don't necessarily require hard engage, right?
But hard engages can be good, very good against them.
It can be very good against it, absolutely. But we are seeing a lot of we'll put Jace in the top lane, and so we're just going, triple poke with the Ivern to support it, and say, in the Tom Kench, even if you want to melee to protect your pokers.
Yeah, kind of the state of AD carry is have range poke, catch, and some utility for picking. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of poke as well as 1-3-1 compositions, and I think we're going to see more with people taking Shen or double TP or even having a Zed split push. Not looking too forward to that, but it does actually display
I love it. What? You don't like Zed?
It's it displays a great understanding of macro game when you hit the mid game and start 1-3-1ing. But overall, it's not always going to be those gigantic team fights where people are coming out with
right.
Huge,
the map's
huge
more spread
victories,
out
right?
at that point. You're not necessarily running into each other as often.
Yeah, I would like to comfort this guy a little bit because Kobe was so mean. Leona, I think, is a great solo queue champion, though. I think
what? You're talking about Freak? I was bringing in Freak.
No, I do think that Leona would be a great solo queue champion, though, if you're playing with a duo dominating lane. If somebody does pick a Zyra, just punish them really hard. Go in, because they're so squishy, and Leona definitely exploits that.
It's super fun when it works. It's just that it feels like it's a low percentage play, but go for it. Kill lanes are the best.
Yeah, prove these guys wrong. Show us that it's viable. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for us here in the NALCS studios. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Yeah.